Shut up and sit down.
Welcome to Daytona International Speedway for a very, very special ChampCar iRacing Series special event in collaboration with HJ Events. It's the 7 hours of Daytona, an exciting endurance format ahead of us. We've got two classes of cars. Our fastest is the Porsche Cayman GT4, and they're joined by the Global Mazda MX-5 Cup car. Strong grid of ChampCar teams going racing virtually here from Daytona, and we look forward to bringing you live coverage of all of it here from Team Huge Ass. I'm David Haynes. A couple people helping me out today include Alex Albert, Michael Derby, and we might even have the famous Doc joining us for a bit as well. Qualifying is mostly run and done, and we're just getting ready for the teams to form up for our 7-hour race here at Daytona. Alex, this is a weekend where some people might have wanted to have been racing real cars down at Daytona and other places around the world. They're not able to, so here we are on iRacing, putting on a show and going racing.
Yeah, for sure, David. I was one of those drivers that was scheduled to be at Daytona today, driving in the number 84 94 Firebird with a friend of mine, Justin. But unfortunately, with the things that we have going on right now in the country, not able to do that. But I hope to be able to get down there July 4th to do the real thing. But I think this is going to be a good replacement. We got a lot of good teams, some familiar names from the ChampCar grid. So this should be exciting.
That indeed, it certainly should be. A 15-minute 4-lap qualifying session has basically mean everyone has put their laps in, and we are just waiting for the start of this race. It does give a lot of our teams an opportunity to make sure they put on their race setup with their race fuel and get all of their drivers ready. Take a breath before we go full throttle flat chat for 7 hours here. And one thing as well to notice, that 2 times speed on our iRacing day-night transition means that we're going to get just about all of the possible weather conditions that you can get.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's going to change a lot. We're even going to need the headlights here towards the end of the race, so it's going to be pretty exciting. I just hope that everyone shows patience here in the beginning, and we can get some laps under our belt, and then do some real hard racing here at the end.
So we may or may not get our full grid up on screen, but basically the qualifying order for both of our classes is locked in at this point. The 337 and 338 Team Huge Ass Cayman GT4s at the front of what's going to be our overall fastest class. Maybe we could call it C class, for example. That's the kind of displacement that we're looking at on those cars. And it's Zach will pay you 14 cents to crash our competition at the front of the Mazda Miata class. They're joined by Team Village Idiots on the front row of that class, and then Love Racing and Team ESPN Phenomenal making up the second row of that grid. But the Cayman class, on second thought, and Voodoo Racing also looking pretty good, and it's all ChampCar teams and drivers in this virtual event.
Yeah, we had a great turnout for this event. Lots of people signed up. We almost sold out. Lots of familiar names like Voodoo, Danger's Out, which is actually a combination of Danger Racing Group and the Pinkies Out. So that'll be John Hurley and Andrew, getting his last name, Huggins, and they look pretty quick. So expect big things out of them. Yes. Also, we have Almost Jackie Ix and Money Pit, Bavarian Mustache Works, all these guys, Tooth Autosport, all teams that regularly run up front in the ChampCar Endurance Series.
Anybody hear me yet?
Yeah, we
Certainly
got you,
true.
Doc.
We've got Doc Foley Doc Foley, forgive me. Got Doc joining us as well, Doc. We're just about to get ready on the grid, so we'll go to you quickly here. Your thoughts about this longer format ChampCar iRacing special event?
Well, I too am sad that I'm not down in Daytona, but we'll be down there July 4th. And hey, that's my birthday, so I'll really be ready.
You have a lot of birthdays, but July 4th is a great day to have one as well. Little driver's briefing taking place right now as all of our drivers are going to form up on the grid. We'll go through the grid right now. Front row of Cayman class is a bit of a huge ass lockout there, which delights me to see. I'm trying to stay a little impartial up here in the booth, but it's tough for us guys. And they're joined by yep. On Second Thought and Voodoo Racing make up the second row for our Caymans, and it's Team Unreal Purple and NNM. Next row behind that, UGA Motorsport and Dangers Out. They've got Nine Shizer Autosport Red and Anderson 41 Gaming for row 5 there. Precision Motorsports, then WDR. We got iRacing, who are familiar to ChampCar in Florida, that's for sure, and Tooth Autosport Shopify on the same row as them. Team Unreal Aqua, We Came to Party, Bavarian Mustache Works, Money Pit Racing, Nine Shizer Autosport Green, Almost Jackie X number 26, Six Pack Racing, Kenny Rogers Edition, Z-Tech Racing, Penguin Racing, Senders Local Union, Fat Crack Racing, Team Andrew Shembry there, Fuse 15, R-Bank Racing, 90racing.com, and Rusty Nuts Racing is our Cayman class, our fastest class of cars. Alex, quickly, our Mazda field.
Sure. In the 981 car, we have Zach will pay you 14 cents to crash your competition. Starting beside them will be Nine Shiza Autosport Black. On the next row will be Team Village Idiots and Love Racing 1. The next row will have Team ESBN Phenomenal and the Huge Ass Miata. Then we have F1 Boston and Love Racing 2 in the 888. The next row will see Bucket List 370 and Top Spot Esport Podium Hats. Then we'll have Trunk Monkey Racing with E&R Racing. 94 Motorsports, a front-running team, is going to be in the next row with Daring Greatly. Then we have Kruger Tuned Racing, Tooth Autosport, and Bucket List rounding out the field. And that's all of our qualifiers. So now the Caymans are rolling. I'll hand it back to you.
Yeah, indeed. 50 cars with a qualifying time for this race. A lot of these teams made up of 3 or 4 drivers. We are expecting hundreds of drivers out on track across our 7-hour race here, but they are rolling behind our Mustang pace car. They've gone through the bus stop and we are getting set for a race start. It's HJ12 on the front row of the grid, but right behind them, a field of angry Cayman GT4 cars. And quite new to the iRacing service is this GT4 car, but it's proving very, very popular. It's easy to get into and difficult to master, just like auto racing probably should be. But they have indeed getting ready.
Very high skill ceiling to this car. Easy to go sort of fast, but very hard to go really fast. All right, pace car's off.
Pace car is in and we get underway. Sven Demel's going to jump into the lead. His teammate in Giovanni Romano follows him through in third place. Well clear, Voodoo Racing, a good jump for them. A lot of side-by-side action behind that, though, hoping we're all going to get cleanly through turn 1 because the tyres are very cold for everyone right now.
Looks like we had a bit of an incident down there in turn 1. Team Unreal Purple got on the brakes, got in the back of someone, and then ended up getting turned. It looks like they're going to be able to get rolling again.
As the field worked its way through turn racing for our first lap of 7 hours, predicting 220 laps here today at pace. We'll see how they go with that, but certainly it's going to be a long race and you don't want to be damaging your car and losing time too early. You've got to get into your rhythm and warm up those tires because they do start very cold.
So we had a bit of an issue in the first horseshoe with some Caymans getting stopped, had to sit there, stopped while the Miata field came through. So that was good racecraft to let all the traffic come by. Overall, though, looks like we're off to a start here.
Certainly are. Some of the Mazda leaders now getting themselves between the Caymans, and that will help them separate away from the other drivers in their field, but they'll need to be careful racing around cars of a different performance window than themselves. Biggest movers have been We Came to Party in 10th place so far. They are moving up some spots as well.
So what do you think happened there, David? Was it just probably cold tires catching out some of these drivers that don't have maybe a ton of experience in the sim?
Well, certainly track's pretty cold right now. The tires start very cold, and on the Cayman take quite a few laps to get up to the grip you might be used to. So you kind of do need to tiptoe it around at the start.
Oh, wow. I'm looking at 9 Shiza Autosport Green, the 51 car. They're trapped in a pack of Miatas. The Miatas are 3 wide, and he just cannot find a line through. This might get interesting down into turn 1.
Yeah, formation flying from some of those leading Mazdas, and just nowhere for the Porsche to take that superior horsepower. So Greg Zenhi doing a good job there to just not do anything foolish early. You've got a lot of teammates you need to hand that car over to, and it's too early to risk getting a penalty or to cause an incident.
Yeah, and we will have 2 fast repairs today in the spirit of some drivers new to the service, similar to what they're doing with the big-time auto racing leagues, IndyCar and NASCAR. That will allow the cars to be repaired back to the way they started the race in about 1 second, but they only get 2 of those, so they really need to use them wisely. So it's a little bit of damage here on some of these Caymans, but it doesn't look like it's slowing them down too much.
Great battle pack of On Second Thought and some of the other cars there around 4th place. Very, very close indeed. And the 9 Shiza Autosport Red involved in this as well, potentially going to try and look for a way up high around. iRacing come into this as well. Simon Foweather puts his nose down the inside and might just have this into turn 1. So it's a position gained for the 529 as out held wide. The 9 Shiza Autosport Red looks like it's going to drop 2 positions.
So it looks like those huge-ass cars are starting to slip away off the front. I didn't think they would be able to get away with this draft. Talking to some of the drivers from the practice race last night, they were saying that even if you had as much as maybe 0.8 of a second advantage a lap on some of the slower drivers, it's still hard to break that draft. So kind of surprised to see him getting away here. I would say the draft probably reaches back about a second and a half. So Wudu might still be getting a slight advantage riding where they are.
Yeah, they're certainly not clear of Wudu yet, and it's one of the things that's keeping that pack for 6th place together as well, where they are very close indeed. So drivers got to have their wits about them at this point. Doc, what have you been seeing so far this race? Mostly a clean start.
I'm just trying to get used to what I'm watching, so because I'm not seeing y'all's screen.
This 1 second thought racing, I think they may have been the car that ran up front on our practice race last Sunday. I seem to recognize that paint, so expect that they'll be there at the end.
Yeah, so Will Robbins driving that car right now. Started 3rd on the grid inside of the front row, dropped back a little bit, and now leading a train here. iRacing, Simon Foweather in pursuit. Is he going to look for a way down the inside at turn 1? He is. He's going to throw that in very, very deep, and very, very cautious from Will Robbins. He's going to lose out 3, maybe 4 positions there. So he just wasn't sure who was on the inside there, and he's not turned in, but it's cost him a bit of side-by-side contact on the way towards the horseshoe. Not a good couple of corners there for Will Robbins, but at least the car's not damaged and he'll continue on. iRacing move up into 6th place.
Yeah, this is quite the group we have here from 6th, 7th, and 8th, and even all the way back to 9th here running together. Looks like Bradley, is that Bradley Daly in the WDR car? Yeah.
Indeed it is. He started 12th, he's moved up into 10th, and he's part of this train 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, all together, currently being led by Simon Foweather in the iRacing car. They've got their normal BMW livery on the Porsche. I don't know if that is sacrilegious, but I tell you what, the colours don't look bad on it. Doc, you're a BMW man at heart, aren't you? What do you think of it?
Oh, I think it's fine.
Well, there you heard it from Doc. It's fine.
Bradley Daly is one of the regulars in the ChampCar iRacing series that races on Wednesday nights. So glad to see him out here for this endurance event.
Yeah, indeed. Quite a few familiar names to me amongst this. So big crossover between the people who race the normal ChampCar iRacing series that is continuing year long and this particular special event, but a lot of other names come out of the woodwork for this as well. Like we said, a big grid and lots of drivers. We have a bit of bump drafting, Simon Foweather and iRacing, and Weekend to Party, Tyler Cook. They're going to go side by side as they come across the start-finish line. And
I think we're going to have a move here for a pass.
Yeah, cross it back underneath for Tyler Cook, but he's not deep enough on the brakes towards the inside at turn 1. But a great battle they are having, and there's also a battle further up the road, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, which is very close. N and M have gotten involved in that one, moving themselves past Voodoo Racing and Dangers out. So, different starting pressures in the tyres for different Porsche Cayman teams, and maybe some of them have taken a little while longer to get into their perfect window and are now coming to it.
Yeah, Devin Peters is driving with the NNM team. That's his local team up there in Saskatchewan. They've got looks like the lumberjack paint job on, so that looks good. And yeah, I think you're right. I think once those pressures start to get, maybe the NNM started with lower pressures, now that getting some heat in the tires, pressures are building, getting a little bit more speed out of this thing.
Time for a bit of Mazda love. Team Village Idiots is leading that class, and of course, as always at Daytona, it's quite the draft fest in these lower horsepower cars. It's right behind there. We've got Huge Ass Miata with Chris Flamion, and he's under pressure from Top Step Esports and Jack Klepchik, and right in the picture as well is Love Racing with Nicholas Love. So close battles in both of our classes up front.
Yeah, Justin Hall there in the Team Village Idiot car. Looking good.
No alternator or battery troubles for him at the moment in that car, which is fantastic to see and makes a change for Justin.
Yeah, and I really love his helmet there with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles paint job. It really looks great.
Certainly does. Certainly helps him stand out, and you do get a good look at the helmet in a convertible open top car like this one. He's doing everything he can through the infield here to try and make a breakaway, but I think the cars behind are still just close enough. They're going to be picking up a tow from him down the long straights of the bank.
Yeah, it looks like Chris Flamion is doing all he can to try to hang on to that draft, but I think Justin might be able to slip away here if this Cayman stays behind. No, it looks like the Cayman's going to go ahead and get around him, but I think Justin might be able to get away.
Certainly with some of the traffic around, that makes it more possible that the drivers behind might lose a second and then fall out of the draft, not be able to close back in. There's 4 cars for the lead of that class. And then some other great battles a bit further down. We've got the former pole sitter, Zach will pay you 14 cents. They've dropped back into 5th and have their own little pack there with 9 Shoes at Autosport Black and F1 Boston. And then another 3-car battle with Love Racing too. So everyone in the top 12 is in some kind of battle.
Yeah, my screen is lit up red with all these boxes on tracking all these close battles. But up at the front, we have Sven Dimmel leading in the 337 huge ass Porsche. Giovanni Romano, I believe, is the driver of the second car, and he's running in the draft of his team car. It looks like they're playing nice and just trying to build a gap here. Third place, Devin Peters, also a Team Hugh Jess driver, but running with his local team that he races with up in Canada. NNM
with his buddies up north.
Yeah, with the buddies.
And everyone's your buddy up north.
Ooh, that was very close into turn one with Devin Peters in that Miata. I'm glad there was no contact. Yeah, NNM is a race winner in the ChampCar Endurance Series. So they're a established team that know how to get it done.
Yeah, certainly are. It's good pace from Devin at the moment. He's not quite matching first and second, but he's certainly pulling away from the rest of the pack, which is going to put him in a good position when some of the pit stops come around. Alex, we've got some rules for this race to try and align it more closely with a normal Champ Car event. What are some of those?
Well, the biggest one is the 2-hour drive time. So as it is in the ChampCar Endurance Series, you are only allowed to drive 2 hours at a time. Then you need to spend an hour out of the car before getting back in. It's a safety thing. Driving longer than that can, cause fatigue and maybe make mistakes and someone get hurt. So we are replicating that here today, and we'll be watching for cars breaking that, and we'll be penalizing them if they do.
Yep, indeed. A couple of positions have swapped around further back from here. iRacing have ended up eventually losing that position to We Came to Party, who took more than one attempt to get it done, but have put themselves ahead of the Porsche in BMW's close.
Oh, this is going to be exciting. The leaders are catching the lead pack of the Miatas here. Going to need to see some patience. And Sven not wanting to waste any time behind those Miatas, able to squeeze through there.
Yeah, certainly the Porsche's got a bit more power, a bit more straight line speed, but they're not that much quicker through the corners, especially the slower corners that require mechanical grip. That's a place that the Mazdas are actually pretty decent. It can be tough to get a handle on the Porsche Cayman GT4, especially if the track temperature gets hot like it's going to later in the day. Quite a cool morning, be pretty grippy conditions out there right now, but as the race goes on, that might start to go away.
Yeah, so in-sim time right now is 8:35 in the morning, but as we may have mentioned, the sun is at 2x, so things are going to be happening twice as fast as they do in real life, and that's to simulate the regular ChampCar race is a 14-hour race here. But we're doing a 7-hour race, so we wanted to make sure that we still get the same amount of sunshine change and some running after dark.
And of course, we are going to get use of the lights around Daytona here. They're going to turn them on for us, which is very nice. I know you can run up a pretty big power bill turning on that many lights, but we're going to be allowed to do it for this event.
Well, with what they charge for track rental. All right, let's go back and look at the 246. It looks like they have a good battle. I like the paint job on the 246. It's since we have two teams coming together, Danger Racing Group and Pinky's Out, they have merged their names, and then the car has logos from both teams, and it almost looks like they went to the paint booth and just used all the leftovers, but I think it looks good.
Yeah, they've really pulled a trick getting Jackson Pollock to design that one for them, but it's paid off. You're not going to miss it in all conditions.
No, it is definitely unique and looks good. They have all the contingency sponsors for the ChampCar Endurance series, like RVA Graphics and Wraps, Lifeline, Racing Radios, and Willwood Brakes. So glad to see them supporting the sponsors to support us.
Yeah, tough times for some of the GT4 class and also some of the Mazda class. A lot of traffic as those packs intertwine, and the slower class cars are going down a lap for the first time to some of these cars in this race. It's happened maybe a little earlier than we would have anticipated. 17 minutes in, and already the Caymans are doing all of that lapping and having to be very careful where they put their nose and how they pass these cars.
Yeah, we're working, let's see, lap 9 here. So if, we may see quite a number of these if they're able to cycle around every 10 laps. So should keep all the drivers busy all day long.
Certainly seems like that. Doc, what do you think about the speed difference between the two classes of car?
It's quite significant, but it's not unlike the real Daytona. I mean, when you get passed by, some of the KSR cars on the banking, and it's particularly like the Enterprise, they blow past you on the banking, and you can hear them coming.
I've got a lot of Mazdas, a lot of Miatas out there, Doc. What could you do with a dead cat?
Yeah, and they're pesky for sure. Those little Miatas, they'll catch you in the bus stop surprisingly quickly. And
Alex, there's some drama out there.
A ton of them around.
I just saw Anderson Gaming lose it on his own coming out of 4. It looked like he touched the apron and then got a bit of a wiggle and spun it down to the pavement. He's going to go ahead and break it down on the pit road, has the pit limiter on. Maybe just going to make sure nothing's broke.
Yeah, that is a bizarre one. Car got a bit loose on the banking. He came down onto the apron, and that unsettled the car even further. And I tell you what, a slide like that at speed like that, those tires will be done even if he managed to avoid the wall there. I wonder if he was already nursing some damage on the right-hand side of the car. Not sure there, but definitely he'll be able to get back out in the race.
Yeah, I can only imagine that he must have had a little damage to loop it on the banking like that, but it's still pretty busy though back here at the front of the Miata grid with the back of the Caymans working their way through. It looks like this has allowed the village idiot Justin Hall to break away from the pack though.
Yeah, we also had, it was Top Step Esports come through on the huge ass Miata as well, and he's built out a little bit of a gap, and Zach will pay you 14 cents has started to find the pace again and work towards the top 3 here. So I think 2nd through to 5th could be a battle coming along here, and a lot of it to do with more and more of these Caymans coming through as well.
Ooh. Oh, wow. Big crash. Fuse 15 just got in the wall at the bus stop.
Yeah, having a look at that one. So side by side coming towards the bus stop between Chris Flamian and Michael Hartigan in the Fuse 15 car there. And Flamian bails out of taking the bus stop, takes the escape road there, and at the same time, the Fuse 15 car gets very, very loose in the middle of the corner, spins up into the outside wall, and picks up a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, I think he just lost that on his own. Not sure if he just wasn't sure where the Miata was and was trying to give extra space, but quick thinking there on the huge ass Miata to bail out into the grass, go for safety. He almost got cleared out though whenever the came back across the track, but good driving there by Mr. Flamian.
Our Mazda leader, Team Village Idiots, have come down onto pit road, and I don't know if this is a unique and early strategy ploy or if there was some damage. I didn't see any damage. He's driven that car down onto pit road from the lead of the race. Quite an early stop. I can only imagine they're targeting a 2-hour drive time with that one, and no, the fuel tank can't make it.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a different guess here, that maybe they didn't fuel up the car after qualifying. I'm going to go with the theory that they reduced the fuel load for qualifying and then forgot to fill it up before they started the race. therefore they're out of gas. Because right now, even if they were trying to go for 2 hours, I don't think they could make it with a full tank from here. I think the Miata goes about 70 minutes. So looks like Justin's got it rolling again. So hopefully they can overcome this.
Yeah, it's put Jack Klepchik into the lead, and what a battle he's got going on with DJ Alessandrini and Travis Wallace right behind him. Christopher Flamion trying to keep pace with that as well. First, second, and third are certainly very close as they come into the bus stop. Jack Klepchik has a fast entry, but not so quick through the middle. Alessandrini maybe with a better exit, and he's going to come down low on the banking through the oval turns 3 and 4, and I think he's going to put that nose in front. So what about the possibility for a bit of bump drafting here? No,
I would be careful.
Yeah, so too would I, but there's some choices to be made here. It looks like there is just a little bit of damage on that number 91 because you just couldn't keep the momentum there, and Top Step Autosports get back into it. Oh, and they cop a little bit of a tap as well. They're going to go sideways through turn 1. They're going to hold on to it.
Nice save.
But that really checks up the field. Our top 5 all together now.
Yeah, that was a good save by the 55. He got a bit of a punt there by the 91, but he was able to gather it back up. That was a great save because that could have really been messy with all these cars breathing down their neck.
Yeah, not a good place to be sideways on the track. So a drag race first and second. The slow speed corners, it looks like the number 91 has it covered, but yeah, just doesn't have the straight line speed to hang. So it's into the lead for the minute as we've got the 50 car trying to work on through this pack.
Yeah, James Wolak, who is a regular in the year-long series. Glad to see him out here. He's a California guy, so good to see him make the trip out to Daytona.
So the pack all falls back in line for these Mazdas. DJ Alessandrini got a couple tenths of a second in hand, but we know that he's maybe missing some of that straight line speed. Is Top Step Esports going to be able to catch him, and it's Top Step Esports going to have to worry about the number 29, 9 Shiza Autosports Black. They're going to stay in line for the minute, especially as the Cayman's going to come through and pass them, but I think it's anyone's game for the lead. That's not what you want if you're the Mazdas.
No, I felt like he was there in plenty of time that he was going to be able to clear them, but it was almost like the Cayman just wasn't quite sure and slowed up a little bit more maybe than he had to, which kind of backed up the Miatas and is going to give 9 Shiza Autosport Black a chance here to make a move on Top Step Esports. This may allow Zach, we'll pay you 14 cents to crash our competition, to get away.
It's possible as they go side by side for second place. Saw someone, F1 Boston from 6th place, has dived down onto pit lane, or maybe that was 5th place. So a couple teams in the pit lane a little earlier than we might have otherwise expected, but still side by side for second place. Looks like Top Step are just going to hold on to that one, and non-Shiza aren't going to be able to come on through. Does put Christopher Flamion in an interesting position here where he's breathing down their neck, and here comes yet more Porsches trying to muscle their way on through.
Yeah, lots of great racing here up and down the pack. Looks like we have a 3-car battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th right now with the We Came to Party. They just got overtaken by iRacing.
Yeah, they certainly did. iRacing back to 5th for the minute as they go side by side into turn 1. And one of your favorite liveries there, the Dangers Out car, looming in the background as well, especially as these two continue to fight each other, as we've seen them do a couple times there. So iRacing in 5th, We Came to Party 6th, and Dangers Out right in the picture here in 7th as well.
Oh, and
a
as we
spin
see
for iRacing. Half spin, their car got loose at the rear. They've lost a bit of time. Everyone managed to avoid them, but it made We Came to Party check up, and now Danger's Out. Going to go from 7th to 5th in one corner.
Yeah, and John Hurley did not need a formal invitation to make that pass. He saw an opening and gassed it up and took the position. So looks like Danger's Out is moved into 5th place now.
certainly has indeed. That's not good for e-racing, because if you slide the tires like that at this point in your stint, they're going to get really slick, and it's difficult to get the grip back, and you'll be driving an oversteering mess of a car all stint long, which is not what you want at all. So you've got to be kind to the tires on these cars, because once they're gone, it's difficult to get them back.
Yeah, e-racing may fall back into the clutches here of Team Unreal Purple and Nine Shiza Autosport Red, so it'll be interesting to see how this plays out here. Hopefully he can take it easy here for a lap or so, get the tires cooled off. As they work past the Miata into the bus stop, looks like all three get through. Oh, as we see a car into the fence.
That's the Nine Shiza car that's gone into the wall. JD Callahan driving that one. Bus stop's such a difficult braking zone for these cars, and it looks like he might have gotten a bit loose and lost it.
Wow, looked like maybe he just got in there a little too hot and backed it around. That's no good. Looks like they took the tow, their own pit road. They can go ahead and take their fast repair now and get back out.
Yeah, a bit of a narrow line into the corner, not what you typically practice. So he's lost control of the rear, and that car's actually ended up buried in the tires, and that's why he needed the tow hook to bring it back to pit lane, because there was no way it was getting out of the tire barrier under its own power, unfortunately.
Yeah, but fortunately we do have fast repairs. Normally in endurance racing in the official series, there are no fast repairs for endurance races. You would have to sit here for 40 minutes to get the car repaired, and then maybe it wouldn't even be right at that point. But luckily, the race organizers were generous enough to provide 2 fast repairs. So once the tow's over, they'll be able to get their car back out there, probably only be maybe 2 laps down, and take the fight to the field.
Been some more problems for the 890 of e-racing. They've had the spin very similar to what it looked like before. Maybe they got a little bit of help this time, though. 890 goes backwards. Number 3 gives them a tap. Team Unreal Purple helping e-racing around.
David, I noticed at the front that the 2 HJ cars are still running in formation. Do you think that Gio is maybe saving some fuel riding in Sven's wake, and maybe they'll be able to use that advantage when it comes to the pit stops, take a little bit less gas and get back out in front?
Well, certainly it does look good for Giovanni Romano, where he's sitting right there, having ridden along in second place all race long. He'd certainly be saving a bit of fuel, and it's not what I want to see, because the blue car's my car. So Sven, what are you doing? Make him take the lead.
Yeah, and as I'm not sure if we mentioned, David will be driving later in the race. We'll have a bit of a rotating cast here through the booth, and I unfortunately won't be able to race, having a bit of hardware trouble today, but yeah, really excited to see you back out there on the track today.
I mean, I'm looking forward to it, and it's looking like a good car at the moment, isn't it? One thing to say, the lap times for these guys have started to drop off. The track not warming massively, but the best lap time of 1 minute 54.5 has given way to them. A lot of them driving the 1 minute 57s, 1 minute 58s right now in the Cayman class. So they were really quick once those tires warmed up, and now not necessarily so much.
Yeah, I guess that's just tire or the track warming up, not maybe so much as the tire going away. Still a long way to go. I think the fuel in the Cayman lasts a little over 30 laps, so I think they are able to go right around 82 to 84 minutes. But we're not sure on the fuel level. Some of these teams might have started with slightly less than a full tank. Maybe just trying to go to an hour, fill it up, and then do another hour, switch drivers. Or some of them may be going full tanks and then doing driver swaps every 80, 85 minutes. So it'll be interesting to see how all of the different strategies play out.
Yeah, it's certainly open to interpretation depending on your car and where you find yourself. It's close for the lead of that Miata class, and Nunchiza Autosports Black have the lead right now, but they are under a little bit of pressure here. They're going to look to hold on to that lead again, but they've got a car that looks very good through the corners behind them and is following in the draft in a straight line. Seems to be what's working for Zach will pay you 14 cents to crash our competition to stay in the picture.
Yeah, I think if I was in the 91, I would probably just ride in the draft. It looks like the damage they have on the front of their car is really hampering them on the banking. They're able to keep up and maybe even be a little faster here in the infield, but it seems like to get the lap times, their best bet right now would be to ride behind the 29 until they can get to the stops, get a little tape on that hood, and close up that gap.
Yep, certainly they're going to have the opportunity to do that and get themselves that brand new shiny car at the next pit stop if that's what they decide to do. So yeah, just stay in touch and fix it up when the stop comes around. Don't go off cycle. Seems like their best bet.
Looks like Top Step Esports still hanging around. I think they're going to be just right around the limit of where the draft would help them, but still keeping there in the top 3. We got huge ass Miata with Chris Flamian behind the wheel in 4th, and Love Racing back there in 5th. Well, David, we're 36 minutes into the race. Should we run down through the field?
I think a top 8 from each class would certainly do as well. So
right.
In the Cayman class, we'll go top 10. Team Huge Ass Blue GT4 and Team Huge Ass Gold GT4. Then NNM holding on to that final step on the podium. Voodoo Racing in 4th, 5th. Danger's out. Weekend Party in 6th. Team Unreal Purple looks like they're in 7th. UGA in 8th. 9th WDR and Team Unreal Aqua. Final car in the top 10 there, Alex.
Yeah, so we have the top 10 within 36 seconds. Let's go down and look at the Mazdas. So the leader of the Mazda is 9 Shiza Autosport Black. Second place is Zach will pay you 14 cents to crash your competition. Third, Top Step Esports Podium Hats. Then we have the Huge Ass Miata, followed by Love Racing, Trunk Monkey, Team ESBN Phenomenal, E&R Racing, piloted by Eric G. Then we have the Bucket List 370 car, Daring Greatly, which is Lee Molman's team. He has a Cadillac in the CCES series, and Kruger Tuned Racing will round out the top 10.
So it's still very close for the lead in both classes. We've got these sort of 2-car breakaway things going on. We've got pack 1 and 2 flying in formation in both classes.
Yeah, so I'm kind of surprised we haven't needed a caution. I thought maybe with some of the less experienced drivers on track, we would see some big incidents. But other than a few spins on cold tires early, really haven't seen many multi-car incidents, just a few single-car spins.
Yeah, a little bit of contact's been made here and there, but overall, for the most part, moderately clean, especially that first time when the Porsches came through to lap Mazdas. That was always going to be, a hold your breath kind of moment. We didn't see too much go wrong with that.
And just an update to 9 Shiza Autosport Red fans out there. The car is back on the track and is following NNM through the traffic. I think if they can manage to latch on here to Devin Peters' bumper, it'll be a good drafting partner with them. And they're only 1 lap down on the leader right now, so they're definitely still in this race.
Yeah, certainly a lot to happen. Obviously, each team with a variety of drivers to drive as well. So a lot could change. Some teams might have started with what they think is their strongest driver and maybe won't be so fast later on. Other teams might still have a gun to put in the car. So you can't read the situation right now as how it's always going to be. That's how it works with a lot of drivers. And of course, a wide range of experience between different drivers as well. You just never know. Don't count yourself out.
So, I'm getting an update from some of my spies down in the pit lane, and it turns out I was correct with the Team Village Idiots. Living up to their name,
I was going to say that.
They acted like the Village Idiot and left qualifying fuel in the car, started the race on that, and that's why they had to pit early. But they had a lot of pace early, so I expect that they'll be okay here. Daring greatly off the track there in the first horseshoe. Looks like coming back on without incident.
Yeah, missed that one myself, but Lee Mullerman, team owner, driving the car for the minute. Not sure who else is going to join him. Might have a look at that one a bit later, but certainly he's doing what he can to just keep the car on circuit in the 527. Take a look. He's got Alex Samardzic in the session with him right now, maybe sitting on the pit wall, reading out the lap times and telling him he's doing a great job. But not seeing a third driver for them just yet. But they've got at least two there between them.
And David, how we had talked about some of the rules that we're going to have today. One of them is the incident count penalties. So as I know you're aware, iRacing issues incidents for different types of infractions. So you get a 1x for an off track, a 2x for spin, or a 4x for car contact, either with another car or into the barriers. Today, once a team reaches 40 incident points, they will be issued a pass-through penalty. They will then receive another pass-through penalty for every 15 incidents. If a team reaches 85 incidents, they will be disqualified. So this is to keep people from abusing track limits at the bus stop mainly, and to not abuse the bumpers of their competitors. So I don't see anyone so far in trouble with the incidents, but that's something we're going to have to keep our eye on as the race goes on.
Yeah, Doc, I guess if you go off track too often and too many of the flaggers call it in, you'll get given that black flag, won't you?
Oh, yes, certainly.
That's kind of how it works, isn't it, Alex?
Oh, yeah.
It's up to the race director. If you have, multiple offs in a quick succession of time, they're going to bring you in just to make sure you're okay. You're not suffering from carbon monoxide poisoning or heat exhaustion, something like that.
Yeah, definitely a safety thing. So,
yeah.
And we don't always appreciate it when we're strapped in the seat, but from the outside, I definitely appreciate the race stewards looking out for the safety of the drivers.
Yeah, looking out for the safety of everyone and the safety of everyone's equipment as well. Got an interesting battle a little bit deeper in the Cayman fields between the 12 and the 15. Team Unreal Aqua and WDR. WDR just dropped back a little bit this time coming onto the banking, but they looked like they were maybe closing it up a little bit. They got two wide Mazdas for them to pass as well.
Yeah, Bradley Daly trying to hang on there with Team Unreal Aqua. Got stuck behind a Miata, it looked like, though, so that might hamper his chances.
Yeah, your exit off the bus stop is pretty critical to your lap time here, and there was a car just there that wasn't perfect timing for him, not quite how he wanted it. So Fortunately, that falls apart a little bit, but there's still plenty of close racing, including We Came to
1
Party and
second.
Danger's Out, who can't stop.
Yeah, that's a good battle for 5th and 6th. We also have a battle for 7th and 8th, and one for 11th and 12th. Where should we go first?
Danger's Out have just come past We Came to Party, this time coming into the first horseshoe.
Yeah, John Hurley not messing around at all today. Really looking to set the pace.
Move was actually done on the way into turn 1, so he must have had a good run out of the bus stop like we talked about, and then followed closely in that draft, used all of the straight line speed. Couple of different setup options for the rear wing though.
Yeah, I think everyone's going to have it trimmed out for the most part. Just the nature of the circuit, but we may see some of the cars that look like they're a little faster on the infield. They could possibly have a bit more rear wing and then get punished on the banking. This will be interesting though here with Danger's Out and We Came to Party. They're catching a group of 4 Miatas. The Miatas are passing each other. This will be a moment where we'll have to see some patience. Looks like Hurley's going to get one of them going in. Oh, he's going to have to run here through 2 wide. Miatas are 2 wide. Oh, they feel like they're almost stopped, I'm sure. John is
trunk monkey side by side there. It really going to check up John Hurley, and around the outside up high is going to go We Came to Party, and We Came to Party couldn't get the move done that way. Danger's Out and John Hurley just hold on to it.
And We Came to Party just gave John Hurley a bit of a bump draft. I would really be careful with that. I've noticed in the practice races, it's very easy to get turned around by a Cayman. The way the slope nose is, it seems to almost go up under the rear bumper. So they got away with that one down in turn 1. A little bit of a wiggle out of Hurley.
It goes a bit wide there, and they're going to be side by side. I would think. Looks like We Came to Party might be just a little bit quicker here and heading towards a horseshoe. He does get that position back. So these guys have traded that 5th spot a couple times now.
So hearing a little bit of chatter among the teams, the co-driver, John Hurley's co-driver, going down to deliver a message to We Came to Party, asking them to please stay off the bumper. They don't want to get accidentally turned around into the fence this early in the race.
Yeah, for those reasons you mentioned, not the smartest way to do in these cars, especially. It's tough on the banking as well because, it's flat out, but it is a turn there, through 3 and 4 and across the stripe there, part of it's the D of the tri-oval as it were, or whatever. So, yeah, it's flat out, but it is a turn.
So we're 47 minutes in. We're probably about 20 minutes away from the Miata leaders coming onto pit road for gas. How is the battle back there in Miata land?
I'm taking a look. It's still.
Looks like it's
I was
pretty
taking a look
close.
at the wrong thing on my screen there, but yeah, 1st and 2nd still pretty close. They've got 8 seconds over 3rd place. And then 4th and 5th having their own little battle as well. Love Racing 1 and Christopher Flamion in the huge ass Miata. Love Racing are in front going into turn 1. Close little battle for them.
Looks like a pretty good battle here for 26th and 27th. At the back of the Cayman field, Tooth Autosport Shopify and 9 Shiza Autosport Green running just about a second apart.
Yeah, there's already been a pit stop for the 9 Shiza car there. It's Nick Peterson who's driving right now, and a long pit stop it was. So they lost a lot of time there. So they're going to try and fight back on the banking. They they come, and they are within 1 second, so they're going to be picking up that tow. See if they can close in on the Tooth Autosport Shopify vehicle.
So Sven Dimmel coming around to put a lap on 22nd place, the R-Bank Racing 90racing.com entry. The pace has been really strong at the front, starting to see those huge-ass cars open up a bit of a gap. As we see Giovanni Romano run very wide into turn 1. Must have had a little bit of trouble there on the brakes. Quite a collection of cars here. Oh, as we see a spin just in front of the leaders. Oh no! Wow, that was very close. All right, it's getting wild out here. That was
51 cars gone. The car that's gone for the pirouette. One of the who's that? Yeah, Nine Shizer Autosport Green. Nick Peterson, the car we were kind of looking at, and what has happened for them? Alex Levinson in the Fuse 15 car goes off track, spins back on, and that collects the Nine Shizer car and sends them right into a barrel roll.
And
so
just a moment ago, we had the Nine Shite or the. Well, I'm trying to make sure I got the right. Z-Tech Racing got in the back of Dangers Out, which then caused them to get into We Came to Party, caused We Came to Party to get spun off in the first horseshoe. Saw some apologies going out from Dangers Out. That really wasn't their fault. Not much they can do whenever they're being pushed from behind. So just unlucky there for We Came to Party.
Action aplenty, and I think some of the drivers would do well to just give a little bit more space and cool it. It's still early.
Yeah, it's just like all racing drivers. They seem to lose a few IQ points when they tighten up that chin strap. So same thing as in real life. It's a simulator.
We have a yellow out on the circuit, our first safety car intervention of the race. That is going to, that's going to be big. So the pace car is going to pick up our overall leader, which is Sven Dimmel at the moment, and then compress all of the field. 50 minutes into the race, what are you thinking if you're deeper in the pack? Do you think there's any advantage to taking a pit stop under this yellow, or do you stay out?
I expect that we'll see all of our leaders. I think all the field should come down and get gas right now. You'll lose less time under the yellow. Might lose a few positions in the running order, but you'll definitely lose less track time. So with 53 minutes in, I think both classes, if they pit now, could fill up and then make it to the 2-hour mark. So from where I sit, the race strategy is pretty simple. I think we want to see all the cars come down the lane this time.
Let's see if the drivers and the teams decide to follow your advice there. The pace car's just left the end of pit lane. That Mustang called into duty for the first time since the start of this race. It is lights ablaze and looking to pick up our overall leader and then compress the field. So let's take a look how many cars are left on the lead lap in our respective classes, because if you were just about to go a lap down and managed to avoid it, this has come at a very lucky time for you.
Yeah, for sure. I think the pit lane was probably closed that time by, so next time around we'll see something. Race control is giving all the drivers a bit of a chat right now, letting them know, need to calm down. We've had some crashes. It's early in the race. So let's go ahead and run down through the field here. In the Cayman class, the leader is Huge Ass Blue GT4. Behind them is Huge Ass Gold GT4. Third place is NNM. Then we have Voodoo Racing, Dangers Out, UGA Motorsports, and Team Unreal Aqua. Then WDR, We Came to Party, and iRacing rounding out the top 10. I think this caution's going to benefit We Came to Party probably the most. They lost a lot of time to Dangers Out there with that punt that they got in turn 3. Top 10 of the Mazda class is Zach will pay you 14 cents to crash our competition. 9 Shiza Autosport Black. Top Step Esport Podium Hats. The Huge Ass Miata. Love Racing 1. Team ESBN Phenomenal. ENR Racing. Trunk Monkey Racing. Kruger Tuned Racing, and Daring Greatly.
Field starting to come together behind the pace car, which is coming through bus stop this time. So I think pit road ought to open this time around. We'll see if it is a busy time on pit road this time around. The whole field now just starting to compress behind our leaders as well. So if some of the teams do decide to dive down, we're going to see them all together.
Yeah, it looks like everyone's starting to try to catch up here. I'm looking at DJ Alessandrini, the leader of the Miatas right now. He's coming through the bus stop, trying to catch up to the back of the field.
Pit road now open, I'm hearing. So they're approaching pit entry, and keep your eyes peeled. Who is going to think about it? The second place car, Giovanni Romano, is angling towards pit entry. So is the 074 in the MX5 class there. We've got NNM thinking about it as well. So first and second going to go onto the pit lane. Who else is following them in?
Let's see here. Looks like Voodoo's coming in as well as Dangers Out. Some cars, a lot of cars staying on the track. I'm kind of surprised about this. UGA coming onto the pit lane as well. We Came to Party pitting.
Some of the guys that stay out might then get a lap back potentially. So that's one to watch. So now Team Unreal Aqua have stayed out, cycled into the lead of the Cayman class, and for the Mazda Miata class, Top Step Esports are now cycled through into the lead as almost everyone else in the top 5 comes onto the lane. So, did you see many driver swaps on pit lane under that caution?
I didn't catch any. Let me look here at We Came to Party. Let's see. Did they switch drivers? No, it looks like they're going to
Some driver swaps in both of the HJ cars there. So, Sven out, Clank in, and Romano out.
Whoa, big spin.
What a dramas he's had.
Andrew Fawcett just backed it in the fence.
Cold tires on the outlap under yellow, and he's lost control under yellow, ended up on the grass and lost it. That is no good at all. Not a great introduction.
No, and I'm surprised the car isn't more damaged than it is for as hard as he hit. It really doesn't look that bad. I'm going to assume they'll go ahead and bring it down the pit lane though, and take one of those fast repairs, because man, that was a hard hit.
Yeah, so that is rather bizarre indeed. he went into the tie barriers pretty hard there. So pit stops for a bunch of the cars. Now it's Team Unreal. Did we run this down? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills here. Team Unreal Aqua now going to be at the head of the Cayman field. Yeah, field's coming through the bus stop now. Lights are out on the pace car, so it looks like we are going to get racing this time. And that is almost 1 hour of racing done, 6 hours to go. Track temp's still relatively cool, still early morning, but that will definitely change throughout this stint. So David Palermo for Z-Tech Racing looks like he's the first car behind the pace car. I'm not seeing him scored as our leader, so see what happens there, how the field shakes out when we get racing again. Pace car is in, and we are racing once again for 7 hours from Daytona. David Palermo is going to lead the field towards turn 1. Hopefully we get a clean restart here. Number 12, Team Unreal Aqua, goes around the outside, and he's going to get back into the lead.
Yeah, I wonder if the 7 was staying out, hoping to get their lap back, and just not able to quite hang on to it. Ooh, getting a bit of a wiggle here.
So field racing once again, and quite a few cars out there are going to be on cold tires. So Andrew Fawcett, who we saw have that incident under yellow, has stayed out on track and not appearing to suffer too badly from it. He's got to work his way through the field. Some of the cars that didn't pit, some of the cars that didn't take tires, and someone goes for a big lazy loop on the rejoin onto the oval. Looked like it might have been Penguin Racing.
Yeah, not sure. I'll have to go back and take a look at that. Wow, quite a kerfuffle of cars here, though, in the banking. Wow, 4 wide. I thought someone was going to get turned.
Yeah, so the field all bunched together, different classes mixed as well, and we get to the banking for the first time, and it really starts to sort itself out. The speed difference of the Caymans becomes very, very clearly noticeable. Race control currently working to clear up some confusion around that restart, though. It sounds like someone might have gone down pit entry as we were going green, and it's caused some confusion.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. We had some cars that pit there at the last minute and caused some people to get passing under yellow penalties. Looks like race control's got it under control, so that's good. All right, up at the front of the field, we have Tyler Langenberg with Team Unreal Aqua being pressured heavily right now by Bradley Daly in the WDR entry. They're starting to open up a really good gap over the next car of Simon Foulweather in the iRacing car. They got about 5 seconds.
Yeah, solid jump that our first 2 cars have managed to get. Some of that helped by the tangle of Mazdas that we had behind them there. So 5 seconds clear already on the second green flag lap for Unreal Aqua and WDR. iRacing, a little bit of a cork in the bottle there, got on second thought behind them, and then after that it's all cars that have pitted.
Yeah, a quick stop by Precision Motorsports. They were only in their box for 10 seconds, so not sure how much gas they were able to put in it, but maybe that was enough to fill it up. It'll be interesting to see how far they can go here into this run.
Yeah, we'll see. That might get them to that 2 hours since the start of the race. Not sure, but then they would have also saved a little bit of fuel while we were on those pace laps as well. See how that one works out.
So earlier we had talked about the car 91 and the damage they had. It looks like they pit under the last caution, got that fixed up, and now their car looks much better and back up to full speed.
Yeah, and they've also worked their way back to the race lead there as well. So driver swap for them. Now Tom O'Gorman driving. So driver swaps for a few cars around in both classes. Trunk Monkey Racing second have Nine Shiza Autosports Black right behind them. But because of the way the restart went, I think that Mazda field is far, far more spread out than they thought they would be after a safety car restart.
Ooh, I think that the car number 41 has some significant damage. The car is dog walking down the pit entry here. They have had hard contact with something. The rear toe is way out.
Yep, so a lot of damage on that car then. They're going to find where their pit box is. Craig Anderson's looking down the lane and he's found it. Gets his car fixed. But I wonder, you only have so many fast repairs and you don't want to use them too early. It's like you never want to use your get out of jail free card too early.
Yeah, just got a bit of a contact there going towards turn 6. Got turned around into the Armcos and really adjusted the rear toe to the max. So, close battle here at the lead. Team Unreal Aqua getting pressured and maybe passed here by WDR. As we work lap 30, coming to 31 here.
Different philosophies to painting the car here, but you can certainly find that WDR car. It might glow in the dark.
Yeah, I enjoy their paint job. I like one that you can spot from a long way away, and that one's definitely unique.
So Bradley Daly not making maybe as much advance as he might like, but second and third is very close for the Mazda field. That's the 29 and the 76, and they work their way through a bit of traffic. 76, Trunk Monkey Racing get very sideways, open up the door, and back through goes 9 Sport Black. So the 29 car back into second place. So that battle, second and third, going to continue there, and they've got quite a bit of traffic, some lapped down cars, some Porsches coming through as well, and ranging up behind them, they've also got 4th place and 5th place. So that yellow has done something to bring the racing back. And have you learned anything in your travels down to pit road, Alex?
Yeah, just trying to find out what the strategy call was on the huge ass blue car. I thought their driver Sven Dimmel was planning to run the full 2 hours at the start. A little bit of they ended up making a different call, and so now we're going to see Mr. Klink try to do 2 hours, and then I believe it'll be your turn in the car.
I look forward to that, and I look forward to there being a lot of car left at that point as well, hopefully. So pressure continues for the 76 Trunk Monkey Racing. They've let 9 Shiza Autosport through, and now they've got Christopher Flamion behind. He took a service at the last pit stop, at the last yellow flag period as well, and he's come back out about where he was before it. So he's probably carrying more fuel in a slightly better position that way, and still trying to fight on track for third.
Oh, as I see a car rejoining here through the grass in the second horseshoe. Looks like it's not Voodoo. It's 9 Shiza Autosport Red. They're having their problems continue to compound. They're back moving again here.
That class is looking very interesting as well. Team Unreal Aqua leading to the stripe right now, but WDR in the draft closing, and they've got a bit of traffic to deal with here as well. That's going to hinder Bradley Daly's attempts at getting through into the lead. Wide goes Tyler Langenberg, and he still manages to hold on to lead, but the gap is down to underneath a tenth of a second. Side by side into the first horseshoe. It's going to be the wide entry for WDR. Doesn't work out for them there. Maybe they'll try and get the exit off the corner. They're keeping the pressure on. It's just not quite working out.
Yeah, looks like Tyler has a bit more experience in the sim. He's definitely got a higher license and a bit more IR than Bradley. So Bradley's doing a good job here to keep with him. I think if he can just stay in this draft, let Tyler pull him down the road, try to build that
There's a bit
gap.
of contact between third and fourth in that class.
Oh no.
On second thought, tried to close the door on iRacing, and contact's been made between the both of them. On second thought has come off worse, but I guess maybe you can put your eyes on that as well, Alex, and tell me how you make of it.
Yeah, to me it looked like one second thought just tried to close the door whenever iRacing already had their foot in and ended up getting turned around. I don't think they made contact, just had a bit of trouble getting going again because of the traffic, and the traction control in the Cayman really makes it hard to get moving in the grass. Anytime the wheels slip, it cuts power, and just really hard to get moving sometimes from a stop in the grass. But looks like on second thought and Will Robbins are back moving, and I'll keep an eye on them here. They might be ducking into the pits just to take a look at it, but they're working their way towards the bus stop now.
Yeah, iRacing got going as well, but lost 2 positions. So Precision Motorsport moved up into third, and the HJ Blue Machine has moved up into fourth. It's unfortunate for both of those cars there, an accident that didn't really need to happen.
Yeah, that's, it's part of this endurance racing. It really takes a lot of patience. I know race control was preaching to the drivers, but like I mentioned before, once they tighten that chin strap down, logic just doesn't really work on them anymore. Looks like Will Robbins is going to stay out, so I guess the car feels okay. They're on his half a lap shakedown. That's allowed Andrew Fawcett to get by, though, and move up in the 9th position. He seems to be doing okay. I guess the car wasn't that damaged backing it into the fence at 80 miles an hour, so that Porsche build quality is good enough to win some of those JD Byrider awards.
Yeah, so I think he's been a very, very lucky boy with that one, because otherwise you would have looked very foolish with that mistake under yellow to right off the car. Otherwise, he's found the most softest velvety cushion of a tire barrier around this circuit. The rest of it's a bit more coarse, but that particular bit that he found, perfect.
I think that we'll see Miatas coming onto the lane, ones that did not pit during the caution there, here very soon. If it had stayed green, they would be definitely in the window, but that caution had to help them with their fuel mileage. The first Miata that hasn't pit would be the 76 car, Trunk Monkey Racing.
Yeah, all the all the cars that did pit in that class under the most recent caution did a very, very good job of working their way back up to the front, and some of that might have been helped by the fact the field for some of the cars wasn't fully compressed when the pit lane opened. It can be a tough ask for some of those Mazdas to catch the pack when they only have one lap to do it under the safety car. The pace car's doing about 60 miles an hour, and if you're going to catch them in one lap, you've got to average 120, and that's a challenge.
Yeah, considering that's the top speed of the Mazda in a straight line.
Yeah, you're not quite going to skip the bus stop, are you?
No, not without the automated steward coming on and giving you a penalty. So up at the front, we see the top two haven't pit, then the next two have, but iRacing and Simon Foulweather have not pit. But as we saw a few minutes ago, they got turned around, so they've lost that precious track position that they had gained through not stopping. It'll be interesting to see how this all shakes out once we get a little further in the race.
Yep, a lot of unknowns to still deal with and see what happens. More driver swaps as well.
Yeah, and the teams will typically have at least one fast driver, but even on IMSA teams, not all the drivers are able to go the same pace. So it'll be interesting when we see some of the slower drivers do their time. I'm sure the race strategists will be trying to minimize that time as best they can, having their hot shoes in there for as much as they can while still obeying the 2-hour drive time rules.
Oh, our Porsche leader goes wide through turn one again, struggling to get that car stopped and turned at the same time for Team Unreal Aqua in the 12 car. So they're under pressure once again from WDR, but all the little mistakes running wide here and there, it's not been significant enough to see them relinquish the lead just yet. So that's some advice for all the aspiring drivers, isn't it? If you're going to make a mistake, just make sure it's not a big enough mistake.
Right, and I wasn't sure about their strategy of staying out, but it's working because they have the clean air, and Alexander Klink back there in third is fighting his way through all this traffic and actually running slower laps. So those guys out front in the clean air really able to make hay while the sun shines.
Yeah, and they've completed 36 laps, going to be 37 when they come to the line this time on the fuel that they started with. So I think they've still got a bit more time left in them. We're not going to see them imminently, but yeah, eventually they're going to have to pit in the next 20 minutes or so just from fuel, not because of the drive time limit in place here in this ChampCar iRacing 7 hours of Daytona.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see just how far Team Unreal Aqua can go. I think they're probably maybe less than 5 laps away from needing a stop. So looks like WDR falling off the back here a little bit. Needs to close that up so they can stay with them all the way to the stops here.
And they also go very wide into turn one. Sometimes you can make that line work, but I'm just not so sure. Maybe for our predominantly American audience, you can be the weatherman today, because I'm seeing that the track temperature is now just starting to tick up.
Yeah, it looks like track temp is 92 degrees. The air temp is 79 degrees. It's partly cloudy here in Daytona, with winds out of the northeast at 15 miles an hour. Our relative humidity is 47%.
And as of course, stay indoors.
Yes, stay home and watch the wonderful broadcast that we're putting on.
You're flattering yourself there, but I'd take it for sure.
Let's see here, looking at the lap times, it's continuing to slow down. Our two leaders are the fastest two on the track right now, and they're running 56s. As you look down the sheet, it goes from 57s to 58s to 59s, all the way up into the 2-minute lap times here for some of the cars further towards the back of the pack. Devin Peters back in 17th position in the 6 car. He's one of those cars that's turning fast laps. Actually just went fastest car on the track with a 55.397, but he's a minute and a half behind the leaders. Not sure what happened there with him.
Well, a few cars to have made 2 stops, and I'm seeing that the most recent one was 4 seconds, so they might have picked up some damage and had to have got that fixed, or they had a penalty of some kind otherwise. But, 2 trips onto the pit lane is at least 1 too many at this point in the race.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Hopefully, they're able to overcome that and get back up there. They were looking very strong in the opening laps. Let's check in here.
How long does it take to put a set of tires on these cars? I'm looking at some of the pit stop times and wondering if which of the Porsches took fuel only. Certainly that's the case for Precision Motorsports, but is 30 seconds enough to change all 4 tires?
Yeah, I believe so. I think you could get the tires done in 30 seconds. I think a driver change takes around 23 seconds, but they're changing tires while you do that. Definitely a long pole in the tent is the fuel. Takes quite a while to fill up one of these Miatas. The Porsches fill a little bit quicker with their gravity-fed fuel tanks, but still, you're going to sit still for a little bit if you need to top it all the way off. So it looks like down there in the Miata class, our leader, the 91 car, starting to open up a bit of a gap over 9 Shiza Autosport Black in second. It's about 10 seconds right now. So, but then in third, we have the huge ass Miata. They're a further, about 5 seconds off of second. Looked like Team Village Idiots was trying to work their way back up through there and maybe get a position. Oh, as I see the 22 car, Tooth Autosport, just looks like they've slid off the track, made some contact with the wall. Similar to what Andrew Fawcett did earlier, ran wide at the kink, lost control, but instead of spinning it around and backing into the tire wall, they oversteered into the Armco. Heavy damage on the left front of the 22 of Tooth Motorsports. They were able to get going without any contact with any other cars. Expect to see them on the pit road soon.
Yeah, that's a new and creative way we've seen to come unstuck there. That kink, it's probably one of the most deceptive corners on this circuit. Half of the time it's flat out, it's not even a consideration, and then you might be catching someone, you have to go too wide through there, or the track gets hotter and your tires are going away from you, and suddenly it can be a difficult corner when for the first half of your stint it was nothing. It was just part of a straight.
Yeah, it's on cold tires, it can be a killer. Too wide, it can be really dangerous too. But like you said, it's really not even something you put in your mind, because most of the time you just go through there flat, get it pointed at the next corner, and look for your braking zone. So definitely keep.
Darren Greatly and Trunk Monkey Racing battling each other for 7th.
Yeah, quite a good battle we have going on here with the 527 and the 76.
Trunk Monkey have it at the moment. The gunship grey of the 527 Daring Greatly has a better run, though, looking a bit cleaner on the front of the car as well. Better straight line speed, but he's going to be around the outside for turn 1, and they've got a car behind trying to peek his way through as well. Ooh, big sideways for Trunk Monkey, and that pushes them wide on the exit. Classic over-under move from Lee Moorman to get that spot back, hold on to 7th for the moment. Both of these guys have moved up through the field from where they qualified.
Yeah, as we see Daring Greatly making that left-hander up onto the banking, I can let you know that he's up 14 positions from the start. Chunk Monkey up 10 positions. So both of those drivers looking to get their teams to have a chance at the Hard Charger Award today.
Yep, indeed. So there was more damage on the Daring Greatly Racing car earlier, but they pitted underneath that yellow. It looks like pitted 2 laps ago, and car looking fixed and pointing the right way.
Up at the front of the field in the 15 car, Bradley Daly able to get around Team Unreal Aqua, starting to set a bit of a gap here. It's 1.2 seconds. It was only 0.2 at the line. So in those 6 turns on the infield, Bradley was able to put another second on him. As though now we see Tyler using that draft to pull back up, close it down. It'll be interesting to see what the gap is at the start-finish line after 2 miles of drafting.
Yeah, indeed, and it'll feel like longer than that as well. So Bradley Daly into the lead, but the lead not quite 1 second, right on the verge of that. And Daly's maybe looks not quite as quick, but a little more consistent. And Tyler Langenberg has these bursts of speed, but then we've seen that car looks like a little bit of a handful sometimes and maybe isn't so suited to the track getting slipperier. We will see, but it is a good run for Team Unreal Aqua in the tow. They're going to get a couple tenths of a second back, but not be close enough to challenge into turn 1.
Yeah, it looks like he got it down to 0.6. So that run from the bus stop to the start-finish line, it looks like you can draft up about 0.4 to a half a second, but that's something we'll want to keep in our minds as the race goes on and we see some moves there towards the finish. Bradley Daly is the fastest car on the track right now, though, with a 56.269. So I'm going to guess Daly's getting low on fuel and really just using up all that car has left before he comes in for a stop.
Yeah, we definitely think 90 minutes is possible to a tank of fuel, but much beyond that and how much anyone could save behind the safety car, we are yet to know. But these guys together, 12-second lead over third place. So they're in a good spot at the moment, and there's definitely a way to make this work to the end with maybe one less pit stop than some of their other competitors.
Yeah, I think so. I think they'll be in a good position here. It'll be interesting to see what the pit stop times are, but I think that they're going to come out right around Danger's out, maybe Bavarian Mustache Works, right around 11th, 12th in the Cayman field if they were to pit this lap. So just have to see how it plays out. They got slowed down a bit by a Miata there.
Through the bus stop there, and so Bradley Daly has to go a bit high. Team Unreal Aqua are back into the lead. Was that just a check up through the bus stop, or is there a slowdown order for WDR? They're still at racing pace now. They just got a poor exit there, and they've lost the lead just because of where the traffic was. That's how it is sometimes.
Yeah, and that's endurance racing, multi-class racing. You have to slow down sometimes. So that was good patience. Glad to see that. Live on to fight another day. Save the car. They still have a big gap over third. It's down now to 11.3 seconds as Mr. Klink is moving up. Alexander Klink, the fastest car on the track.
Problems there for Team Unreal Aqua, trying to get around the 370, who he didn't realize was going offline, and he moves that Miata out of the way, and in doing so loses the lead of the race. So it's all excitement at the pointy end, but as they do that, these guys are losing time hand over fist, and now they've got more traffic to deal with.
Yeah, as we see the 40 car there, the Cayman class, getting in the grass, bouncing out into the track, caused WDR to have to take a bit of a wide line. Oh, man. Team Unreal Aqua flashing the lights, just, I'm sure, screaming in his helmet right now, get out of the way. This lap traffic in the slower classes are just really holding him up. This is going to allow Bradley Daly to get a bit of a runaway here.
Yeah, gosh, gonna cringe when I see the lap times from both of these guys this time around, because they lost time hand over fist in several places, and it was absolutely the worst for Tyler Langenberg and the Team Unreal Aqua car, getting held up in several spots. And traffic giveth, traffic taketh away.
Yeah, good move though by Tyler there, able to get around all that traffic, get into the bus stop nice and deep, close down that gap on Bradley, and and he's back within a half a second. So that was good work by Tyler to close this up, not let him get away. And as we see the WDR car coming down onto the pit lane this lap, your leaders on pit road.
Interesting. So a green flag stop for WDR. You have to say we're likely to see a driver swap at this one for them as well. Otherwise, this will just be a splash and dash. So Bradley Daly looking for his pit stall. He's found his lollipop guy and he's parked it in the box. No, he hasn't. He's missed his lollipop guy. He's had to engage reverse gear. This is a horrible stop for Bradley Daly.
All right, now it's up on the jacks. Look, they are switching drivers. It looks like Christopher Wilson will be getting in the car, fitting a new set of tires and a full tank of gas.
See if this triggers a cascade for some of the other cars in class that haven't pitted yet. Will we see Team Unreal Aqua soon? Will we see iRacing soon? And on second thought, also need a pit stop. Same too for Penguin Racing, which I'm deciding is one of my favorite names out there.
Yeah, you mentioned those lap times of the leaders last lap where they almost had to come to a stop. Tyler, our leader, had a 2-minute lap last lap. Second place, Alexander Klink with a 1:55. So Mr. Klink was able to take a big chunk out of that lead. He's working here through the banking, headed down towards the bus stop in the huge-ass GT4 Blue car.
So WDR have come back out on circuit in 14th place in class, but there's still at least 4 cars in front of them that need to pit, and they're now in a better position fuel-wise than all the cars that pitted underneath the yellow. So we'll see how that one shakes out, and the possibility of more cautions deeper in the race. Certainly still a possibility.
Yeah.
Team Unreal Aqua on the lane as well. So Team Unreal Aqua going to respond to WDR, and they come into the lane and much more effective at finding their pit stall and getting in the box. Tyler Langenberg car goes up on the jacks. Rear wheels are spinning right now. We are going to get a driver swap. So Langenberg out, Anton Bursbo in for Team Unreal Aqua. And if this is a clean stop for Unreal Aqua, they'll definitely come out ahead of WDR because it's just a lot cleaner getting into their box. iRacing also onto the lane, so that sort of answers how far the Caymans can go, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like right around 90, 92 minutes with a couple caution laps. Looks like Carlos Menendez getting in for iRacing as we see the Unreal Aqua car rolling again. Let's follow Unreal Aqua here and see how big of gap they are able to get on WDR here when they come out of the pits. Those cars were very close together, but with the pit stop errors by WDR, I think, yes, and WDR just now crossing the line. This is going to be about 8 or 10 seconds worth of gap here.
WDR, I'm seeing, lost 9 seconds on pit road to that little blunder. Same pit stop time between WDR and Team Unreal Aqua, but the lane time was 9 seconds longer for WDR. So hopefully they've learnt from that one that you're better to be smooth and precise in finding your box than getting in hastily.
Yeah, agreed. All right, David, I'm going to step away for a moment and make sure that they have your fire suit and your helmet and everything ready down there in the pits so you can hop in the car here in just a bit.
Right, so he's headed for a trip down onto pit lane to see everything is ready in the huge ass camp. And our guy Alex Klink has moved the 337 back into the lead as we've seen these pit stops come through for Cayman cars. We saw iRacing, we saw Unreal Aqua, we saw WDR. We're yet to see On Second Thought on the lane. My goodness, that was a long stop. 1 minute 45 seconds for iRacing. They might have been speeding on their way into the lane. That's something you really got to look out for here, especially at Daytona, because you come from the high banking, high speeds of NASCAR turns 3 and 4, and then you've got to whoa it up all the way to the pit lane speed limiter, and that's at the end of the stint when your tires are worn. So that is an easy thing to do, is to just come in a little bit too hot and get caught speeding on the lane. Looking at Andrew Fawcett, one of those cars that pitted under the caution. My timing screen refuses to make absolutely any sense of this, but he's currently running in 7th place. Last lap was okay-ish, but he didn't manage to close the gap to Dangers Out in front, where Andrew Huggins is driving for the moment. Those two relatively close on track. Just a little bit closer from Andrew Fawcett, and he might be able to size up a position. Conversely, Andrew Huggins is trying to keep that gap far enough that he isn't giving away a slipstream for the driver behind to get closer. It's a little bit of traffic for Andrew Huggins. He's got what I believe is our leading Miata. He makes easy work of that. Now it's Fawcett's turn to the inside of the first horseshoe. Both of them get through pretty easily there, all things considered, and that's kind of how you end up becoming the Miata leader, is not getting in the way of other cars and surviving out there. Huggins looking for a way to put Z-Tech Racing a lap down. Not able to do it just yet. Z-Tech goes high and Dangers Out will go low on the banking and get on through there. What's the good word?
Well, it looks like they'll have your stuff ready at the next stop. Mr. Klink has about 25 laps of fuel left. Then we'll be putting you in the car for a stint. Then Tom will join me in the booth. Next, after your stint, we'll put Tom in the car and then rotate back to Mr. Klink to finish. It looks like right now, if they can stretch the fuel out to 90 minutes, it looks like we'll be able to finish just as we run out of gas, but might need a splash and go. It'll depend on how the yellows fall and how crazy it gets. But yeah, you're next in here in about 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, that all checks out. 7-hour race here in the caution period. Did finish at about the top of the first hour. If you're talking 90-minute stints, then that's 4 stints to get to the end and right on the bubble of it as well. Close here. Andrew Fawcett's trying to put Z-Tech Racing a lap down, and it's just not quite working for him. It's letting Dangers Out build out quite a bit more lead than they had. He was closing down on that position. Now he's lost a bit of time. Let's take a commentary break here in huge ass coverage of special ChampCar iRacing event, the 7 hours of Daytona. We've had just over 1.5 hours of racing. We've got 5.5 to go, and we'll be back with commentary shortly. Enjoy these pictures in the meantime. welcome back. Thank you for joining us. This HJ presentation of ChampCar, 7 hours of Daytona. Just been looking at Devin Peters in the NNM car, which is a very Canadian plaid Porsche, and been making some good moves there while we're watching. Got past Team Unreal Purple, put another car a lap down, and is eyes forward looking to catch Bavarian Mustache Works for another position for them there. 2 times time acceleration in this session means the track's starting to get pretty hot, and we're getting kind of close to lunchtime, Alex.
Yeah. I think I just felt some hunger pains there. Thanks for that.
So
Yeah.
from second place, Precision Motorsports is onto the lane in the 211. So they are making a pit call there for their second time.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, we're almost to midday here in the sim. Air temp is up to 82, track up to 96, so getting a little bit warmer. But we're seeing some... Precision Motorsports are on the lane here.
Yeah, indeed, that was from second place there. So looks like a driver swap. David Costello getting in. As it looks right now, that elevates Voodoo into second, UGA up into third. So the cars that pitted under the yellow are now starting to cycle back towards the front of the field, but they themselves aren't too far away from a pit stop. The numbers that I've got, the telemetry from our car here in the commentary box, which is very, very useful, and I'm seeing, yeah, still maybe 15 laps of fuel left in that one that pitted under yellow, so about half an hour still to run.
Yeah, any of the drivers that have already swapped out could run for another half an hour. We're, let's see, 5 hours and 14 minutes remaining in the race, so 14 minutes until the drivers that started will need to get out. Up at the front, though, we have Alexander Klink in the huge-ass blue GT4. He's now stretched it out to a 21-second lead over Voodoo Racing. Voodoo has Andrew Pinkerton in the car right now. This is a strong effort from Voodoo.
Yeah, well-rounded driver lineup will do you well in a race like this, where you need a couple of drivers and you've got to swap them out at least at a minimum every 2 hours. So you can't really rely on one driver. And Andrew Pinkerton's just gone across and set a very competitive lap time in the 156s. Not many other cars out there in the 156s at the moment in his class. So that is some good pace he's setting. Definitely solidifying second place. I know we've got all manner of people from the ChampCar world racing here today. We've got a lot of them tuned in, watching as well on YouTube, and we'd like to hear who you're supporting, who you're affiliated with, where you're watching from, because these times, a lot of us would like to be at the track right now, and it's not happening. So iRacing is the next best we can do, and quite a race we are having today as well.
Yeah, and as you mentioned there, Andrew Pinkerton with that quick lap last lap, he was over a second and a half quicker than our leader and the quickest car on the track. So we'll see if Mr. Pinkerton's able to chip away at that lead, maybe get a little closer as we approach the stops here in probably another 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's interesting that at least for the Cayman field, it's sort of created these 2 different schools of thought. We've got a pit window approaching for all of the cars that pitted underneath that caution, and then we also had the pit window for all of the cars that stayed out, and there's sort of 2 different camps there.
Yeah, and actually, Pinkerton has been in the car since the start, so here in about 12 minutes, he'll need to be coming down the lane, swapping in either Chris Nicely or Paul Roddy. Good to see how the other Voodoo boys wheel it.
Yeah, indeed, we're looking forward to that one, I'm sure. We've got people tuning in from UGA Motorsport. We've got some iRacing people, and that's good to see. Kruger Tuned Racing representing as well, and we're Well, I'm sure a lot of you would rather be watching Champ Car racing or indeed any other kind of racing right now, but we're glad that given the circumstances, you're spending your time with us. I reckon a bit of love is due to the second category in our race today, where Zach will pay you 14 cents to crash our competition, still leading. And it's a healthy gap that they've got as well. Second place at the moment there is Team ESPN Phenomenal, if I'm seeing that correctly. But again, they might also be due a pit window for some of our competitors there. Certainly, if they took fuel and no driver swap under the caution, we're going to have to see some pit stops for some driver swaps in that class coming soon as well. Second and third's pretty hot here. Team ESPN Phenomenal just held up a little bit by a Porsche Cayman. Lets Christopher Flamion get very, very close. Flamion, one of those drivers who's been in since the start of the race, only 10 minutes left on his drive time. So second and third battling close as they can here with the traffic coming by. One of the 9 Shizza cars going to wait until after the horseshoe to blast on past, but not a lot to separate second and third here, Alex, in this class.
No, very tight racing, which is great to see, especially after this long in the car. It's almost 2 hours, and we still have cars nose to tail. It's really kind of amazing. It reminds me of 1 year at the VIR 24, the cars that we finished third in class, the 2 cars that finished ahead of us finished only 20 seconds apart after 24 hours of racing. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, it's crazy like that sometimes. Also looks like there's not a whole lot of gap between 5th and 6th in this class. So certainly, when you've got these high speeds, these cars kind of stick together in their little packs because of the way that draft seems to work.
Yeah. I'm trying to see what kind of strategy Flamion is running. I'm going to assume they're going to run to the 2-hour mark here in 9 minutes. So he might just be trying to save gas and stay in the draft of the 06. The 06 with a nice looking paint job. That's unique. I like those stripes. They're easy to identify. As we see Devin Peters come storming by in his lumberjack paint job.
And that answers the question. Christopher Flamion to pit lane right now. So see who is ready to jump into that number 46 Hujas Miata at this stop. But certainly Flamion's going to have to get out if they're going to abide by the rules.
Looks like Ryan Verhulst is going to take over the wheel, the Minnesota Menace. So we'll see how that works out for them. They're going to go ahead and strap on 4 new tires, fill it up with gas.
So is there anyone else on a similar strategy who we're due to see down on the lane shortly in that class? Who's been in since the start?
Let's see here. Looks like they've all stopped.
I'm looking at Team ESPN Phenomenal, and it looks like Ronnie Osmer's been in that car since the start of the race as well. So he's going to have to follow in Flamion's footsteps shortly, definitely in the next 2 or 3 laps, so he doesn't exceed the drive time.
Yeah, race control is going to be busy here in just a few minutes, trying to make sure that no one has exceeded the drive time rules here. So it's going to be busy for the race control boys here in just a few minutes. But yeah, I think we'll see Ronnie come onto the lane as he's getting passed here into the bus stop.
Yeah, indeed. I've just been looking at the battle. ENR Racing 14 and Love Racing 1647, they've just gone a lap down to their class leader, and that's really helped Love Racing get a little bit closer in their battle as well. So they're battling for 5th place in class right now. Pretty clean cars for both of them, but sorry to jump across you there, but I think the Love Racing car just a little bit more damage than ENR.
Yeah, and Jacob, he's a driver that I recognize from the ChampCar iRacing series that runs on Wednesday nights. So a familiar face there. And we invite all of you that may be listening that aren't familiar with that league to go ahead and apply. It's a great league. We run all free cars, and we run at the ChampCar tracks, 1-hour races with the pit stop. Great fun, big prizes on the line. The winner of the points will get a free entry into a ChampCar Endurance Series race next year, and one driver will be chosen at random at the end of the season for another entry. So big prizes on offer there. So come on out and join us. We've had some big fields recently too.
Yeah, certainly have. The racing's been exciting in that one. One of our rounds was at Daytona recently, and then this Wednesday going to Road America. So come out, get your racing fix, that's for sure. Team ESPN Phenomenal have made their pit stop now. Kevin Paskovich is getting behind the wheel, and it's a slightly longer stop than Hugh Jas Miata had. Those two are obviously very, very close together. I think Ryan Verhulst is going to inherit a position. We'll see who else comes to the lane in the next couple of minutes, but yeah, that number 46 car might end up back in 2nd place.
Race control just reminding all of the cars that we are almost at the 2-hour mark.
And Village Idiots are on the lane for the 3rd time, so Justin Hall is going to be replaced by Shane Cameron as the Village Idiot.
Yeah, and they're going to go around here. They've already got on the right side tires. Just dropped the jack on the left side, waiting on the gas. At the front, though, gap is continuing to open up. Your co-driver, Alex Klink, is really putting the whip to it. Ran a 56.3 last lap. That was about 3 seconds faster than Pinkerton and Woodoo, so they're giving you a bit of a cushion here to sit on.
Yeah, that's good. But the other team that's matching that kind of pace got UGA Motorsports in the 56s as well, and I know that they've got some fans tuned in and some friends and family or whatever it is, so they're doing well as well. They're in 3rd place, and in fact, at the rate they're going to catch Woodoo for 2nd in the next couple of laps. So unless we see a pit stop, which I think we're going to have to see for Woodoo if they're abiding by the rules. But yeah, 2nd and 3rd closing up, despite 1st running away. UGA could carry on. They did swap drivers under that caution. Garrett D'Alessandro started, Richard Cawthraw driving now, but Woodoo Racing have had Pinkerton since the start, so that's the difference for them in 2nd and 3rd there. So
All right,
past
David. So
midway.
how's that fuel load looking on the leader? When's it going to be time for you to get in?
Not just yet. I think he's still got about 10 more laps. So that would suggest that there's also 10 more laps of fuel for the likes of UGA Motorsports and Dangers Out potentially, depending on drive times. Let's see if it gets busy down on the lane in a minute. You can see Top Step Esports are on the lane right now for their third time, and driver swap going on there as well as service. I don't see anyone on the lane I don't see any Porsche Caymans on the lane.
Looks like the leader of the Miatas is really starting to open up a big gap here with Tom O'Gorman in the 91. They're exiting the bus stop, and second place is just now getting into the first horseshoe. So getting to be almost probably about a half a lap there is the distance between first and second in the Miata class.
Yeah, certainly a really strong performance from that team in the lead, but there is close battles in the class behind. iRacing still having plenty of excitement. Daring Greatly Racing and Trunk Monkey Racing are battling each other for not the first time in this race. And right as we reach the top of the hour, Voodoo Racing are coming down on pit road. Andrew Pinkerton is going to have to vacate the driver's seat. Who is going to take that warmed seat?
I'm going to run down to the pit, see if Andrew'd be willing to join us in the booth here for a couple of words.
All right, you take a look at that. He's jumping out of the car right now. There's Chris Knisley going to take the spot. Paul Roddy was also available on hand to drive, but it's Mr. Knisley jumping in. Who else is on the lane right now? Fat Crack Racing are on the lane getting a driver change and service. And from the Miata class, Daring Greatly are also on the lane. Lee Mullerman is looking for his pit box.
So Andrew will be joining us here in a moment. He needed to get his helmet off and dry off a little bit, but told him we'll bring him up here in a few minutes and have a bit of a chat.
It'll be interesting. Chris Knisley, as I said, has taken his place. The Voodoo Racing car is back out on circuit. And in fifth place now, a couple more takers on the lane, N&M and Bavarian Mustache Works on the lane. So Devon, I believe, has driven since the start in the plaid Porsche. So I think he'll be making way for someone else.
Right, so we see some of these cars went slightly over 2 hours, but just like race control with the real races, there's a bit of a fudge factor. So no one, I don't believe anyone was trying to abuse it there. Maybe just mistimed when the 2 hour mark was going to be here. So looks like we're going to get Noel McAvina in the car now, in the 6 car.
Yeah, that we are. You see how he goes. 37.9 seconds. So tank wasn't completely empty in that car. That was a swap necessitated by the drive time rather than the state of the fuel tank. It was rejoined right in the middle of a battle, right behind Bavarian Mustache Works and and a little bit behind almost Team Jackie X as well. My timing screen is having some struggles today, not updating as fast as it normally ought to. So it's far more realistic to the ChampCar experience, where we only really know when they cross the transponder line once a lap.
Yeah, the 6 car, as you mentioned, came out here into a bit of traffic. Got 3 Miatas ahead of him. He's going to need some patience here while he works through them on cold tires. Looks like he's going to stay in line here. Oh, nope. Maybe going to try to make a pass into turn 6. And then he should get these other 2 on the banking, working towards the bus stop.
Yeah, takes a bit more time. He's trying to go low on the Miatas. That's not normally advised on the banking. Normally you say, if you're slow, stay low, and faster cars pass up high. So Noel McAvena taking the unconventional route there, but he gets past safely. And yeah, when it's just the loud pedal that does the talking, the Porsche Caymans are definitely much quicker in those circumstances.
See Sweetwater Racing on the lane here, as well as Fat Crack. I guess Fat Crack said they had to pit due to lack of drivers. So they went, I guess, back into the paddock to try to source a new driver.
Yeah, maybe someone's alarm didn't go off, or they car broke down on the way from the hotel this morning. Not sure.
Yeah, we both have experienced that in our mini endurance races, but that's part of the game, and that's what happens.
My favorite's when there's so much RF interference in the paddock at the circuit that your wireless key fob doesn't work.
Oh, that still hurts. Yeah, but luckily I was able to get the car started under a full course yellow that year. Man, what a crazy day.
Racing's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
That's
Can
right,
you say that?
Sure you can. So we see Andrew Huggins, the team principal of Pinky's Out, a well-established team in the ChampCar Endurance Series. He's now out on the track in the Dangers Out car. They just went around the NNM, I think, to put another lap on them. So we'll see if Mr. Huggins is able to lay down the pace that John Hurley set. Hurley got him a good start into this race. Oh, I stand corrected. They switched drivers quite a while ago. Huggins has been in the car for a while. So sorry about that, Dangers Out fans.
Well, Chris Knisley, who's gotten into the Voodoo car, has found himself a bit more action now because the driver taking over the Team Unreal Aqua car is closing him in as well. These guys are battling before the pit stops. They're battling now as well. So see how this one goes. Team Unreal Purple are a little bit further back from this, but Chris Knisley, how's he settling in? Last lap was a 1:58. That's close enough to the money, and some other pit stops in the field have seen Voodoo come back up into fifth. Team Unreal Aqua chasing, though, doing a reasonable job on the way into the bus stop, trying to close it down underneath 1 second. Following the wheel tracks, pick up the slipstream of the car in front, try and get themselves closer towards fifth place. Well, I hear two people join the room. Such were the footsteps. Alex, what have you managed to do?
I brought our friend Andrew Pinkerton up into the booth with us. He was the driver of the Voodoo Racing entry for the first 2 hours. So, Andrew, how did you find the track out there this morning? Was it some good racing?
Yeah, it was pretty good racing. The track started off pretty good with it being a cooler temperature, and then as we got a lot more rubber down on as it heated up, started to get a little bit skittish. You can kind of see probably the times falling off there as the stints went on.
Yeah, good effort here from you guys. Looks like you're still in contention for a podium spot. Did you have any close calls or any contacts out there in the opening stints?
There was one where I thought we had some contact with a lapped car going into the bus stop, but we didn't even get a 0X, so I think he might have just gotten scared of me showing him a nose and spun in front of us and went from the left to the right, and a couple times almost having to come to a stop in turn one with cars getting together in front of us and spinning. So a lot of close calls, but we're really more focused on keeping it clean than trying to go out there and set qualifying times the whole stint.
Well, it looks like it's working out for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the goal. I mean, I think we've got enough pace that we can work our way through traffic. And as long as we keep the car looking like it is right now, then I think we'll have a shot at the end. So 7 hours is a long time on the sim. And this is functioning basically just like a real ChampCar race in real life. I mean, some of the same great driving, and then sometimes you can see some fatigue setting in with some drivers and some unpredictability as we get new drivers rotating in.
Well, we're glad that everyone's enjoying it and getting their racing fix. So thanks for coming up and joining us. We appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, no, thank you guys for doing this and putting this on and the broadcast. This is great. Yeah, I mean, I know everyone, myself included, I work in the racing industry full time, so sitting around at home bored, this does give me a little bit of a fix to get me through.
So when is your next planned ChampCar endurance race?
That is a great question that I don't know the answer to. The last two that I did were kind of by accident showing up and getting a ride with the Tuttles and then going to Sebring with them, and I don't know when the next one will be.
Well, hopefully we get back to racing soon and we can all see each other at the track and enjoy a beer together.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, guys.
Yep, thank you.
Always great to get a bit of an insight from the eyes and ears down to the ground, I guess. Well, the driver of Andrew Pinkerton, he's handed the car over to Chris Knisley, and Knisley still finds himself in a battle here with Team Unreal Aqua.
Yeah, it's great racing going on here. We're over 2 hours in and just great wheel-to-wheel racing. It looks like Aqua is trying to maybe just hang on here to Nicely. Nicely, a veteran of the ChampCar iRacing series. And this isn't his first endurance race. I know that he participated in a 12-hour race at Sebring a few weeks ago with the Dinner with Racers crew.
Yeah, and do you feel like there was some nerves at the start of this race, and it's calmed down and settled a little bit since?
Yeah, I think so. It's just like, it's a simulator. It's just like Andrew said, it's just like the real thing. At the beginning, everyone thinks, oh, I gotta go, and it's still the first lap. We saw some mistakes, some overdriving the corner, some slight contacts, and those things happen, at all levels of motorsports. So I think now that people have maybe been off track once, maybe spun and lost a few seconds, they've started to realize that those mistakes cost me more than just maybe bringing it down to 8 or 9 tenths. That running 10 tenths, while you might get the lap time, really increasing the chance of an error.
Certainly true, and maybe the first drivers in the car have given some advice to the next drivers in the car. Just, we tried this, didn't work, settle it down a little bit, and just make sure we get it through towards the end of this race.
So how much fuel does the leader still have? When do you need to get your boots laced up?
Oh, probably 1 or 2 laps. I'm seeing it as 6 laps left in the car.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and invite Tom into the booth here with us. So that way you're not pressured. If whenever you need to slip out, go ahead. But I'd love for you to stay as long as you can as well.
I might go check in with the team, make sure everything's set and ready.
Good job, Mr. David Haynes. Thank you for your work so far on this race.
Thank you.
So as we work the third hour of the race here, we see the huge-ass blue GT4 with Alexander Klink behind the wheel starting to open up a very big lead. It's out to 39 seconds. UGA Motorsports is the second place car, the number 20. It's currently being piloted by Richard Cothrall. He's working his way through the second horseshoe. Looks like the car's nice and clean. And Danger's out. My favorite paint job in the race. They're now working through the second horseshoe, just maybe about 15 seconds behind, but in a very solid podium position. Fourth place.
It's been a tight race so far. Been enjoying the race for the podium.
Yeah, and as we see here, Andrew Fawcett in the huge-ass gold GT4, he's surprisingly running a good pace for someone who backed his car in the fence at 80 miles an hour. So Really impressed with the build quality of these Porsche GT4 Caymans.
That's German. You can't teach that.
It looks like Devin Peters is working his way up into the scoring tower. We'll have a chat with him here in a minute, talk about how his opening stint with NNM Racing went. As we work further down through the field, Voodoo Racing is currently in 5th, about a minute and a half behind the leaders, but still battling quite closely with Team Unreal Aqua. So good to see these close battles. Unreal Aqua was our overall leader at one point in the race. Now Anton Brezbo is in the car, running a very solid pace. Let's see here. He was a 1:57.6 last lap, which is just about a tenth or so slower than what Mr. Nicely was able to put down. Looks like a little farther down the pack, though, we have a good battle here with Team Unreal Purple and We Came to Party. We Came to Party was able to just get around Team Unreal Purple there on this lap, so they're just about a second apart. As we see We Came to Party slipping inside of the huge-ass Miata as we go through the bus stop. Unreal Purple here, hoping to not get their exit of the bus stop compromised by the slower class traffic. A little farther down the field, in 9th is WDR. They, too, were our overall leaders at one point whenever they were racing with Team Unreal Aqua. They had a bit of trouble on the stop, missed their box, cost them about 10 seconds. Now they've been clawing it back. So nice and steady here with Christopher Wilson behind the wheel. And they're racing with One Second Thought. One Second Thought actually just got the position that last lap. You see WDR really all over the bumper, getting down in the corner. It's an interesting paint job there on the number 35 of One Second Thought Racing. Austin Newman in the car. Not sure whose picture that is on the door, but well, it's a very unique paint job.
It's special, that's for sure.
WDR is missing a bit of paint on the driver's side. Not sure what barrier they've got into, but they're keeping the pressure all over One Second Thought here into the second horseshoe.
Yeah, good little battle here between On Second Thought and WDR. Team have been fairly closely matched on pace throughout the race, I believe, and seeing some drivers here, over 2 hours into the race and still going hard at it as ever.
Yeah, I'm just glad everyone's having fun, and hopefully there's no hard feelings at the end of this. Man, WDR all the way up to the wall, coming onto the banking. Let's see, who's that right behind him? I think that car isn't for position. The Tooth Autosport Shopify with Tobias Lutke. He might have a bit more pace right now. It looks like he's going to try to make a pass going into the bus stop. WDR having none of it. WDR is, I'm sure, saying, look, buddy, I've got a race for position up ahead. Back off. The Tooth car, I'm sure, isn't worried about anyone's race but his own.
That's true. I mean, we've seen some little bit of action there between back markers and lap traffic so far, but everyone's been generally pretty clean. Some decent racing. Everyone's giving respectful racing for the most part. Speaking from a race control perspective, I haven't had to give out too many warnings or stern talking tos after the initial caution we had. So pleased with the driving standards so far, and like a vintage day, ChampCar day at Daytona so far.
Yeah, I don't want to wish any bad luck on anyone, but it would sure be a shame if that lead car were to have some trouble and tighten up the front of this field.
We'll see what happens as the race unfolds.
Yeah, Danger's out, sliding back, losing a little bit of a grip on UGA. UGA, I think, was just a touch faster these last couple laps over our leader, so they're starting to tighten it up. And Danger's out was actually a little bit faster than the leader, so I guess Mr. Klink is getting towards the end of his stint. Maybe those tires are starting to show some wear. And I think we'll see him on the lane here in the next couple laps. And we'll swap in David Haynes and see if he can do racing as well as he can talk about it.
He's a man of many talents, that I'm sure. I notice here we have Devin Peters. Welcome to the booth. Devin, nice to have you with us.
Hey, nice to join you.
So, Devin, you started in the NNM car. It looked like you guys had a few more stops than the rest. If I recall correctly, you guys pit at the full course yellow with the leaders, but then it looked like you had an unscheduled stop after that. Can you talk us through what happened?
Yeah, just some real aggressive moves on the restart. Put us behind. And we had to check up a little bit going into turn 2. And unfortunately, with 2 wheels on the grass, that put us backwards into turn 1. So we had to limp around for a fast repair. But otherwise, having a pretty reasonable race. Track's definitely getting a lot slower as it heats up. You can tell in the lap times and just in the way the cars are moving around.
Yeah, I just actually saw the number 61 car of Joel Brownsey take a bit of a self-spin there with the F1 Boston team.
So, Devin. Sorry, go ahead, Alex.
No.
So, Devin, just looking at the NNM car at the moment, Noel Nakabena in the car. Tell us what NNM stands for.
Noel Nakabena, or Noel and Nori Motorsport, maybe? I'm not the best at this.
These are guys that you run ChampCar with in real life.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been working together for the last 2 years or so, and yeah, it's been a fun time. We run a neon orange one with the roof chopped off. Might have heard it at Indy if you did.
You definitely would have heard it at Indy if you didn't see it.
I heard they're putting in new rules against loud cars, though, so we're fixing that.
Yeah, we had to buy a muffler as well. I was bragging on you in the opening 2 hours, Devin, as a former ChampCar Endurance Series race winner. But that wasn't in the Miata, was it? It was in the Honda?
I've had a few in ChampCar. I'm not sure. Miata makes sense. That's kind of my brand.
Well, we just had a bit of an issue there with Z-Tech Racing getting in too deep and punting Penguin Racing here into turn 1. Not sure what the deal with that is. It looks like Z-Tech just got on the brakes way too late and gave the punt.
Yeah, that's Jay Sofianek in the Z-Tech car. Seeing him coming into turn 1. Braking about where he should be braking. I think a little bit unsure as to where the Penguin car ahead of him was going. Penguin car a little early on the brakes there, I'd say. But looks like damage on both cars here. But there is a couple of fast repairs available for the field in the race. So I imagine teams will be sussing out whether they need to take advantage of one of those or not. This Porsche is a pretty sturdy car, to be honest, in my experience. It can withstand pretty heavy impact and damage without too much impact on the lap times. So keep an eye on these 2 teams underway again and see what happens.
Yeah, the Penguin Racing car is definitely going to need to pit. So as we see our leader now with a new driver in the car, David Haynes, the famous iRacing commentator, is now working his way through the first horseshoe. He's on cold tires here. Let's hope he doesn't make the mistake the sister car did through the kink. I'm sure he won't after analyzing it here for the last hour.
Yeah, the kink's a tricky corner in this car on cold tires. Once everything's warmed up and a bit of fuel's burned off, then it is flat. But on cold tires coming out of the pits with a full tank, you definitely need to lift through there. And if you don't lift enough, then you're going on a one-way trip to the grass.
So we have a driver change also in the car that was running second, the UGA Motorsports. Michael Bliley is now going to be behind the wheel. That's going to move Voodoo up into third. and they're going to be just a couple seconds behind here. So Voodoo with the warm tires might be able to slip into second, while UGA is getting up to speed. You know, as we all know, when you first get in the car, it takes a lap or so to get your legs under you. You don't want to make a mistake, put the car in the fence. So usually you're a little bit slower at the start, whereas Chris Nicely's been in the car now for probably 10 laps or more. He's fully up to speed. His muscles are warm. The tires are warm. And he's ready to make some moves.
His muscles are warm, but is the brain warm, Alex? That's the critical question for these drivers. Chris Nicely, of course, not a famous NASCAR driver. And we're looking forward to seeing what he can do in the Voodoo car at the moment.
So,
closing up pretty well. There's some traffic to the bus stop here. Some lapped cars there of Andrew Johnson, the R-Bank racing car, and Jackson Reynolds in the six-pack racing car. It's causing a little bit of trouble. UGA, they're getting squeezed high on the banking.
Smart move, though, by UGA to back out of that.
Yeah, very smart, very safe driving. This is an endurance race. There's nothing going to be won by going 3 wide up against the wall at this time. This is going to give Nicely a chance to come back at Billy into turn 1. Let's see if he makes a move.
I think Voodoo's got to make the move here soon. If he doesn't get around UGA in the next lap or so, UGA's tires will be warm and his advantage will be gone. The N&M car is just ahead there. So we have quite the little group here under a blanket as they work around the 21 Miata.
There we see UGA coming inside the R-Bank 90 car. That's elapsed. It's not for position. But Andrew Johnson here, not making it easy. He's going to take this UGA car 2 wide through the kink. This is going to give Voodoo a chance into the horseshoe. Once again, Chris Nicely backing out, not looking to get involved. As we say, there are still over 4 hours to go at this point in the race. There's nothing to be gained from sticking a nose in where it's not wanted.
Yeah, wow. This is some great racing here that we're watching with UGA and Voodoo working around the R-Bank car.
Yeah, and the huge ass guys, I'm sure if I went over to, the N&M guys, if I went over to their radio would be freaking out right now, because Noel is one of the 3 other drivers on the team, and all 3 of them put their rigs together this week for the first time on iRacing, or the last 2 weeks or so. And in fact, one of them was doing his practice while he waited on a steering wheel to ship, was doing his practice on an RC control.
Oh, I see a bit of contact.
Yeah, that was between UGA, Billy, and Andrew Johnson in the R-Bank racing car through the bus stop. They made contact side by side. Doesn't look like too much damage, but I think Andrew Johnson is now deciding that maybe it's a lapped car. He should be sitting back, not getting involved in this fight for third.
And this looks like it's allowed Aqua to get in the fight. Aqua now giving the R-Bank car a bit of a bump on the banking here. Aqua doesn't want to let these other lead lap cars get away. He needs to get around R-Bank, but at the same time, he's seen how hard R-Bank has been to pass. So will he make a move here in the turn 1?
Yeah, Anton Bursbo in the Team Unreal Aqua car there in 4th place. He's giving Johnson a little bit of space, and we see UGA have run wide in turn 1.
Yes, and that allows Voodoo to move solidly in the 3rd. Let's see if Team Unreal Aqua is able to take advantage of this. Oh, and they slide it up in the inside of R-Bank. Make the move into turn 3 there. All right, so let's run down through the field here real quickly. At the front, we have huge ass blue GT4 piloted by David Haynes. Then second is Voodoo Racing. It was UGA. Now that puts 3rd place will be UGA. 4th will fall to the 12 car of Team Unreal Aqua, who's starting to lose a bit of the touch to that other group. Then we have Dangers Out. That's the top 5 in your Cayman class. Down here in the Miatas, the leader is the number 91. Zach will pay you 14 cents to wreck our competition, piloted by DJ Alessandrini. 2nd place car is the number 29, 9 Shiza Autosport Black, piloted by Stephen Cross. And then 3rd is the huge ass Miata, piloted by Ryan Verhulst. Also in the top 5 are Team ESBN Phenom, and Trunk Monkey Racing. So it's really close battles up and down through the field here.
Yeah, battle in the Miata class is intense. Let's check in with the leader in that class, number 91. Let's see, what's the gap that he has to 29 here?
It's pretty big.
Yeah, he's got a decent amount of the infield between them. The 91, of course, is populated with some pretty serious racing drivers. I know DJ Alessandrini is driving for them, as is John D. Allen. Both of whom have real-life chops in real-life race car Miatas. So it would be certainly a surprise, really, if this car was not at the front at this point.
Yeah, and I think the two teams are on different pit strategies because, as our viewers that have been with us the whole race will know, just a little while ago, the 91 had about a half to 3/4 of a lap of lead. Now that's cut down to probably more like 15 or 20 seconds. As you see, the Village Idiot's almost getting into the wall there. So let's turn our focus back to the battle for second in the Caymans. Voodoo Racing being chased by UGA, being chased by Team Unreal Aqua. There's a Miata there in the mix as they approach the bus stop, but all three are going to be able to clear them. Looks like UGA getting a good run out of the bus stop, maybe taking a bit of grass, using one of those incidents.
And let's check in to see how these cars are doing on their instant counts, which we can see through the race control. UGA, where are they? They're doing all right, actually. I'm seeing them only at 12 incidents total, so still some way to go before they hit any sort of penalty. Voodoo similarly. See them with only 8x so far.
Oh, as Voodoo spins and hits the wall.
Oh my.
Voodoo is in the pit exit wall. He's reversed. Traffic starting to come through, trying to get it going. Oh, he's into the wall again. He's got the traction control in the grass that we talked about earlier. It's so hard to get going when you get in the grass. The tires spin, the traction control kicks on, you lose momentum. It just makes it really tough. But they're back underway here. I don't think they've got too much damage. Looked like just kind of a solo deal.
Yeah, watching, so he was making a pass for position on Michael Billy in the UGA. Billy runs wide onto the curbing. Nicely comes inside. I think he lifts a little bit in case the UGA car wants to come back onto track, and that weight transfer just turns the car around into the inside wall. Bit of damage on the nose, but I know from personal experience the Cayman can withstand a little bit of a bump on the nose without too much impact to race pace. So once Nicely gets underway, I'm sure he'll be red underneath that helmet. But hopefully he can get underway with not too much damage.
Yeah, good thinking though not to back up into traffic. He looked at his relative, made sure that he was clear before he made any moves. That patience pays off, because if you just throw it in reverse, you can end up like Daniel Ricciardo at Baku last year. And
that would be highly embarrassing.
All right, let's turn our attention to 14th and 15th. That's the NNM and the Tooth Autosport Shopify entries. Tooth Shopify, they're probably, I'd say, 8 seconds or so behind NNM, but it looks like they're definitely making progress in that direction here.
Yeah, and I've been keeping a closer eye on NNM than you guys have. Unfortunately, I had a spin in the last lap heading through the bus stop, so it'll be. It looks like the car's driving straight, but it's a little bit hard to say without being in the drive. Did you guys have anyone else reporting some of the wobbles on cold tires? because we've definitely been suffering from that sort of our whole setup building process.
So what do you mean by that, Devon?
Well, just when it's out on cold tires, the car does not want to drive in a straight line, and I don't know if it's because we got the things a little set up weird in the rear or what, but yeah.
Yeah, it might have a bit too much toe in it. I know that I race the SRF often and weekly, and I know that if you get a bit too much rear toe in it, it can be hard to hold straight and down the straightaways. So could be a bit of it.
That could also be a little bit of learning the track and stuff. Both pretty accomplished racer in real life. Even did a NASCAR race up in Canada, but and 15, 20 years driving cars, but still learning his way around the sim racing side of things.
Let's turn our attention to 8th and 9th here. We have the huge ass gold working of Alex Cofford trying to make a move on WDR. Mr. Cofford was the fastest car on the track last lap with a 56.3. Christopher Wilson with a 2:03 last lap. So not sure if he had some trouble or if maybe the handle's just starting to go away. It looks like Cofford's going to follow him through the bus stop here.
Yeah, Cofford with some excellent pace after the driver swap that just occurred. He's come out and banged in 4 156s in a row. Some good pace there coming out of the pits, and he's looking to move on WDR now. Looking to the high side, maybe. Going to pick up a decent draft here through the banking onto the tri-oval. He's going to go high. Let's see what happens here into turn 1.
Yeah, these cars, although they have quite a bit of horsepower, they're still momentum cars, and as you can see, it's really hard to get the pass done. Here we go. Is Mr. Cofford going to be able to drive it in deep enough?
He's looking maybe to squeeze him on the exit there. It's tricky to go too wide through this little chicane, but both drivers managing to give space. And now Cofford has the inside line here, but there is a slow car on the apex, compromising his outbraking maneuver into the horseshoe there, but he's going to get the pass down on exit. That's nice driving from both those cars there to give space.
Yeah, the 41 here just ahead. We saw him have heavy contact into the barriers earlier today and have to crab walk it around. Good patience there by Mr. Cofford to get on the brakes and not force the issue. Able to get both cars here. And now he can...
Yeah, you and I know, Alex, that traffic management in ChampCar is definitely a thing, and there's nothing to be gained often from being too aggressive. Better to be patient, pick your line, pick your pass, and make sure you get through cleanly.
I don't know if we've done a ride-along yet, but if we could go into the cockpit view, and let's see if let's ride along with Alex Cofford here for a lap and watch him try to run down We Came to Party. Wow, Tom, that was a lot of fun riding along there with Alex Cofford. Man, he had some close calls. Looks like he's starting to close down that gap when we came to party. It's getting even closer. But while we keep an eye on that, looks like you've found Mr. Tom O'Gorman from the leading Miata car. You guys want to have a couple words?
Sure, yeah. I found Tom here on pit lane, and he agreed to come into the pit booth and give us a little update on how things are going in the Meta class. Tom, how are you enjoying the race so far?
It's been a blast. Yeah, thanks for grabbing me, guys. And I don't blame you for not saying our entire team name, because that's a mouthful. But it's been a blast. We kind of put this together at the last second when we found out, within the week that this was going on, and driving in the MX-5 because it's DJ Alessandrini's favorite car. It just makes him happy. So there it is right there on screen. DJ's and John Allen is in our car, and Zach Rubin. 3 of the 4 of us have done real-life ChampCar races, so we were actually remarking, like, both DJ and I have driven, and it feels like a ChampCar race on the track. Like, it's the interaction between the cars and the way the drivers are driving in most aspects. It feels like a genuine ChampCar race, and I mean, it was even like a year ago, almost to the day, that we were doing 14 hours at Daytona. There are remarkable similarities just to kind of how everyone's working together to survive a 7-hour race. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, so would you have been driving at Daytona this weekend in real life had the race gone on?
We didn't have that one planned, but we did actually plan to do the NTM event last month. And we were going to do that with the Grid Life Super Team, as we did last year at Daytona with the Grid Life Super Team. And we basically take all of the class championship winners from Time Attack and the Grid Life events, and they get, as a prize, they get to come do a ChampCar race with a couple of us kind of Grid Life staff and crew people that get to drive with them too. So we were super looking forward to that, and I know we'll be out once those events start happening again. We run a K24 swapped Honda Fit in B class, and it's awesome.
I remember that car. I've seen that.
Yeah. That's the car. It does a $135 across start finish at Daytona by itself. It's awesome.
That must be terrifying.
It's amazing. But yeah, we were totally looking forward to that, and like I said, DJ, who's in the car now, and John Allen, who's got some real world spec MX-5 championship stuff. Zach Rubin races spec Miata. So all of us real drivers clamoring for any racing we can get, and this is tiding us over.
No, it's awesome to have you guys out here with proving the crossover between real life and sim is actually not that difficult. How do you feel that the skills from the track translate to sim and vice versa?
There's a couple like aspects to it, and I'm actually really lucky because I got started with console gaming and then sim racing before I could even drive a car. I'm 28, so I was like PlayStation 1 was my generation, and started with Gran Turismo and then rolled into sim racing with like R Factor before iRacing was a thing, and then iRacing, and then I got started doing real events. So it's a little different for me because I kind of come from this more than most. But there is always an aspect of racecraft. No matter how you could be playing Mario Kart, it doesn't matter. At some point, if you're playing against other real drivers in a racing game, racecraft is racecraft, and that's kind of what I was touching on when I said it feels like a real ChampCar race. There are things you can do in a real ChampCar race that can help you gain position, that you can communicate to other drivers exactly what you're thinking, and all of that's completely real in this game. After that, you just kind of have to figure out what parts of real-world driving work in the game, and if there are parts of real-world driving that don't work in the game, you have to figure out what the game wants to go fast instead. So there's kind of the racing aspect and the driving aspect, and I always say the racing aspect is spot on no matter what game you're playing, really. And then the driving aspect in iRacing specifically is pretty dang good.
For sure, I agree. I think a rule of thumb here we've seen is that if a driver's pretty quick on sim, he's going to be pretty quick on track. That's something experience we've had with our team transitioning from iRacing to ChampCar. Typically, I'm not saying it's 100% correlation, but we've definitely had a positive trend in that direction. And so, yeah, it's awesome to see, and it's very disheartening that we have this situation in the country at the moment where these events are being cancelled and curtailed. But it's also gratifying that we have the technology available to us to still host events that can teach, that people can learn, people can enjoy. and hopefully going forward, these two can exist in sort of a codependence and symbiotic relationship.
Yeah, it's so cool to see this to be thrust into the limelight for whatever circumstance, maybe good or bad. It's not the best circumstance, but the fact that we have it and the fact that it's being legitimized in this way for someone like me who comes from this world a little bit, to have genuine race fans watching a video game on TV, or even with ChampCar doing actual streams. We have the SCCA Esports Super Tour tonight. That's all live streamed, and all of it's being taken so much more seriously that quickly. I think that's going to make it stick around once we can get back to driving real cars too.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best thing that's came out of this is if you were to go up to an IMSA driver a year ago in the Watkins Glen paddock and talk to them about their safety rating, their iRating, or any of the intricacies of iRating, they would think, who is this gamer kid? You're not a real racer. But now I believe they've seen how hard it is. People like Jimmy Johnson just falling flat on their face, and you can see how much pride these guys take in being good at what they do. That you see professional drivers putting in lots of hours the last few weeks to make sure that they're not embarrassed on the weekends for these big live events.
Or even the guys that are just playing for fun still. I think, I maybe am somewhat in the middle where I have some real world racing experience and I've raced in IMSA and I've been on TV once or twice kind of thing. But when I joined the IMSA race a couple weeks ago, for example, and I'm in the race with these guys that I've known since I was a kid as a fan, and I'm on track side by side with them, and I'm faster than some of them in some cases, and I'm getting my butt kicked by others. It's like the coolest thing to race against people that you hold on that pedestal. And now the general iRacing population is getting to play with these big names all the time, basically, because none of us have anything to do, and and we get to race against some of our heroes, and like you said, some of them are taking to it better than others. It's fun to watch either way.
Absolutely agree, and as we say, it's legitimizing our hobby and bringing it into public light, and makes it easy to talk to other people at the track about. And I think this could be a great moment for both to exist together going forward. So thank you for coming into the booth, Tom. Really appreciate your time and your thoughts. How's the race going? Are you going to get back in the car again?
No, I got one of the full fuel run, but only one stint straws. So we have to break it up in the MX-5. It goes about an hour and 15 minutes on fuel. And with unpredictable cautions, or at least we don't know how the cautions are going to come out. We're assuming that we need a couple of short stints and a couple of full fuel stints. So I got one of those, and it's going awesome. We had some hairiness at the start. We used one of our quick repairs already, and we're over 20x out of 40 so far. So that's a little nerve-wracking with 4 hours to go, but I'm just trying to keep our nose clean and pace up.
Yeah, and it's just a drive-through. You guys got a big lead. You can afford a drive-through.
We can afford it, but we don't want to. And then you got the problem of the only 15 more X to go on the other end of that. So we're trying to pace ourselves a little bit. The first stint was 17X before we got settled in, and it was just kind of incidents. So that's less than ideal, but we're keeping it clean since.
I think it'll be good, fine.
Before we let you go, who is the gentleman on the hood with the money bag?
Yeah, so I'll explain, because you have to say that dang name all the time. So Zach Rubin is one of the drivers, and we have a running joke in all the series we race in that he'll pay you 14 cents if you take out DJ Allison Green, who's driving the car right there. Because DJ is basically dominant in every series we run. Every car we run, he's just like really freaking good at this. So Zach has the running joke, he'll pay you 14 cents if you take DJ out, and the livery has money all over it with a money bag, and that's Zach's face.
Well, tell DJ to come back, because to the ChampCar series, can't. It's just not the same without him there.
Yeah, he did the snow race at Road Atlanta actually early this year. So.
I mean the iRacing series. Sure. He's participated in a couple rounds, but the last round we were in the street stock at Daytona, and I don't think he made it, but it could have been because it sold out. But this Wednesday we're at Road America in the street stock, and it'll be interesting to see how he can handle that big heavy car, if he can handle it as well as he does the Miata.
We play with that for fun all the time, and it's a blast. So you will probably see him, and you might even see me, because that sounds like a blast.
I hope so, and I look forward to it. All right, Tom, thanks for joining us in the booth, and best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you. All right, Tom. So while that was all happening, the battle we had started watching, Huge Ass Gold was able to catch up. We came to party and pass them. Since then, I've had my eye on Dangers Out. They are really working Team Unreal Aqua, and if Huggins, or it's John Hurley's in the car right now, if Hurley can keep up this pace, they're only 2 seconds behind Team Unreal Aqua. I think that they might be able to get back on the podium here.
Yeah, Hurley is certainly pedaling that car hard. Let's check in with Team Unreal Aqua, who's in the car there. Anton Busman, he's in the wall, in fact. Oh my word. Car number 12 is in the wall, coming through the bus stop. There was an incident there with a Miata. Looked like Anton got a little enthusiastic, frankly, coming into the bus stop. Came from a long way back. And who was that? That was JC Kruger in the Kruger turned racing Miata. Didn't really see him coming, turned in, there was contact, and Porsche was ended up in the wall. So that's going to have major, major race implications here.
Yeah, I would say if anyone deserved a slap on the wrist for that, it was Team Unreal Aqua, but I believe they've got a penalty enough here with having to get the tow, and this is probably going to put them a lap down.
Yeah, so from a race control standpoint, we won't take any further action on that. I think they've been punished enough with the result, and Anton is a fairly experienced driver. He'll know that maybe he made a mistake there, being a little too enthusiastic and optimistic that to pass a lapped car into the bus stop at that closing speed in that tight a line. So Team Unreal Aqua in the pits. That'll give Huge Ass Gold GT4 another position, moving up to 6th place now, 12 seconds behind it on second thought. So let's run down the order from the top. Huge Ass Blue is running first, about 38 seconds on UGA Motorsports, with Dangers Out. John Hurley in that car, driving well. Trying to put some pressure on UGA. He's about 13 seconds back at the moment. But Team OST, Voodoo Racing in 4th place, and then OST on second thought in 5th, with Huge Ass Gold in 6th.
Yeah, then next would be We Came to Party, who's falling a bit off the pace, not able to match it. And then Team Unreal Aqua is in 8th, but they're going to continue to drop down the order. Down in the Miata class, Zach will pay you 14 cents to crash our competition. Continues to lead with 9 Shiza Autosport Black, who's currently on the pit lane. This looks like a planned stop for fuel. They're switching drivers, and Bobby Ledoux will be getting in the car. That's going to allow the Huge Ass Miata to slip into 2nd place, I believe. Yes, so Ryan Verhulst in the Huge Ass Miata is now in 2nd. Team ESPN Phenom will be 3rd. And 9 Shies is still on the lane, I believe. And now they're rolling.
Yeah, long stop there, but I think, as you said, it was a scheduled stop. Just this is when the car needs fuel, and you got to come in. And you may as well change the driver at that point as well. Remember, we are running the ChampCar familiar rule of 2-hour stints at any one time for a driver. And then you got to take a break. You got to come out of the car and rehydrate, refuel before you get back in, which can mean that strategy for these teams might be a little affected, because these cars certainly can't run 2 hours on a full tank, so you're going to need to work that into your equations when coming up with the driver schedule.
So great battling here. I'm going to pop down to the... Oh, looks like Tom had to jump out here. And how much time until you need to get in the car, Tom?
I am trying to work that out at the moment. I am in next, the Huge Ass Blue car. Let's see how David Haynes has been doing. He's about
15. I think he's about halfway through his stint.
15 laps into the stint, halfway. So what's that? It's about 40 minutes into his stint. 40 minutes to go. So I should start thinking about getting my my gear set up here. Unlike some of these races, I am not a high-tech man with a high-tech rig, triple monitors, VR, anything like that. I have a single monitor, I have a desk clamp, and I have a wheel and a rolly chair, so that's how I roll, literally.
I see that Mr. Fawcett has joined us in the booth. How are you doing today, Andrew?
I'm good. I'm still recovering from the embarrassment of crashing under caution. But I'm good.
Did it knock the wind out of you?
Oh yeah, definitely knocked the wind out of me. Cracked my head pretty good.
I'm just glad that your team has put together a well-built car, and it seemed like you didn't need to stop. You were able to continue on and finish the stint with the damage.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked, to be honest. I cracked it pretty good, and we were pretty slow in a straight line. We could definitely notice keep up in the draft, but I am shocked it wasn't more damage than it was. I think we were pretty fortunate. We could have lost a lot more time than we did, so it's good. I just wasn't paying attention on cold tires. I was trying to catch my fellow teammate in the car ahead of me and wasn't paying attention and just understeered right off the track, hit the grass, and backed into the fence. So I'm just glad that we're sort of recovering. We're P5, and I think we're on the right pit strategy, so we're doing all right.
Yeah, your co-driver, Alex Crawford, was storming through the field, drove up and passed We Came to Party, and has now opened up a 8-second gap on them. He's working on 1 second thought. 1 second thought, though, he's running some good pace. They had a 56.907 last lap to Crawford's 56.893, so really nothing between the two of them, and those cars are running right around fastest pace on the track. Just another couple hundredths faster is Michael Bliley from UGA Motorsports. But here we see Alex Crawford just cross the line, going and now claiming fastest car currently. Yeah,
Crawford's doing good. He's had good practice, or a good pace in practice this week, and I think he's doing really good. I think that the goal here is just to stay on the lead lap. Still, a good chunk of change left in the race. So if we can just stay on the lead lap and stay in the hunt, I think that we can be there at the end. It's the nice thing about having cautions in these races is that you can fall behind a little bit and have stupid mistakes and then still be back there in the hunt at the end. So we're just trying to stay ahead of the leader, but the leader's got some really, really good pace. Haynes is quick, and Klink had a really good stint there and pulled out quite a sizable gap. So just staying in the lead lap.
Speaking of Mr. Klink, I've also been rootling around in the pit lane and I found him. So I'm going to leave him with you two guys here to have a chat. And I'm going to go and get ready for my stint. So I'm going to go down, get my helmet on, get my suit on, and get ready to go. And I'll come up and speak to you guys after I'm done. Good luck, guys.
Yeah, good luck, Tom. So, Mr. Klink, we saw you with some very strong pace there while you were in the car. It looked like Sven handed it over with quite the cushion, and you were able to keep that. Well, actually, no, I take that back. When you got in the car, you were back in traffic. You had to drive through traffic, and then you got the lead once the pit stops happened. So can you talk us through how your stint went? Did you have any close calls, any contacts or off tracks?
Yeah, thank you. So, first of all, Sven did a really great job. The reason I came out in the traffic is because I think we had a different pit strategy to some of the other teams. We pit under that caution. But yeah, I was able to work my way through the traffic there and then got back into the lead once they came in for their stops. Before I just talk about anything else, I did have some contact with a Miata team. I'm not sure who it was, but whoever that was, I really apologize. That was pretty stupid of me. But in general, I think this stint went really well otherwise. The car was a lot of fun. Good balance with the Miatas. There's definitely a, pretty good pace difference there, so you have to be smart about what you're doing, which can be tricky some of the time. But yeah, I was able to pull a gap pretty well, and looks like Haynes is doing a great job of keeping that gap so far, so we're looking good.
Yeah, very strong effort on your guys' part. I expect we'll have at least one more caution in this race. That'll tighten things up. maybe let your sister car get into the battle. They're about 1:20 behind right now, but it looks like they've got a bit more pace than Haynes at this point. Be interesting to see how that works out.
Yeah, I wouldn't at all be surprised if we saw another caution or even 2 or 3. Anything can happen, and I know Crawford, for example, is, like you said, he's really turned it on right now. The track out there is getting hotter and hotter, as you've probably seen, and it's just really slick and tricky, but it looks like he's handling that really well.
Yeah, he showed a lot of patience. He's had a couple very close calls we were watching and done a good job to keep his nose clean. Looks like UGA is continuing to close down the gap here. It's down now to 36 seconds. It was about 40 seconds earlier. So starting to creep up on our leader. And Mr. Klink, you'll be finishing for the huge-ass blue car, getting back in the car after Tom. So are you looking forward to the pressure of that closing stint, trying to go for the win?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I think, like you said, there's really no knowing how the situation will be at that time. You know, we could all be very closed up from a caution or something. And I think the track will be completely different at that point, so it'll be a very interesting challenge.
Yeah, I think it might even be dark by then. It's currently 2 o'clock in the sim, so 6 hours from now. It'll be about 8 o'clock, I guess, when the race ends, so I think that'll be dark in Florida.
I think it should be, yeah. I'm looking forward to a cooler track for sure. It was pretty hot and slick out there. And this Cayman, it definitely likes to move around, especially in the brakes. The kink is surprisingly scary for this car. So it's the heat has definitely added a different difficulty to it.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Fawcett, but I was not going flat out through there. Maybe once, but other than that, I was doing a sort of safety lift.
Yeah, I attempted to take it flat one time and almost crashed the car completely. And after having my incident on the caution lap, I decided to take it easy through there for the rest of the stint. The car on grass just does not want to grip, obviously. So staying off of it is pretty.
So where are you guys watching right now on the track? Do you see any close battles for position?
I was actually just looking through the field trying to find some close battles. The field is pretty stretched out, to be honest.
I think I'm just trying to figure out sort of what's going on. It's in the car. It's hard to really follow the story some of the time. You don't know where people are, what their pit strategy is, so trying to get back on top of it. Certainly with the Miatas, I really had no idea who was where.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. We were in one big group chat on the voice with the Miata car and the other Cayman, so we had some idea of what's going on track, but definitely some different strategies, especially with that caution. Some people deciding to pit early and change drivers, and some people leaving drivers in, and so it definitely created some interesting differences because there was cars ahead of us that hadn't pitted yet, so then they had to pit when the 2-hour limit came up. So there's definitely some interesting strategy, and I'm really excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, what I'm doing right now is actually just riding on board with a Miata to see what it's like from their point of view, is watching the Caymans go past. There's a pretty good pace difference between the two cars, and it's different. It's interesting to see how that sort of manifests from their point of view, because I've been passing cars all afternoon versus getting past, you know.
So we've talked to some other drivers, and everyone says that this is accurately simulating the ChampCar experience with the different levels of talent, the speed differentials of the cars. So, oh wow! As we see Haynes really close up there on the brakes.
Yeah, I was cringing as you were saying that. Saw him. I think that was a little close call, but yeah, you're definitely right. There's a lot of different drivers out there. You can tell with different levels of experience. You know, some who might have a lot more experience in real life than in the sim at the moment, and so I think everyone's learning throughout the race. You know, understanding what they can expect from different cars and different classes.
Yeah. So as we see here, it looks like the huge in the Miata field. It looks like the huge ass Miata has moved into second place. The 91 is now actually ahead of one of the Caymans that's in the pit lane. It looks like that car might be retiring, though. There is no driver in the seat. All right, I gotta take a look at something here. There's race control. Yeah, so let's talk about Team Village Idiots and see how their race has been going here. What do you see, Clink? You got an eye on them there?
I'm trying to find them. What position are they in? Okay, yeah, so what I heard from them was that they had a little mistake at the start where they, I guess they forgot to start with a full fuel tank, is that right?
Yeah, I think that is correct, yes.
That does remind me, though, I really don't know what the situation is for the Miatas, but I think there is some opportunity for some interesting pit strategies to play out towards the end of the race. I would assume in both classes, you know, with cautions and however it might run out. These cars can both go pretty long in a tank, and you really don't want to have to, you know, splash and dash 5 laps at the end or something like that.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it. It's kind of interesting with these cars compared to, say, like a GTE car, is that you know, a GTE car can go right about an hour on fuel, and so the strategy is generally pretty simple. But with these cars, since they can go so much longer than an hour, and with the cautions added in, it really does change the strategy quite a bit.
All right, so we'll see the 90 car will be coming down pit road this time for a pass through. They got in a bit deep into the first horseshoe, punted the Miata off. The Miata brought it to race control's attention. Race control agrees that it was the 90's fault and has issued the drive-through.
There you go. It is just like regular ChampCar. There are drive-through penalties and everything, and driving standards are being looked at. So
Do you know how that Miata team's doing? What's their car like? Are they all right? Did they have to take a fast repair or tow?
It was the 14. I think they were able to get away with it and get moving, but
Ooh, quite a bit of damage to the back of their car.
yeah, luckily that they have those fast repairs, so they'll be able to get back out there.
Watching the driver of the 90 doing his drive-through. Interesting, he's not really on the pit speed limiter. Maybe he's not got a button mapped for that.
Some people like to do it NASCAR style. They prefer to do it without the button. I definitely do not trust my right foot enough to do it without the button. But some people, they just prefer to modulate it themselves, and I guess that's more of a Champ Car experience too. Most of these cars, I'm assuming, in Champ Car do not have speed limiters. And if you do have a speed limiter, maybe Champ Car is not where you should be racing.
For me, in the Cayman, I have to remind myself to shift up to second because you'll run into the limiter in first before you reach the pit speed in this car, in this track, so.
Yeah, there's a good battle for 8th place in the Porsche Cayman class. Team Unreal Purple and Bavarian Mustache Works going at it hard, racing close.
Yeah, Ben Shout is a veteran driver of the Champ Car iRacing series. We see him on a weekly basis. I think he's been there for all 3 seasons. Ben campaigns multiple cars out of Michigan, so been a long time Champ Car member.
Well, let's keep an eye on them as they go out onto the banking. The draft can be pretty big in these cars. He can gain a lot of time in the straights, so let's see if he tries to make a move into the bus stop or maybe into turn 1.
Yeah, Andrew Cardinale, the 4th here. He's had a bit more pace the last few laps. As we see. I think that was really just a racing deal. He got caught out, didn't realize that there was the Bavarian car missed the turn. Doesn't look like the Mustache Works car is too heavily damaged, so
yeah, it looks like he just missed that first apex on the left and slowed the car way down, and there's nowhere else for Andrew to go there. It's unfortunate. I think it's kind of a racing deal. Luckily, he did not spin into the tires to the left. He kind of spun into the grass on the right, which is a lot safer than that. Those tire barriers are a little sticky sometimes.
Yeah, we've seen it.
Team Unreal Purple, though, with quite a lot of front-end damage, it looks like. We'll have to see how that affects their pace now.
Oh, yeah. Not sure. They may even have some cooling issues. They better keep their eye on the gauges. Would hate to see them lose an engine over this.
Yeah, I guess they're fortunate with this new Cayman has a new damage model, and they're fortunate that the hood is still attached. I think that's something that could happen, is the hood can block their view. So I guess they did avoid some drama, but that is unfortunate for both cars, one with damage and the other one losing quite a bit of time.
Let's see here. Looks like fuel stint is right around. Well, Clink, you should know. You were in the car. Looks like 43 laps you can go in a tank.
Sounds about right.
That sounds about right. I know it's around 80 minutes, and it's a little bit under 2 minutes a lap. So 43 sounds pretty spot on. Maybe 42.
Yeah. It looks like Benjamin Shout here. He's been in since lap 61, so lap 95 currently for that team. So I think they'll definitely be considering pitting sometime soon.
That incident just makes me wonder about how different drivers or what's their sort of mindset going into this, because obviously it's a different situation to a real life champ car race, but it's the same sort of idea. You want to go fast, but you want to be safe too. And I wonder how they're approaching that differently, possibly in the virtual world.
Yeah, there's definitely not the fear of bodily harm, at least direct bodily harm from the crash, maybe from your teammates. But so that's a little bit different than it is in the real world. Also, you don't have to pay a big repair bill if you stuff it in the fence.
Yeah, that is definitely a good thing. You know, when I backed my car into the fence, I wasn't immediately working about, wow, wonder how much that's going to cost me. It was more like, oh, dang, I really feel bad for my teammates that I just ruined the race somewhat. But yeah, it's definitely the benefit of the sim is the cost is definitely, you know, you don't have to worry about buying a new bumper or exhaust when you back it into the tires. I don't imagine a Porsche bumper and exhaust and wing is exactly a cheap item to replace.
Having a look at the UGA Motorsports team, just outside 30 seconds from the lead, continuing to close in lap after lap.
Yeah, that gap was upwards of 40 seconds, so they're definitely closing in on David Haynes. But David's plugging along. He's doing pretty consistent laps, and that's all you really need to do at this point.
Yeah, I mean, smart that he's, you know, taking the pace that he can. I think it's quite easy to have just a little bit of a moment in this car and find yourself in the fence.
Yes, it is surprisingly easy to crash. There are quite a few moments in the lap where you're on the edge, and you know, turn one is pretty tricky. The car is very light, and the kink is pretty you know, floaty, and as well as the bus stop. So there's quite a few areas on the track where even getting back on the throttle in the bus stop, you can get some wheel spin and get the car rotating too much. So there's quite a few spots, and these Mazdas too have to consider, you know, these Caymans approach pretty quickly, and I know as driving the Cayman, it's sometimes hard to judge gaps. So there's definitely real risks for everyone out here. It's not set in stone. I mean, it's very easy to make a mistake here and make a mistake there.
Yeah, you know, especially when you have to go offline to pass another car. You know, you're saying to turn one, you're passing a Mazda, and you're not able to brake in as a straight line as you want, so you have to try to turn left while you're braking. It's easy to lock up and have an issue.
So if we could get the director to turn the camera towards car 7, running down the 23rd position. Some of their fans are in our chat right now on YouTube. Just wanted to update them on Aaron Thorpe's running position. He's in 23rd. About 7 laps down, it looks like, on the leader. He is ahead of the NNM entry. I think they had a hard off just a few minutes ago, but Z-Tech is a few laps behind R-Bank, who's just ahead of him. So good effort here by Aaron Thorpe. Let's see what other drivers have been in the car today with him. Looks like David Palermo, Jay's Sufanyuk, and Aaron Thorpe are going to be the drivers of that entry. Let's see, is anyone else? It looks like David Wharton is down there on the pit wall, ready to get in the car, as well as Scott Grinnell. So,
hey, they're doing good. They're ahead of all the Mazdas, so that's you know, one fight done is to to finish, you know, in the same chunk in the timing scoring monitor as all the guys in your class. That's always something good to look for. There's quite a few of the yellow class cars intermixed below in the Mazda field, so that's a battle in and of itself, staying in front of the slower.
Alex Levinson in the 524 Cayman just a few moments ago had a bit of a moment in the second horseshoe went wide onto the grass, but kept it out of the wall and was very respectful, letting cars go past before getting back on the track. So a little bit of time lost, but otherwise no issues for him.
Lots of action down here on the pit lane.
Yeah, it looks like we have a Mazda or two and some Caymans pitting here. Some green flag pit stops. Looks like we got the number 6 car, NNM. Unfortunately, had some issues after Devin Peters' stint. Looks like the car is currently missing the hood, so hopefully they have a spare one sitting in the back of that pit stall. But they just dropped off the air jack. A couple Caymans leaving pit road.
As always at Daytona, pit road can be a little scary with that wall on your right and cold tires. Always easy to make a mistake there and just brush that wall.
Yeah, we have definitely seen people hit that wall in the sim as well as in real life. It's definitely one of the trickier pit outs. And then you're coming onto the track and people are trying to track out in front of you. If you're a Miata, it's difficult trying to feed your way back into traffic. And it's definitely not the easiest pit road, especially exiting. It's pretty tricky. That wall will bite you, and there's curbing on the left side of the pit out, will also do some damage to the car if you hit them. So it's definitely not an easy thing to to manage.
Wow, just watched Chris Nisley, looks like, of Voodoo Racing make a pass of a Miata on the just before the banking started, but on the side there, and he had to really smash his car up onto the banking once he got the pass done.
Yeah, that is an aggressive pass for sure. We got a car number 527. Looks like had a little bit of issue in turn 1 just now. Yeah, had a punt with the number, what car is that? Oh, looks like we have a yellow out on the course. Yeah, it looks like car number 44 just got a little aggressive on the turn 1 entry and had an issue, and the race control has decided to throw a yellow. This will change everything up. The strategy will be different. We're going to see differing strategies for sure. Actually, should probably check with my team to see
Yeah,
what we're
I was
doing.
going to say, I'm gonna hop out for a moment, talk to my team real quick.
Yeah, but that's an unfortunate incident there with the Miata. Looks like he's back rolling again, but that's a tricky spot on the track to pass a faster car to pass a slower car. It's a difficult braking zone.
All right, so this caution will mean that they can't. No one will be able to make it here with one more stop. This will mean we're going to have some splash and dash at the end of the race. All right, so we'll have to maybe wave around some cars here and delay the yellow.
Yeah, so we're back here. We're just trying to make sure we get everyone in order with the caution. It's difficult here with the cautions because we have the Caymans that are much quicker on the straights than the Mazdas. So we're just trying to get everyone all up in order here and trying to make sure everyone is pitting and doing the things that they. But yeah, it looks like we're gonna see some different strategies here. The leader of the Cayman class has caught the pace car, and they are on the banking here. Looks like on to the front stretch, so we'll see them come down pit road potentially real quick. And in the Cayman class, we only have 5 cars on the lead lap, so those will be the ones we're going to be looking out for. There's a handful of cars a lap down. That I think you could potentially stay out here if you're a lap down, and get that lap back. Of course, you'll have to pit, but that might be a potential strategy. As far as the Mazda class, looks like we have about 5 cars as well on the lead lap of that class, with a couple of cars just a lap down. So still quite a few cars in the hunt here for the lead. Zach will pay you 14 cents to crash our competition is pitting now. They are the leader in the Mazda class. And it looks like the leader in the GT4 class is also pitted with UGA and Dangers out. So quite a few people still on pit road and taking advantage of this. And I believe this will be an extended pit or extended yellow, excuse me, just to make sure that everyone is on the on the same page. Everyone's packed up and joined together. So we'll definitely have a extended pit, yellow, excuse me. So just make sure everyone is getting a fair advantage with the packing up of the classes. Make sure everyone is going to be where they need to be. And since these cars are so differently paced and this is such a long track, it makes a lot of sense. Looks like my car is on pit lane as well. The 338 getting a driver change and some fresh tires and some fuel. And I think most people are taking advantage of this, trying to use it. We've gone green for quite some time, so probably going to see quite a few people here taking fuel and tires. Looks like there might be a change for position on pit lane. Looks like the number 46 huge ass Miata has passed the leader on pit road, so maybe they're taking extra fuel with the differing pit strategies. Yeah, now the 91 car is just now leaving pit lane, so quite a bit more fuel, which means they'll be able to go longer, but then they will also be behind the number 46 HJ car. Welcome, Plink, back to the booth. Is everything all right with your car there on the strategy?
Yeah, so we decided to take the stop, put Tom Ellison in, and so he'll do some running right now, and I think he'll do a great job for us. In general, looks like there's quite a bit of commotion going on. There's caution, just trying to get caught back up with where everyone's shuffling out to, who pitted, who didn't.
Yeah, it looks like it's difficult with this large track and the pace differential with the cars, trying to get everyone packed up, but they're doing a good job of getting everyone all joined together. I think there was a change for position in the Mazda class. I think the HJ Mazda was able to pass the number 91 car on pit road. So. And they're delaying the yellow again just to make sure everyone is packed up. We want everyone behind the pace car in that one long train. Make sure everyone is all together. This is good for those people that might have had a gap ahead of them. It's unfortunate for your car, Clink, because you guys had quite a bit of a gap to the car behind. So looks like there's a lap car or two between you guys and the P2 car.
Yeah, I think you save a lot of time pitting under the caution, so that's worked out pretty well for us.
And Alex has been busy down there in race control getting everything all sorted out. But it looks like we got quite a few more cars on the lead lap here. We have all the way down to we came to party in 9th. WDR, Team Unreal Purple, and Voodoo all have gained a lap back. So I'm assuming they had stayed out, which is good. Make sure they got their lap back. They are going to get back up to the people that they were behind. And that's one of the good thing about caution is that you are able to get a lap back if you stay out when the leader pits, which they did, which is good for them. They will have to make sure they stay on the lead lap, but I don't think that should be a challenge.
Yeah, smart of them to do that. Getting and staying on that lead lap is really vital. Because as you can see, if you have the caution, it can really close everyone up. Also, just give props to everyone in race control. It's a tough job, as we can clearly see. There's not too many of them. Doing a good job getting everyone under control, making sure this caution works out properly and that everyone is properly in line for the restart.
Yes, definitely not an easy job. There's quite a few small things with the caution system here in iRacing that may not work out for someone. May need a black flag cleared or something like that. So they're doing a good job getting everyone sorted out. Make sure everything is good to go before we go green. Looks like NNM is falling down further back through the field. They have gotten back on track, but they are behind the leaders in the Mazda class. So they have fallen behind a little. They need to get caught up with the Caymans, but yeah.
This restart is definitely going to be interesting. Most of these drivers will not have started the race, and so they probably would only have driven with, a car here and there around versus large bunches of cars. So we'll probably see some exciting action.
Yeah, I remember when I was in for the first restart, and it was pretty hectic. I mean, you have it's probably more hectic than the race start itself, just because you have Mazdas and Caymans all sharing the track together and trying to get find space on track. And you got lap cars in your same class, lap cars in other classes you're trying to navigate. So it's definitely not an easy thing, and they know what they say is yellows breed yellows. So we'll see how that goes. I think we're going to get one lap to green here, which is fortunate for us. We'll get back to racing with about 3.5 hours to go. So this will be interesting. I'm expecting a lot of action here. Oh, looks like we delayed the yellow again. So trying to make sure everyone gets to where they need to be. But it's going to be quite a action-packed restart for sure.
Got to make sure the pace car driver is able to lead some laps as well. Don't want to let them feel left.
It looks like the lap cars are making their way past the pace car, so they're going to get their lap back there. We came to party, just made their way past the pace car. Pace car out there going to lead some laps too. Make sure that they put some good use into the Mustang.
All right, so just to update all that are watching, what we have done is waved around all the cars that were in front of the leader. This will this will mean that we'll have 9 Miatas on the lead lap now. I mean, not 9 Caymans.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so it's a bit tricky, you know. I'm sure Tom is happy that he'll start his first laps with a clean track in front of him, but at the same time, he's got more competition with more cars on his lead lap now.
Yeah, it's definitely an advantage for Tom. He's not been in the car yet, and even being back, you know, where our car is, you know, we have a significant amount of lap cars ahead of us. So working your way through the lap cars is going to be tricky, but also, you know, working your way through the Miatas is going to be difficult too. So definitely an advantage being out here. But I am just glad that we are able to gain some ground back with this caution. And I'm sure there are quite a few people back in the field that are also glad that they were able to gain some time back on their competitors. That's one of the benefits of running with cautions, is that you know, you don't lose too much time, and that you're able to recover.
Yeah, it looks like we've got all of the top 5 Caymans within about 9 seconds. Under pace timing, of course. Few Miatas in the mix there. So we'll see how that gap sort of spreads out, or maybe contracts in some cases on the restart.
Yeah, and the way iRacing works too is that you're gonna have to make sure you pass on your outside of these cars too. So that's something to look out for.
Yeah, that's definitely different to the restarts people might have been used to in the real life ChampCar series. Something else to look out for is all the cars who have pitted. They've been able to do some laps behind the pace car, but they'll definitely still have lost some, or have some low temperature in those tires. And the first lap or two in those cold tires can be quite a handful.
Yes, they definitely can. Both cars here suffering from cold tires, even under, you know, pace conditions, and you're weaving back and forth to warm them up. They're still not going to be up to racing temp. So the first 2 or 3 laps are definitely going to be a little sketchy, and that sketch factor on the tires combined with lots of stuff in your mirror and lots of stuff happening out in front of you, it's definitely going to be a spicy restart. Definitely going to be a lot of action going on. But you know, I think we survived the first restart. I think we'll be able to do another one.
And looks like we've got the lights out on the pace car again, so hopefully we'll go racing this time by.
Yes, we definitely will be going racing here this next lap. Let's go over the standings real quick. Out front of the Cayman class, we have Huge Ass Blue. They have been leading from the green flag. Then we have UGA Motorsports, Dangers Out, OST on second thought. And then there's Huge Ass Gold. They started P2 and have fallen back to P5. Voodoo Racing, Team Unreal Purple, WDR, and We Came to Party are the last car in the front, or the last car on the lead lap, excuse me, of the Cayman class. And then we have Team Unreal Aqua, Bavarian Mustache Works, and Almost Team Jackie X. I think you want to run through those Miatas.
In the Miatas, we've got the really long name of Zach will pay you 14 cents to crash our competition leading. Huge Ass Miata in second place. 9 Shiza Autosport Black in third, followed by Team ESPN Phenomenal. Love Racing 1, Team Village Idiots, Trunk Monkey Racing. We've got a Cayman in the mix there between those Miatas. E&R Racing, Top Step Esports, Podium Hats, 9-4 Motorsports, F1 Boston, Tooth Autosport, and the rest of the field going on down.
Yeah, so I think that we have quite a few people in both classes on the lead lap, so that's so good. We have some exciting racing to watch, and especially with the draft around Daytona, we will have some exciting racing to watch for the next coming few laps. That's one of the good things about you know, Daytona. For those of you that aren't as quick, like me, you're able to keep ahead with the guy. If you're, as long as you're within a second and a half or so, you're able to suck back up with the draft just like they would in a stock car. So That's one of the good things here. And both of these cars are very draft heavy. Both cars momentum cars and have a big hole they punch through the air. So that's part of the excitement here about Daytona, is a lot of close, exciting racing because of all the drafting that goes on.
So Tom Ellison of Team Huge Ass Blue leading the way around the banking, giving the pace car some space, getting ready to restart here any moment now.
Yep, as they come out of NASCAR turn 4, the pace car will drop down, and then Tom will be full on the loud pedal, try to build a gap with the Mazda behind him to UGA Motorsports.
And the pace car pulls off, just waiting for Tom to give it some, and looks like he's underway. And we're back to green flag racing here.
Yeah, and that Mazda's smart to stay low and allow the lap cars to go ahead as we look back throughout the field to see if there's any exciting action. Looks like everyone's doing all right so far.
Looks like we've got some lockups into turn 1. That's not unexpected, but so far everyone looks to be surviving.
And looks like, knock on wood, most of the people have made it through turn 1, which is tricky on these cold tires. No incidents that I can report. Oh, there's a Mazda around the number 76.
Spun.
Trunk Monkey Racing has spun. It looks like he had a little help from a Cayman.
Cayman doing the flip.
Oh dear, looks like we have had some contact here. Let's take a look at the replay. Yeah, 76 car. Looks like it got turned. That is unfortunate. But that's part of this restart, is dealing with these cold tires and dealing with incidents like that.
'76 car seems to be back underway. Aside from that initial contact, seemed like most everyone else did a pretty good job of avoiding them. So hopefully they'll be able to continue.
Yeah, it looks like the 15 car has also had some dramas and is now on pit road, but they have gotten taken out as well. That is unfortunate. That car was in the lead lap of the Cayman class, and they're now on pit road getting some repairs done. So that is unfortunate. You don't like to see that happen.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome back to David Haynes, an actual
your time?
commentator.
How was your time in the car, bud?
Yeah, it was definitely pretty slippery out there. I inherited quite a nice lead, which is always lovely, and I wasn't going to add too much to it, so I think I actually gave away a little bit of time throughout it. But in the end, I don't think it matters, because however much lead I had, whether it was going to be a minute or 20 seconds, well, it probably would have looked about the same as this now anyway. So I think the best course of action for everyone all race has been just keep it clean, and something will eventually come your way.
Yeah, I can tell you that the track temp's up to 98 now, so that's probably contributing to the slip factor. It's 3:30 local time in the sim.
It was up around, I'd say 110 earlier, so it looks like it's coming back down again. Grip will be coming back towards all the drivers. At the front of the field, we've got about a 4/10 gap between the leaders in the Cayman class, and that draft can make that gap disappear very quickly.
Yeah, so we have Garrett D.
D'Alessandro.
Yes, out of Georgia, which could almost be assumed by the team name, really putting the pressure here on Tom Ellison at the front of the field. This caution and the ensuing waiver rounds has really brought a lot more cars back into the race.
Brought a lot of cars back onto the same strategy as well, because our top 3 all pitted on the same lap for pretty much the same set of service. So yeah, it's brought the strategy back together as well as the cars on track. So sort of we've got a defined pit window now. Danger's out having a bit more trouble in third place, though, working their way forward. So they had a little bit more traffic to deal with on that restart, it would look like.
Yeah, without a class split, it is difficult for some of these cars to gain just because they have quite a few lap cars ahead of them.
Battle for the lead, got pretty close there. Tommy Els went a bit deep into turn one, but managed to hold on to it, managed to find some traction off the corner at the end. Everyone's going to have relatively cold tyres still at the front here. I'll only speak from my own experience that it really took 4 or 5 laps before you're confident pushing a bit harder.
Yeah, I had that same experience. You really have to work up to it and build up to the pace. And that's tough when you're racing a whole class of cars following you behind.
Yeah, and Tom is fresh in the car. He's not quite sure what the track conditions are like. He's not quite sure what the tires are going to do. So it's definitely not an easy thing to do, to get out there and just start leading this right away. So
At least he's got clear track in front of him, which is something I never had any of. You know, the field was well and truly spread out. You were catching, a Mazda here, there, and everywhere, and the speed difference in a straight line is very, very significant. You come up on them on a rate of knots, but here, he's got a lot to worry about in the mirrors, but it's all clear sailing in front of him at least.
Yeah, Tom is an experienced racer, both in the real world and in the sim, so I don't imagine that anything in the mirror will phase him too much. But Garrett's giving him something to look at the mirror. With the draft here, it looks like he's going to close up.
Yeah, and with this 9 Shiza Autosport Red, is that the... Am I identifying the right car that's sitting third on the track right there? He's, John Edaus. That might be the bridge that Andrew Huggins needs in the Dangers Out car to close up on those 2 leaders. The leader's got a bit of a jump on him at the start, but now he's closed it down and he's much closer.
Yep, so D'Alessandro into the lead. Great draft, great run off the bus stop, and then just round the outside at the start-finish line and led it into turn 1 and continues to lead here. You're very right. The 9 Shiza car is kind of a little bit in the way there, but, looking pretty quick. And also, Dangers Out and On Second Thoughts have been very, very quick. So it's quite a train forming at the front here. We've got some quick cars that have come back towards the pointy end of the race.
Oh, as we see Dangers Out making a move there. Nice. I think he's going to be able to make that stick.
There you go. Now he doesn't have to worry about that lap car. I think that's something you got to worry about when you got a lap car ahead of you and you're trying to catch the guys ahead and they're pulling a gap on you. So that's good. Andrew Huggins will be able to chase down Tom Ellison and Garrett.
Andrew Pilota is going to join the party as well for On Second Thought there. He's very, very quick. Last lap, a 155.2. Sure, he would have got quite a significant tow off the cars in front, but that is a very rapid lap, given how much rubber and dirt and dust and everything has been put down on the track.
I think John Hurley's going to regret racing him so hard into the bus stop. It compromised his exit, and I don't know that he's going to be able to draft back up there.
Yeah, losing the draft here is not what I would want to do. I want to give up that spot quick and easy, make sure I don't lose as much time, and stay within the draft of the leaders. I think that's probably the most crucial thing you want to do.
Too wide for second, down the inside for On Second Thought, but gets a little bit of the grass on the inside, has a bit of a slide, but if anything, that just helps him rotate through the corner up into second place.
Yeah, good eyes there by Tom Ellison in the number 337, giving plenty of room there. Wow, On Second Thought is looking for the lead here.
Yeah, the interesting thing is here, On Second Thought's one of the cars that didn't pit under that caution just then. They've got tyres that are up to temperature, and there's only, as we've said, a couple lap window here where that's going to be an advantage for them. So a great job by Andrew Pilota working his way up through the field while he still has those warm tyres. He's got more confidence than the others around him.
Yeah, so it'll be...
If that's the case, go ahead.
It'll be something to see here towards the end of the race how all these pit strategies work out with On Second Thought being, let's see, rough math, about 16 seconds further on the strategy than these other cars. Will they have to take an extra stop? I think all the cars will need at least 2 more stops from here, maybe 3. Yeah, 2.
Yeah, probably 2. Safe 2, I think, for the Cayman class.
Yeah, so perhaps it'll all come out in the wash, and on second thought, we'll be right here with us.
Here comes the battle for the lead, though. They're going to try and get it on track. So UGA Motorsports and Garrett D'Alessandro staying low. Andrew Pilota is going to go high. He had the momentum there, basically nose to nose. UGA still going to have the inside. Are they going to roll out of the throttle here? We've seen how confident on second thought can be, and into the lead he goes. Passes on near consecutive laps there.
Oh, wow. That Miata in turn 1 looks like they might be damaged, really having trouble driving in a straight line. I think the Kruger Tuned Racing, JC Kruger, may have a bit of alignment issues. Luckily, all of our leaders were able to get through.
If that car was a racehorse, you'd be asking for a vet at this point. It's not looking so good, but I mean, JC Kruger's doing all he can to stay out of the way, but that car is making it difficult. Bit of a rolling roadblock, unfortunately.
Yeah, team must be out of fast repairs or saving them in case the damage gets worse. So what do you think here, David? Is on second thought going to be able to build a bit of a gap? I think that they need to get on the loud pedal, knowing they may have to do an extra stop. They certainly want to extend the gap all they can.
I think they're also in a position still to be able to stop it to the end from here. It just becomes about the logistics of your driver changes and such. So yeah, this might have fallen in a way that's helped them out. I still back our decision to pit under caution in the 337, but you know, when the yellow comes out, it's going to benefit some people more than others, you know, so that's how it is.
Yeah, wow. I'm not sure if Tom had to take a slowdown there in the bus stop, but Danger's out. Able to...
He got held up by that Miata there in the exit, and so he wasn't able to get on the gas at the same time as Danger's out, and the effect is obvious.
Yeah, still a lot of race to go here. Tom, a very patient driver. Sure, just trying to keep the car clean and hand it back over to his co-driver.
Yeah, and as we've seen, any gap that's built has easily the potential to be wiped away by caution.
Well, really good battling here. Looks like Danger's out, starting to put the pressure on UGA. I thought UGA would be able to keep up with on second thought, but just not able to match that pace right now. Last lap, they were a second a lap slower.
Yeah, and I know we've got some UGA people watching, so I hope they're cheering on their guy. Let us know what you think, because he did a good job moving up a couple positions, but now all of a sudden it just looks like no one has anything for on second thought, and you know, then the next tier looks like it's UGA and Danger's out, and Tom fading just a little bit. Maybe he'll need a bit longer in the car to get his confidence.
Yeah, this being his first stint of the race, it's definitely at a bit of a disadvantage to people like John Hurley, who have spent many hours in the seat so far today. Good patience, though, following that group of Miatas through the bus stop. Really nothing he could do there. Being heavily pursued by the 9 Shiza Autosport red car. We also see the other huge S car working their way up through the field, Giovanni Romano, working on closing the gap up here. Ooh, as we go 3 wide near the start finish. James Wolak coming out of the pits. For his car, at least. I'm not sure if it's James at the wheel. It's actually Taylor Chase, Cinder's local union.
Yeah, I've been trying to decipher some of these battles in our Mazda class, but unfortunately that field's just a bit more spread out. Only 2 or 3 cars on each lap. You've got Zach will pay you 14 cents to wreck our opposition. Basically, a lap, maybe 2 laps clear, and then HJ and ESPN on the same lap, and then you go a lap further back to the likes of iRacing and Top Step Esports. So there's not as many cars on the same lap in that class, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's good battle though between the 46 and the 06. They're still pretty close together here.
Here goes UGA and Dangers out though for second place amongst the Caymans. So a bit of a defensive line from Garrett D'Alessandro. Takes back to the normal racing line as he heads towards the bus stop. He's going to stay ahead. Had a bit of that Miata traffic for the first time since the restart to deal with as well. But I guess the saving grace for them there is that it's all clumped together.
Yeah, this is, I think, one of the best battles that we have on the track right now here, the battle for second. Garrett not wanting to give it up. John Hurley wanting to take that position.
I'm seeing Andrew Huggins in the car at the moment. Where are you getting your info there for Dangers?
Yep, you're correct. My bad. So
Similar
Huggins
helmets.
really taking the fight, yeah. We know Huggy is a very competitive racer in the ChampCar series, running the 2-car team of Pinky's Out. He's joined forces here with the Dangers Out Racing Group, and they've proven to be quite a formidable duo.
Yep, certainly in a good place right now and giving us some battles. They got quite close towards turn 1 on this lap, and now through the horseshoes they've dropped back a little bit further. We'll see what they do next time on the banking.
A little bit further back, we've got the 2 huge-ass cars about 2 seconds apart, though they are separated by a Cayman that's a few positions behind.
Battle's pretty close. Voodoo and Team Unreal Purple as well. That's 6th place in class, and those guys are on the lead lap. So I've seen them battling earlier in this race, and now they're back together again.
Yeah, I've got my scanner on, listening to some of these open channels for some of the different teams. I don't think there's any love lost between Voodoo and Team Unreal Purple. Unreal Purple gave Voodoo a bit of a punt earlier. It looked like maybe a racing deal to me, just on the brakes, but that is now turned around to where Voodoo ran them down and passed them. But I'm sure that Andrew Cardinal is looking to get back around.
Tom Ellison's lost a bag of time, almost 10 seconds on this lap from what I can see. So that's dropped him a little bit further back. Now the trailing of the 2 HJ cars in class, Giovanni Romano has moved into 4th.
Yeah, he just had an incident with the 9 Chiza Autosport car in the bus stop. They made contact and both got turned around.
We'll take a look at that, see if it's a racing deal. Yeah, just looked like a racing deal. 2 cars going for the same bit of real estate there.
Yeah, the 9 Shire's car getting into the wall a little bit there, but it looks like Ellison managed to avoid it in that, but has lost a bunch of time. And like I've discovered, once you slide those tires a bit much, they can really get away from you temperature-wise, and they can become kind of greased over. So, yeah.
Oh, as I see another couple cars around there in turn 1. Working on getting car numbers on that. I think We Came to Party was one of them. Double check. Yeah, car number 28 is getting down into turn 1, and I just don't think that he knew the R-Bank car was inside of him. Turned in, and they both did a bit of a half spin. And they both get going again. So Andrew Pilata really starting to open up this gap, continuing to pound out the fast laps. 55.5 that last lap, half a second quicker than Garrett and of the Huggins car. Giovanni Romano running that same pace. Looks like Ellison into the pits, maybe to fix some damage.
No contact on the pit straight. That's a bizarre one.
Take a look at this as well.
So action and drama on the restart here. Couple cars on the lane right now, including Huge Ass Blue, including Voodoo Racing, including Team Unreal Purple, including Bavarian Mustache Work. So yeah, past the halfway point in the race, and some tempers running a little short, some nerves flaring out there. On second thought, still pulling out a lead.
Yeah, on second thought, really laying down a strong pace. UGA, a second a lap slower there that last lap. So, Garrett had
I'm going to take a look
strong
at that
pace.
OST car in Parc Fermé after the race here. You know, I'm gonna take a look at the inspection.
Yeah, we need to make sure they're claiming all those cheaty parts they got on there.
The cheatiest part is in the driver's seat. I think that's the problem. Watching Andrew Pilata, and he's just smooth. He's getting the lines in all the right places, and he's not sliding the car when he doesn't need to. And that's a recipe for going pretty quick in these cars.
Yeah, I expect we'll see the leader on the pit lane in about 10 laps. We know that these Porsches can go right around 40, 41 laps. Right now, he is at 28 laps into his run. 29 laps.
Well, it's not ChampCar if there isn't just a little bit of drama. That's for sure.
Yeah, we see Team Unreal Purple here at the back of the lead lap. Had to pit for some damage. Looks like they took their fast repair, looking much better now. But Andrew Pilata, from one second thought, I don't think that he's going to waste much time here. I think he'll be putting them down a lap by the end of this lap. He's much later on the brakes into that second horseshoe. I think I had time to tie my shoe between the time the purple car hit the brakes and on second thought. Wow.
Yep, confidence going down the inside there. So he's moving through some of the traffic that's becoming more evenly spread out around the racetrack as we've, gone back to green about 8 or 9 laps ago.
Yeah, really been hot and heavy here ever since that restart. But as they say in NASCAR, cautions breed cautions. There was a lot of drama though in that opening lap, but with the field bunched up, there was plenty of time for them to get rolling again, and race control didn't see a need for another caution. This battle for the top 4 is really starting to heat up. We have the Huge S Gold car back and forth, 11 seconds back. It's currently being piloted by Giovanni Romano. He's working on trying to catch the Dangers Out car, but the last few laps, Dangers Out has really been quick. So quick that they were actually the fastest car on the track a lap ago. This lap, Giovanni is the fastest car on the track, the 56.1. So
Lap time's dropping real quickly right here. We've got a bit of cloud cover that's come across. 20 past 4 in the afternoon, and of course there'll be some clouds at that time of the day. But yeah, so that's seeing some really quick lap times there, just within the course of about 15 seconds. Dangers Out had the fastest lap, and then UGA stole it, and then Giovanni Romano stole it again. All those guys basically setting some personal best times there as well, or lap times we haven't seen in quite some time. So track reached quite a peak and has now started to cool off. That's going to be giving more grip and maybe more confidence as well.
yeah, it looks like might get some rain overnight with this mostly cloudy, and track temperatures back down to 93. The air temp's still at 84. Got a pretty strong wind out of the northeast. It's at 19 mile an hour right now. So I would say that these cars are probably feeling that on one straightaway, with the tailwind, and then also feeling it when they're racing into the wind.
Yeah, that's a moderate breeze for sure. That's some gusts as well potentially. That's not negligible wind effect out there.
32 kilometers an hour.
It's weird because mine says we were doing 20 kilometers an hour breezes, but
now it's down to 14.
Gusting.
Yeah, it's gusty.
Makes it
Speaking
a bit unpredictable.
of gusty, wow, Dangers Out with a 55.8. That is a second and a half faster than the leader. So they're 5 seconds back, but Andrew Huggins is really putting the whip to it.
Certainly, they're coming through plenty of traffic here as well. One of the Love Racing cars. It's easy to spot from that sort of baby blue color. And, part of it is how well you can alter your lines to work through here. And Huggins has to take a different line than he'd want to into the West Horseshoe here. Garrett D'Alessandro has to go all the way around the outside of the 274, and I think loses him a little bit more time than it lost Huggins. So Huggins is underneath 1 second here as they're going to come onto the banking where that gap really matters.
Yeah, this is turning into quite the race with the UGA car. I thought that they would be able to match the pace of 1 second thought a little bit closer, but maybe you're right. Maybe it was just down to tire temperatures. The gaps have seemed to steady out here in the last few laps. So, but I expect that we'll see 1 second thought on the pit lane in the next 6, 7, 8 laps. For all of the huge ass fans out there, huge ass blue GT4 is back on track, running one lap down. So working on chasing down Team Unreal Purple.
And if you're not a huge ass fan, now's a great time to become one and hit that subscribe button, am I right?
I think you're right. We've got 439. If anyone's listening, why don't you be 440?
And of course, this is home to the live broadcasts for the Wednesday night ChampCar iRacing series that is awarding some prizes you mentioned earlier in the broadcast. Also home to other HJ special event broadcasts. Home to our in-car camera broadcasts from ChampCar Endurance Series events. And also, well, we might have more races like this, at least in the coming months as well. So I think there's plenty of exciting sim racing to watch on our channel. That's the plug done. Okay, I did it.
That series is quite the great series. I believe you might have even been the champion of the Pacific Division last year.
Yeah, really stiff competition in that one, but you know, I drove my way to that championship, which awarded me a free entry in a ChampCar Endurance Series race of my choice, and I should have picked really carefully.
Yeah, and hopefully we can get back to racing here in a month or two and get you over here to the States and get you back in the car.
That's the goal, and I'm sure that's the goal of many of people tuned in, and basically the goal of almost everyone out on track here at the moment is a world where we can go racing again, but health and safety and these things come first. People's lives come first. So we wait. We look forward to a time when ChampCar Racing can return, and hopefully sooner rather than later. It's got a battle here. Danger's out. It's looking to the inside of Garrett D'Alessandro towards turn 1. So it's going to be side by side, still coming towards turn 1. And Huggins has got it for the moment.
Oh, is what just happened here? The huge ass blue car continuing to have troubles. Looks like Tom just got in there a little bit deep, got some grass and looped it around by himself.
Indeed, might have been distracted by there was a Mazda in the fence there already, but if anything, that means you should come into the corner with a little bit less speed, a little bit more caution. So avoided the wall there, but did loop it around. And like I said earlier, you know, you do that once and your tires are, the best of them is gone for the whole rest of the stint, or at least maybe the next 2 or 3 laps. It's going to feel like an absolute handful. Not sure that Danger's out and UGA is done yet, but Huggins has managed to build a couple of tents and put a lapped car between them in the bus stop now. So it's looking good for Andrew Huggins in second place. A couple of laps under the belt there, and he's really getting the pace back underneath him. Might even be able to claw back a couple of those seconds to the lead. It's sort of been trading lap times, I think, between On Second Thoughts and Danger's out. Paulie Veltum joins us. Paulie, have you been watching most of this race so far?
Oh, I've been watching bits and pieces of it, David. Thank you. How are you today? How was your stint?
I'm doing very well, and it's a pleasure to have you. My stint was moderately uneventful. It's gotten a lot more eventful for my car since then, but anything stood out to you in this race that it's caught your attention?
Yeah, what really caught my attention was when the huge ass Porsche lost it trying to get out of the bus stop there. And I was wondering, David, as you've spent some time on the track, you've seen cloud cover come over the track. Do you think the track conditions have changed?
Oh yeah, noticeably. I've got the track temperature readout, and so too does my weatherman Alex here. And Yeah, I mean, there's sort of two main things that change with the track as the race goes on. Obviously, you can see a lot more rubber, a lot more marbles, and in places, dirt and dust dragged onto the track. That reduces the grip that you've got. But then there's also the track temperature, which has begun to drop a little bit. So, in one respect, some of the grip is coming back with the track temperature dropping, but in the other respect, the longer the race goes on, the filthier the track becomes. Bit side by side here because Huggins has gone and lost second place. Danger's out back to third place as Garrett D'Alessandro, better run, gets the position through the bus stop there. So the minute I start talking up Andrew Huggins and Danger's out and the potential they could hunt down the lead, they go and fall back to third place. So not entirely predictable out there on the racetrack.
Giovanni Romano is starting to sneak into the picture. I'm starting to see him when the camera pans to these long shots. So I think before long, you're going to have a 3-car battle there for second.
Yeah, certainly still a lapped car involved there. One of the Team Unreal Purple, who are just one lap down and fighting to make sure they can still be in the picture if there's another caution later. But certainly in fourth place there, doing 156s, so a bit faster than Danger's out for Giovanni Romano.
David, I'm going to run down to the pit lane and see if I can get Alex Crawford to come up here and do an interview.
Alrighty, Alex is going to go look for Alex. So we have a certain abundance of Alexes, and here they are, they're back. You guys have got quite the jogging pace. That didn't take long at all.
Yeah, well, I just shouted out the window, and then Crawford did a backflip up here.
I do what I can.
So it's really strong pace out of your drive earlier today. How's the race going for y'all?
Hey, thanks. Yeah, for my stint, it was pretty good. It was kind of close to peak temp, so it kind of pushed around a little bit more than I'd like. A little bit of scary moments going into the bus stop on cold tires, going into the kink on cold tires, but I just took it a little bit easy. And I think you could see that with a lot of the cars as well in the higher temp, sliding around a little bit more, maybe missing braking points or using braking points that they were doing at, at peak grip conditions. And so it was a little bit of chaos, but at the same time, I felt like our pace was good. We made up some time on the field and, we got through nice and clean.
Yeah, we were focusing on you whenever you were chasing down We Came to Party. We had the camera on you for quite a few laps in a row there. And there was a few times where some Miatas slowed you up through the bus stop, or I know another time into the second horseshoe, you almost had to come to a stop. But lots of patience there not to put a fender on anyone. How do you avoid the temptation to just blast one through?
Well, taking a line behind the Miata in the bus stop is about 2 seconds, maybe a little bit more. But let's pretend I went through and even just damage a fender. That might be 2/10 to 3/10 a lap. And we already have done, how many laps. So we've already done 127 laps. So you have to, it's risk management. You have to know when it's worth it to make a move, make a dive, or make a pass, and when it's not, and when you need to understand that even if you're in the right, if someone else makes a mistake and bumps you or multi-car collisions or anything like that, you are sacrificing your long-term pace and safety.
And it looked like you guys were about a minute back whenever we got that last full course caution. So that was really good for you guys. It led you to get back in the battle for the front.
Yeah, I think so. So we're in a pretty good position right now. And Giovanni's done a great job. Fawcett's done a great job. I think Fawcett's going to jump in after Giovanni, and then I will drive from there. So yeah, we're in a great spot right now. Top 5 for sure, and holding our own. So you never know what's going to happen. We got just under 3 hours left, so plenty of time for lots of stuff to happen, but our chances are looking good moving forward.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us here in the booth. Is there any shout outs you need to give before we let you go?
Yeah, shout outs to everyone on UJAS that has put this together, from our producer Derby to you guys commentating to everyone that helped test setups with us and just run. Shout outs to ChampCar for letting this go through. It's I've never raced in real life. My goal is to do that. I'll be transitioning from iRacing to real life eventually, and this is something I'd like to pursue. I've fallen in love with endurance racing, so pretty much thanks to everyone involved that's putting this on and allowing this to come to fruition.
All right. Well, thanks for those kind words. David, do you have anything before I kick him back down to the pit lane?
Absolutely not.
All right. Well, thanks again, Alex.
Thank you, guys.
All right. So we still got our eyes here on second and third. Danger's out, continuing to take the fight to UGA. UGA opening it up now to almost 2 seconds, probably about 1.7.
I'm also watching this fight second and third in the Mazda class, which is very, very close. Team ESPN Phenomenal currently ahead of our flying South American Antonio Alvarez in the Huge-Ass Miata, and he's closing up now in that very, very powerful draft underneath the responsibly packed grandstands at the start-finish line. So second and third are close in that class as well.
Yeah, and fourth is coming on. The Village Idiots, after their namesake maneuvers at the start of the race, starting on low fuel, have worked their way back up into fourth position through pit strategy and managing these cautions. Looks like they have Justin Hall in the car, and he's working on catching Antonio.
Oh, a bit of 3 wide into the horseshoe is not going to work. 2 9 Shizer cars and the Team ESPN Phenomenal. A little bit of fender rubbing there. Maybe a couple of them got pushed in, but no one went around. So they carry on. But if you're the 06 car, you wouldn't be massively pleased with that one. There's now no cars between him and the HJ car pursuing behind.
Is that We Came to Party? Yep. James Colburn in the We Came to Party. Porsche trying to work his way through. Whoa, that was a very impressive move there, slicing through the field.
Also got Andrew Cardinal here from Team Unreal Purple.
I was just...
Sorry, what are we doing?
I didn't... I thought he jumped in. I didn't know you brought him in.
Got Andrew Cardinal here from Team Unreal Purple. And how's this race been from you? How many stints have you pulled?
Well, I've only put 1 in today. We've got our second, our second of 3 drivers. I guess I'd be the third. We got him in for his second. We've got 1 more going in. I'm just getting the 1 today. But it's been an up and down race. It's been a lot of fun though.
Does it get the same juices flowing that a real race does?
It definitely does. I've not had the chance to drive in ChampCar yet, but I've been with the team for, actually my 2 co-drivers have raced several races, and we were actually at the 12 Hours of South Course at VIR back in March before everything happened, obviously. And that was a lot of fun to be a part of, and certainly I think my first really in-depth experience with the series. And it certainly gets those same juices flowing, the same adrenaline. Be it just trying to figure out, all right, what strategy should we pull under these cautions? How do we want to run the race? Making sure we limit our mistakes, and especially when we got into a couple of little scuff ups there with a couple of guys throughout the field, and trying to navigate that the best way we can.
7th in class right now. You've got some guys to fight around. What's the goal from here?
We were looking like we were dang near out of this for a little bit. We had gotten tracked a lap down, and we're just headed in the wrong direction there with some damage. And then we got that caution, and we're suddenly back in a decent place for at least a top 10. We're looking to try and get a top 5. I think if we pull off a top 5 today, we'll be happy. But that's still a little ways up there. We Came to Party is definitely looking pretty stout right now. But these GT4s still being new and us having limited experience, myself especially, we're just trying to get to the race end and hopefully get a top 5 from here.
So David, he mentioned We Came to Party. just in front of our leader, perhaps going to go a lap down, but I think Andrew Pilata will need to come to the pit lane soon. This will be his 41st lap, which would be right at the max distance if it had stayed green. I assume Andrews was able to save fuel under that extended yellow, but We Came to Party should rotate back onto the lead lap here once Pilata pits in a lap or so.
Yeah, certainly possible. Again, we talked about that division in the strategy between those who pitted with the most recent caution and, on second thoughts, who were still out there. Any other observations you've got, though, Andrew, of this race so far, from being on the team, from being behind the wheel?
It's definitely a whole lot less cautions than you might see in the real races. But to have those couple of cautions thrown in, we're on iRacing, of course, you don't usually get those full course yellows on a road course. That was definitely, I think, a lot of fun personally for me. It definitely changed things up, and I like it. I wish the iRacing 24 and Sebring 12 and such actually had those, at least to some extent, because I think that's definitely made this a whole lot more interesting. It's kept a lot of us in the battle. Obviously, it gave us a couple of chances to keep ourselves in it, and now we're looking at possibly getting a top 5 out of this. So, I think that's the biggest thing, is just being able to bring in that little bit of realism where we don't usually get iRacing yellows on road courses. Actually getting some of those, I think, has really helped the race.
Awesome. Good to hear from you, and best of luck to you and your teammates with about 2.5 hours still to go.
Thanks. Hopefully we're maybe talking to you later.
Yeah, hopefully. Good luck.
Thanks, sir.
Righty, there we go. Always interesting to hear from some of the drivers, and of course we've got a waiting room set up just below the broadcast booth, and we'd love to hear from a couple of other teams and get those interesting perspectives.
Yeah, for sure. Saw Pilata there get into one of the corners a little bit too deep. Had to woe it up a bit more than normal. Although his last lap was that car's fastest lap of the race. So I think we're getting down to low fuel. He knows they don't need these tires any longer. They're going to be throwing them away. Someone's on the pit wall saying, push, 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 use it up.
Yeah, 5 seconds is what they've got in the bag right now. They've just completed 42 laps. 3 or 4 of those would have been behind the pace car, so not particularly thirsty laps. But yes, by all accounts, I can only see them going a couple more laps. 40 is about where the limit is for the Caymans.
Yeah, they'll definitely be able to make it on 2 stops from here. So it'll be interesting. I don't know that they're going to be at much of a disadvantage to the other teams. So I think that we pretty much have 4 cars that can win this from here to the finish. That is if we don't get any more cautions.
Yeah, as it stands right now, I agree with you there, And it's closing up at the front as well, because the 4th place car, Giovanni Romano's picked up the pace a bit, and the most recent lap was a little off from Andrew Pilata. So, yeah, don't count anyone out just yet.
All right, so I'm going to take a look back here at this Miata battle. The Village Idiots have moved into 3rd place, not far behind Team ESBN Phenomenal. Village Idiots have got around the huge-ass Miata, piloted by Antonio Alvarez.
Yeah, indeed, just having a look at that one now. So pace is looking good for Justin Hall, indeed, into a podium position now. Pitted 31 laps ago, so he pitted a little bit before that most recent caution, because everyone else pitted 25 laps ago, which is about when that caution was for those cars. So yeah, he'll be pitting in a little bit early for Team Village Idiots compared to the cars around, but not by a whole heap, just by 5 or 6 laps there.
Yeah, and as Justin pulls out to make a pass here on Team ESPN, a Porsche was catching them looking to make a pass. He had to get on the brakes. Now it looks like WDR is going to try to squeeze through. right here. Ooh, and the Village Idiots get a bit of a tap on the bumper. Able to keep it pointed in the right direction. WDR follows them through, loses a bit of time to the car they were racing there. That allows the huge ass car to close up on the bumper of Team ESPN. Village Idiots really starting to walk away though here.
Yeah, certainly trying. Did get a bit of a check up through the bus stop on that particular time, but there was no way Team ESPN was getting around. So here, it's third and fourth that we really have to keep our eyes on. Antonio Alvarez had a bit of a run there and looks like he's maybe even backed out of it. So yeah, up high goes Ronnie Osma. Later on the brakes, going to try and go around the outside of Team Village Idiots, but there's just no traction out there, no grip, and I think he's going to lose out to the HJ Miata in this case. They're still too wide there, and the door is closed by Alvarez, who moves back up into third. So ambitious from ESPN, phenomenal. It just didn't quite stick into turn one that time, but they gave it their all.
David, I think something happened to the 246 of Andrew Huggins there. He was about a second gap to second place, number 20 there, and then suddenly jumped to 10 seconds. So I'm not sure if something might have happened there, if it's just a glitch in the matrix, as they say.
No, I'm seeing some dramas for UGA and Dangers Out as well on that particular lap. We saw there was quite a bit of traffic about in some places. I think is it the problems for UGA that's sort of making that known? Yeah, certainly it's not stayed as it was at the top four, though.
Now, it must have been something rather dramatic, and I'm a few seconds behind you guys, but I think there was something that might have happened.
Yeah, I'm looking at the recent laps for Dangers Out. I'm not seeing anything out of the ordinary. So I'm not sure about that one. UGA, though, their most recent lap was a 2:05, so the lap just gone for UGA Motorsports was 10 seconds off the pace. They've encountered some dramas there, had some problems.
Yeah, I wonder what happened. I'll go back, take a look, see if I can figure it out here. But that's allowed the huge-ass gold car to move
into
up
turn
the podium.
one. They've just been too ambitious and looped it all on their own. They're just trailing too much brake. Rear gave way in the middle of turn one, and just around they went. Lazy little spin there for Garrett D'Alessandro. Avoided the wall, avoided any other cars though. He had to find reverse gear, get off the racing line and get it pointed the right way, get it going again. All that cost him 10 seconds.
Yeah, and you know, I don't think that he could have got it going any quicker. With the lack of a clutch, it really makes it hard to flip turn this car around. And as soon as it came to a stop, he backed it up and got it pointed in the right direction and started going again. But that just shows one little mistake, 10 seconds gone.
Got James Colburn from We Came to Party in the barrier at the bus stop for the number 28 car. That's come undone. They were doing very well in 5th place, and I'm going to have to take a look. What happened for We Came to Party? They've had to go on the tow hook back to pit lane for the 28 car.
That's unfortunate. That was one of the cars up there towards the front of the pack. Our leader having to get slowed up there behind the Kruger Racing Miata. Kruger Tuned Racing, sorry. Now he's working on the Love Racing. So, man, on second thought, has really started to stretch this lead out now. 13 seconds over Andrew Huggins in the Dangers Out car.
Yeah, it does sound like Andrew Huggins had a bit of trouble putting the we came to party car a lap down, and that might have cost him just a little bit of time. And then there was that incident there where bizarre one, we came to party end up sort of beached on a grass mound and couldn't get themselves going again. Yeah, so they managed to find one of the few places out in the grass here where you can beach one of these cars.
And on second thought, with their amazing fuel mileage, continue around the track, starting their 47th lap here on this stint.
Yeah, it's like every time you get into contact with somebody or you have a major incident, it does blow a little bit of confidence. It's bound to slow you down.
Yeah, UGA here, only a second off of the bumper of the gold huge-ass car, working past that Miata down into turn one. Both of these cars trying to get back up to the Dangers Out car. I'm sure from where they sit, it's hard for them to understand the big picture and how all these strategies will work out. They may not even be aware that the leader's on a different strategy.
Yeah, it's one you kind of need your teammates to be on top of that one in this case, but at least for second, third, and fourth, we're all pretty close together once again. They all pitted on the same lap, so there's not a lot of difference there.
A good battle, it looks like, between Voodoo and Team Unreal Purple. As we mentioned earlier, doesn't seem to be much love lost between these two. They're battling, they're, only a second apart. I believe they both pit 17 laps ago. I think it was from an incident that they had together to get repairs. So this will be an interesting one to see who can get the fifth place.
Yeah, Unreal Purple's made the passing move since we spoke to Andrew Cardinal earlier. So Unreal Purple a little bit quicker, but not being able to shake Voodoo Racing here at the moment.
Yeah, Paul Roddy, a experienced driver in iRacing and the ChampCar Endurance Series. Got a good run out of the bus stop. Looks like the gap's closing down a little bit here due to the draft. Don't think he's going to be close enough to make the move into turn one, though. Oh, as we see, on second thought, is now on the pit lane. That has rotated Dangers Out into the lead of the race.
Yep, and they've got Huge Ass Gold right behind them. He's got UGA Motorsports right behind them. 1.5 seconds for the lead of the race now. Make that 1.4 seconds first to third. So when these guys get onto the banking, it's going to close up even further. That is going to be one to watch. And what about, strategy-wise? Are these guys going to be able to pull something on second thought there? Still going to be one more pit stop to get to the end from here for OST, and it's still going to be 2 pit stops for our leading 3 cars here. Could be anyone's race, really.
Yeah, and I think all the teams will need a driver change as we still have 2 hours and 21 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's really going to mix things up. You can expect those anchors to go in at the end.
A lot of traffic for our leading 3 on their way in towards the bus stop. Dangers Out gets through it. Looks like Huge Ass gets through it, but Village Idiots end up cutting part of the course there in front of UGA Motorsports. Garrett D'Alessandro loses a whole chunk of time, 1.5, maybe 2 seconds there, because he was just a bit too far back to be able to get past that gaggle of racing Miatas before the bus stop. And that gaggle of racing Miatas is also a 3-car battle. It's not for the lead of their class, but when a 3-car battle comes across a 3-car battle, no one wants to give.
Yeah, and nor should they, right? I mean, the Miatas view their race just as important as the faster cars, so no one wants to give anything up. All right, the Village Idiots are now on pit road. Be looking for a driver change. I expect their third driver, Lance Cameron, to be getting in the car before long.
Looks like it's Shane who's going to get in, but with 2 hours 20 minutes to go, he's not going to get to the end from there. They're still going to need another driver swap as well. So yeah, one more pit stop still yet for them as well.
Yeah, the dreaded Miata disadvantage of those small fuel tanks.
Yeah, danger's out here. Ran a bit wide in the second horseshoe. That allowed Giovanni to get a little closer. Giovanni Romano in the Q-Jazz Gold GT4. These cars are equal in pit strategy. Both of them pit under the last full course yellow. I think Giovanni might have a bit of a pace advantage, although Andrew Huggins was the fastest car on the track last lap.
And I think don't count out D'Alessandro either. He's managed to claw back some of the time to these guys, and he could definitely be a feature at some point as well, especially if these guys start to battle a little bit. Better run off the bus stop for Huggins that time.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I can't really see what their lap times look like. Sorry, Alex, but just have to wonder if the Huggins machine seems like he's found something. Like he seems to be, his pace seems to have picked up a little bit. I can't look back over his laps, but he's looking strong.
Yeah, I know those guys have put a lot of time into preparing for this event. I've seen them on the Discord server practicing, actively talking about different practice sessions, joining them. So I think that John Hurley and Andrew Huggins have put a lot of time into their setup. Definitely well prepared, but that should come as a surprise to no one. We all know that Huggins shows up at the track as one of the most prepared teams in the paddock.
They're going to put a lap on your MX-5 Mazda Miata class leader there, and he stays well clear. It doesn't need to do anything in this with the 1 lap lead that they've got in their class. Does it mean that it's something to look out for these leading 3? And D'Alessandro, after the balking he received, the getting balked that happened to him in the bus stop earlier, he's right back in the picture as well. Back to 1.5 seconds off the lead, just 7/10 behind second place.
Yeah, so we're soon may have 3 cars under a blanket here.
Absolutely, they're so close together right now. It's really exciting.
So Huggins catching up here to these 2 Miatas. I think that they'll get them here on the banking, so it should not affect this 3-way battle we have for second, or for the lead, excuse me. As you see the Village Idiots making a pass. This other Miata. Oh, and Giovanni Romano closing up. Garrett getting a big toe off the 2 cars ahead, but now he's going to be stuck there. Nowhere to go, as all 3 are able to work around into turn 1.
Yeah, what a head of steam Garrett D'Alessandro had going on there, but he picked the wrong side if he was going to get past the 2 cars in front. Traffic just conspiring against him a little bit there, but shows that, you know, the double toe that he can get from 3rd place. A good run out of the bus stop, some favorable traffic. Whoa, we've got a very slow number 147 there, so the guys have to drive around. Andrew Huggins very heads up because he had to go around the outside because the inside just wasn't possible. Our leading 3 carry on unscathed, but my point here, if Garrett D'Alessandro gets a good run out of the bus stop, don't rule out him being able to pass 2 cars before we get to turn 1. iRacing 890 has just come out of the pit lane, I believe, and into this here, so they'll be on cold tires, and that'll be very difficult for them to tiptoe around, and hopefully the leaders get through clearly there. Who's driving the 890? Tom Masiero at the moment. Indeed, yes, he is on an outlap. Team Unreal Purple has just lost a position here. They're going quite slow down on the apron. A lot of damage on that car, it looks like. That's unfortunate for those guys. They've just done a great job working themselves up into the top 5.
Looks like they were trying to avoid the very slow car, the 147. Swerved and then hit this the other Porsche there. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of damage on a couple of cars out there. Our race leaders carry on unharmed there, but yeah, my goodness, it's a tough day in the office for some.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, David, and it just goes to show you how quickly things can change for you, even though you're doing really well. So anything could happen here.
All right, this is where it's going to get interesting. The lead 3 have all been out for 37 laps, but we think that they're going to run out of gas in about 4 laps. But that will only have them at, that'll be 2:06 plus the pit stop. I think the rule is it 2 hours plus 2 laps, or is it 3 laps? This is going to be really close.
Yeah, certainly is. If you go on, Paulie.
No, I was just going to bring up, just like everybody's going to push to try to get the most out of it, looking for those yellows, and we're not getting too many yellows today. But they could find themselves pushing a little too far and get themselves into trouble, if not with the officiating, with running out of.
So we saw on second thoughts do about 46 laps. We're now up to 38 for our leading 3. And take off 1 or 2 laps of that from the caution period that we had. So probably 3-4 laps, and all of our top 3 are going to have to pit. As you say, that is going to be before the 2 hours, but all of them would still need to make another pit stop anyway for fuel. So I think at that point you don't have to compromise your strategy because of the driver limits. You just do a driver swap at this pit stop, do a driver swap at the next pit stop.
Right. And everybody's pushing, hoping for those yellows to come out. So we're going to see some nighttime racing here. Is that right, David?
Yeah, we certainly are. Time in session right now is 20 to 6 in the evening. We're at 2 times time acceleration, so we've still got 4.5 hours of in-sim time to progress. You can see the shadows getting longer, though, as it is, close to dinner time. So what would that make it? We'll be finishing at about 10:15 in the evening in the session time. So we're definitely going to see the car headlights come on. We're definitely going to see the sunset, and we're definitely going to see the track lights and some of the lights in the stands come on as well. So that'll be a treat, a nice Florida sunset.
Oh, yeah. It's so beautiful out here at Daytona International when that happens. And, of course, that's going to cool those track temperatures down and make those cars a little bit looser out there. They're not going to turn as well. They're going to be a little hesitant to turn in, and that might free up the back end a little bit.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Battles on for the lead between those Porsches. Huggins in the lead right now. Big head of steam up for Giovanni Romano. Is going to have to go around the outside. Going to be 3 wide with one of the Love Racing cars, and Romano just has his nose in ahead, but Danger's back out of it. And Romano goes in very, very, very hot indeed. He's not going to be able to complete that pass like that. Goes out wide. Not a lot of grip out on the concrete. Also a lot of dust, marbles, and general detritus out there after almost 5 hours of racing.
So
good effort, but it didn't stick this time. The 246 Dangers Out car still leads a couple laps before they're going to need a pit stop, and Garrett D'Alessandro is pushing for all his worth in third place to try and catch back up to this pack. He was the fastest car out on track that lap.
Yeah, I mean, these drivers starting to get a little tired. You know, they've been out there a long time, turning a lot of laps. They just got to keep their heads down, stay focused as they look off the final minutes here of laps before they head into the pits for another required pit stop.
Yeah, certainly a big day for the drivers, big day for the crews, and big day for us as well, and some of the folk who aren't racing that are tuned in. I mean, it's a 7-hour race, and it's only half the length of the ChampCar Endurance Series race that was meant to be running this weekend. So that's endurance racing, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it is, and even though it's a half length, you know, there's so many of the challenges and strategies that come into play in a race like this. It's very, very much the same deal for.
Side by side once again. What has Giovanni Romano learnt this time about his braking point around the outside and into turn one? Well, he'll surely brake a little bit early, but that's going to make it difficult to swoop around the outside, but he's still going to try. Has the drive off the corner, not good. Still side by side, going to come towards the horseshoe. The HJ Gold car is going to have the inside here. And I think, at least for the minute, that's the pass complete, but it took 2 attempts, and then it wasn't sealed instantly on the second time of asking.
Wow. So I've been reviewing the rules, and to my reading, it's 2 hours plus 3 laps is what we've been going with. So this is going to be very close to, I think as race control, we don't want it coming down to this. I don't think we want to DQ the top 3 to move 4th up. So I think as long as they get a driver change in here at 2:05, 2:06 to go, it should be good.
Yeah, so interesting the way the timing is going to work out here, and Garrett D'Alessandro is closing in, yet still from 3rd place. I give it is, if you can put 3 cars within 1 second, does that count as a blanket, Paulie?
Absolutely. That's just amazing. We're so deep into this race, and these guys are right next to each other. It's really.
They certainly are. They've got a bit of traffic in front of them as well, as there always does seem to be. They're going to get clear of one. Is Romano going to get clear of the other? Maybe not quite.
Yeah, and with them being able to go another lap here, I think that's going to get them down to the 2:05, so they'll easily be within the 2 hours and 1 lap. Or 2 hours and 3
laps. They even
laps.
decide to leave a driver in for the remaining time, knowing that no one's going to drive 2 hours on 1 tank of fuel. They might split it up into 1 hour stints to get home from here and not even worry about it. So it could be a concern for some teams, but not every team is actually going to run up against that limit, I think.
Good point.
So it's going to be 42 laps to this stint for our leading 3 when they get to the pit in this time. Again, we're pulling numbers out of the air here to say exactly how far you can go on fuel, and it'll depend on the conditions, it'll depend on the traffic, it'll depend on the weather. And some of these cars actually get a bit thirstier as the air temperature reduces as well. That's one to watch out for. The air's a bit denser and they get a bit thirstier.
And what's going to be something to keep an eye on here, David? 1 second thought is 55 seconds behind the lead right now. The time that we saw on the lane for the top 3 last stop was 51 53 and 52 seconds. So that is from pit lane in to pit lane out. And as we all know, there is the extended pit out road that you have to take. So, and that doesn't include the time to slow down to pit lane speed. I think, yeah, I think 1 second thought is going to be your leader after these stops. But I think these 3 cars that are up front right now are going to be right on his tail. So this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be close. That's an interesting one to watch. And then I think you're going to need almost another full stop or half a tank of fuel from on second thought, whereas it might be just a splash for the top 3. It's still just a little bit too close to be sure. Dangers Out aren't going to be happy with this, though. They've got one of the 9 Shizer cars that's refusing steadfastly to go a lap down, and John Hurley and Huggins are not pleased at all. They were, just a couple tenths off the lead. They're now dropped to almost 2 seconds back because this car will not get out of the way for them.
Yeah, and I can see that they're on the all teams trying to get Nick to get out of the way, yelling blue flag. Looks like here 9 Shizer is going to move over. But
it's the Sebastian Vettel technique. Blue flag, blue flag.
But it looks like now that he's a second and a half back, the draft is not giving him much of an advantage.
Yeah, we'll see. A good run off the bus stop can do a lot to fix that. But then who might pit in this lap? Who might pit in next lap? We're going to see. They're definitely on the bubble. This is going to be 43 near green flag laps of racing.
Got my eye on the leader, and he's not coming in.
Nope, all of our top 3 staying out one more time. Garrett D'Alessandro pulling a big draft off that 9 Shizer car to move himself through and have nothing to separate him from second place. So our top 3 might come together just a little bit once again. We've got N&M in the way there as well with the beautiful Canadian plaid Porsche. Just makes me want to smell like wood fire and hunting. Got 96 people tuned in from the ChampCar family and also around the world right now. Let us know who you're supporting, let us know who you're cheering for, and let us know where you're tuning in from. We'd love to hear from you. And of course, those in the race, we have got the waiting room set up. If you want to come in and have a chat with us, we would love to interview and hear from some of our drivers, some of our teams, how they're going in their race here, because certainly some people are having an exciting day, Paulie.
Yeah, I think that we need to try to get Chris Huggins, Giovanni Romano, and maybe even Garrett up in the booth to talk about this. They've had quite the battle for the last hour or so here.
It has been a battle all stint long, that's for sure.
Giovanni right along the line, and he stays out again.
And side by side here with Dangers Out and UGA. UGA sweep around the outside. Bit of a Ricardo Zonta move there into second place for Garrett D'Alessandro. Got a good tow, brought it right up around the outside with a lapped car in the middle. And a great move into second place. Now he's only got 1.4 seconds up the road to the lead of the race.
Let's see. I know we're getting close to pit stops, but can we check in with the team almost Jackie X? It's the car 26. They've got some fans watching. Just try to give them a little quick update here. All right, coming down pit lane.
Yep, from was 5th or 6th position. Great looking car, follows the same kind of paint scheme as we expect to see them out on the track in the Champ Car Endurance Series. So Tracy Nolte driving there, brings it onto pit road. They use up one of their fast repairs to make that car slick and perfect once again, and Kevin Bolland is going to very much appreciate that, I must say. 2 hours left to go, so as you were pointing out at some places, Alex, he's going to be able to go to the end with a splash after this, if that's what they want to do for their driver strategy. Sort of Fuse 15 missed their pit box.
Yeah, the R-Bank car, I think, might have DQ'd themselves for reversing on pit lane for too far. All right, so our leaders have hit the pit lane. Oh no, I stand corrected. I hadn't scrolled up all the way. My bad.
In fact, Giovanni Romano stays out one more time. Going to take a look at what UGA and Danger's Out do. Danger's Out onto the pit lane for those guys, but UGA stay out. So first stop is going to come from Danger's Out there, and we're going to keep our eyes on where they end up relative to On Second Thoughts. It's going to be pretty close there.
Yeah, so we know Danger's Out will have no worries about the drive time issues. It looks like, yep, here goes John Hurley hopping in. They've opened up that gap on second thought. I had mentioned it a few laps ago that it was at 55 seconds. It was at 1 minute last time by. So the top three were really setting a blistering pace up there at the front.
Yeah, certainly were. But what about when our leaders come out of the pit lane this time? It's going to, once again, take them 3, 4, 5 laps to really get those tyres to where they want them. It's going to be very, very close between Danger's Out and On Second Thoughts, and I think On Second Thoughts got this one. So Danger's Out are going to end up behind them, back in 4th place, and with a set of tyres that are going to take a couple of laps to get into a competitive window.
Yeah, good eyes there. It looks like On Second Thought got by them quite easily. Not sure. The stop was a little slower than some we've seen. The Danger's Out last stop was 1:04. We've seen pretty consistent 1 minute, 58 to 1 minute stops for a driver change in full service. So maybe just a little slow there on the driver change. Maybe the driver coming in just missed the box by a bit.
Now
As we know, that's how iRacing determines the pit speed.
Yeah, now we've got our leader on the lane, Giovanni Romano. So he was a little bit ahead of Danger's Out, but not by a whole lot. So it'll be neck and neck between him and On Second Thought as well. So UGA follow in as well. This is going to bring our top 4 back together again. This is going to be very, very interesting. What's the strategy out of these cars? Giovanni Romano has no trouble finding his pit box. Same too for Garrett D'Alessandro. Driver swap, Andrew Fawcett going to go in the HJ car, and for UGA it's going to be Richard Cawthraw. So let's see what those drivers can do. They're being thrust into quite the battle at the end of this race.
Yes, this is going to be something here. I wonder if they're planning to go the 2 hours and avoid the driver change time, or if maybe they're just going to get it within 1 stop of the finish and then put in the ringer.
So On Second Thought are just coming across the start finish line now, and HJ Gold and UGA are rolling in the pit exit, but their tires are going to be cold, and this is going to be so very close. I think HJ will stay in the lead, but it will be side by side on the pit exit between UGA and OST, and On Second Thought have it, and their tires are up to temperature and pressure, and Peter Lawson is well and truly comfortable in the cockpit of that car. So UGA into 3rd, Danger's Out fall back into 4th. HJ have a lead of 3 seconds and on a cold set of tires. Andrew Fawcett behind the wheel, and I think this might be his first stint since we saw him go off on cold tires behind a safety car.
Yeah.
We've got to bring that up every time from now on.
Right, yeah. We might even just legally change his middle name to Spun Under the Safety Car. But yeah, a very good effort here by Fawcett. He did not spin that time. He's maintaining this gap. It's getting a little bit closer, but that's to be expected with the difference in the tire temps. I think he's racing UGA. That's who he needs to worry about for now. They're all going to be racing each other when we get to the end, but for right now, if he loses this lead, it's not a big deal. Just need to really get the pencil out and work on this strategy. Every second is going to matter here.
Yeah, because on second thought, absolutely are required to make a driver swap sometime between now and the end. These other cars can all get by on just a splash and dash, maybe a third of a tank or so. They could, if they needed to, probably make a bit of a shorter stop than OST. So I think OST got to get in that draft of the leader, get on past, and try and build a gap while they've still got warm tires compared to these cold tires for everyone else.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. If I'm OST and I know that I'm going to need to sit still for longer to put more fuel in, I need to get in that lead and I need to build some cushion because
a little bit of contact there. That's the 524, one of the R-Bank cars, a bit slow on the racing line. OST couldn't get through how they wanted, made a teeny tap, lost a bit of time.
And now UGA is stuck behind as well. They're going to throw it up the outside here on the second hairpin. Horseshoe.
Yeah, so Richard Cawthorne is trying to get up to speed quickly as well.
And here comes John Hurley, not wanting to be left out of the conversation. This is some good racing, David. I didn't think after 5 hours we would still have 4 cars within 6 seconds.
Yeah, and there's really nothing artificial about this, is there, though? We've had, 4 cars battling over these top 4 positions. What's it been, 90 minutes now or something? It's they're just pretty close on strategy, and our leader gets checked up on the way into the bus stop. This costs a whole heap of time to Andrew Fawcett. Peter Lawson in the OST car has a much bigger run at him. He's got that thing wound all the way up. We've got to pass a bit of traffic here. This could be the lead about to change hands.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there's much Andrew Fawcett can do. He did a good job kind of squeezing up towards the wall, limiting the room. I think they're both going to clear this lap traffic here, but I don't think OST is going to be able to get by into this turn.
It's one of the Tooth Shopify cars that gets into turn 1 pretty aggressively, not letting anyone through here whatsoever. So it was very pertinent that Andrew Fawcett got his way through. So this is checked up Lawson. Cawthorne is right there for UGA Motorsports, just 1.2 seconds off the lead in 3rd place. This is it's cost the leaders a little bit of time. It's costing OST a little bit of time. And as I said, they absolutely need to be getting to the lead and trying to get away if they got a hope of winning.
Yeah, and time is of the essence. They have the advantage right now with the warm tires. It'll probably take Fawcett 3 or 4 laps to get the tires up to full steam, and OST just they have to strike while the iron's hot, or the tires are hot in this case.
Yeah, exactly. So it's on the second flying lap of the stint for those cars, HJ Gold and UGA Motorsport. So just about now is when it's starting to get a little bit better for them. They're not the sitting ducks, the maybe newborn deer that they were on the outlap. So now Peter Lawson and OST are able to clear the Tooth Shopify car. Richard Cawthorne for UGA Motorsports has not yet been able to do that, but he's going to get a mammoth double, triple tow here and look for his top speed, because it could be significant if he keeps getting this kind of tow.
Yeah, Andrew Fawcett got slowed down by the Miata of Top Step Esports podium hats there in the bus stop. They think that's going to cause him to probably lose the lead. Well, nope. OST not able to make it stick down in turn 1. Now UGA is all over their bumper.
Yeah, we've determined if it's 3 of them underneath 1 second, we can call it a blanket. So that's the leaders under a blanket.
I'm going to run down to the pit lane, see if I can get a word with Huggins, see if he'd like to come up here and talk to us.
Can you also check in with Tom Ellison, how he's doing?
Sure.
Oh, there we go. Alex Albert's going to have a run down to the pit lane, have a word with some people, see how everyone's going. And meanwhile, some of this action kind of speaks for itself. Fawcett trying to hold off Peter Lawson, and he runs wide in the second horseshoe. He's not going to give up on this yet, but there's so much traffic. They come together, they turn. Both of them are going to come into the Armco. UGA are through into the lead, and neither of those guys wanted to give up side by side as they were approaching some traffic. Let's take a look at the replay on that one. I need to have another look at the helicopter shot on that one. HJ and the OST car were side by side. Bit of a wobble, those words in the horseshoe, and then Fawcett looking for a lane to go around the lapped car. Peter Lawson trying to squeeze him, so he had to back out of it. Fawcett didn't, and there was room to go 3 wide there, but it just didn't end up working.
Yeah, whenever I was walking down the pit lane, I noticed the crash. It looked like, from the one view I got of it, that on second thought, just kind of squeezed over into the huge-ass gold car, and then they both ended up in the fence. Both looked like they got away without too heavy a damage, and both have a stop still to go, so this might not be over yet.
I'm seeing quite a bit of damage on the on second thought car. They're heading down onto pit road right now, making their way to the pit entry. So it was not kind to them, the contact with the Armco. What I said while you're out of the box is that there ought to have been room to go 3 wide there. Sometimes the temptation is to try and squeeze your competitor towards the traffic so they have to back out. But in that case, if your competitor doesn't, this is what happens.
So I was able to bring Mr. Huggins up into the booth with us. So do you prefer Chris or Andrew?
Chris.
Chris, can you talk us through your last stint there? It looked like it was basically an hour-long battle with Huge Ass Gold and UGA.
That was a full-on hour-and-a-half sprints is what that was. That's the hardest I've ever driven this car in iRacing. I'm still learning what I'm doing, but I got a lot of tow around the track and figured a few things out and feel good that I was able to keep the car clean and keep us out of the penalty box.
Yeah, and you guys are sitting in a very nice position here, maybe to get the overall win.
I hope so. I made a little bit of a mistake coming into the pit box, and it cost us about 5 seconds, so that's what we're trying to catch up on now. That big wreck that just happened was a gift for us, but it looks like maybe the 338 car is still okay. He's still running fast.
Yeah. How many fast repairs do you guys have left?
We still have both of our fast repairs.
That's good. I don't see any marks on your car. Have you guys had any contact all day?
There was a little bit of a bump, I think, in the first stint, and I think we had a little bit of a dent on our back bumper at some point for something, but no, we've been pretty clean all day and been able to stay out of the shortcut penalties, and now we're just hoping that something happens with the yellow flag or some sort of pit strategy where we can make a choice.
What's the thoughts on the driver stints for this? Obviously, you pitted just within 2 hours remaining of the race. Hurley could stay behind the wheel to the end, or you could swap at a pit stop between now and the checkered flag. What's the thoughts there?
I think we're going to switch back. We just don't know when. If we get a yellow, obviously that'll be the time to do it, as long as it's within the gas mileage of the car. So we got another 16 minutes or so to go on that. But past that point, you know, it's just whenever he started driving.
And it's very, very easy to find paint scheme on the car for this race. What's the thought that's gone into that one, and how much did it cost to get Jackson Pollock?
That's a John Hurley special. That's no Jackson Pollock, right?
So what's your thoughts?
I have no idea what the paint came from. John figured that out late at night. I just was like, hey, here's my logo. Stick it on the car somewhere. And so we got both real car logos on there. And it's obvious, very striking in picking out of a crowd.
Reminiscent of BMW art cars of Le Mans history, I think.
Ah, yeah, that's what you mean. I got you now.
Alex, are you still with us here?
Yeah, the second choice was the Tiger King face on the hood with Carol Baskins on the truck.
Now, I'm sure you would have been hit if you would have had her on the bumper.
You know, that's probably a good choice. We didn't choose that.
Her husband got whacked too.
I heard he got eaten by a tiger or something.
Rumors.
Well, guys, I really appreciate you putting this event on. This has been quite the blast. I wish we were at real Daytona right now, but this is second best. I don't think I've ever been quite as nervous to get into a real race car as I was this morning when I got behind the wheel of this digital race car for the first time.
Hey, Chris, this is Bill Strong. Are you going to be running at the real Daytona on July 4th?
Oh, that's up in the air. We were definitely going to be running this weekend, but that's up to the Danger Racing guys whether they want to go on the 4th of July or not. My E30 is no good at Daytona.
There you go. You get a surprise question thrown at you from Bill there as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been really good to have you in this race as well, and nice to see you running, you know, towards the front, keeping the battling interesting. I guess with all that said, going to wish you the best of luck for the remaining 103 minutes of this race, and hopefully if your team's standing on the podium, we'll get to have a chat with you again.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mr. Haynes.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Chris Huggins, coming in to have a chat with us, and a very great and insightful chat it was. They're still running in second place there, 4.5 seconds off the lead.
Shout out to all my family watching on YouTube, quarantined at home.
We appreciate
Shout out
the
to his
viewers.
family.
We have 94 right now. Spread the word. 96. Let's see if we can get it over 100. So yeah, that was a bad deal with the 338 in the 1 second thought, but I think it was just a racing deal. It looked like they were both lapping a slower Porsche, and the 338 was coming over to try to get around the lapped car, and just wasn't enough room. It got into the side of 1 second thought, and they both went in the fence.
Yeah, we had an incident like that happen in real life here recently at Virginia International Raceway, where a car went over and over with a pass like that.
Yep, I was there. I remember standing there watching them pull the car out of the tire bales. Looks like the 338 is on pit road to get a fast repair, so that should balance it out to where with OST, but OST had that slow in lap with their damage. So it looks like we're down to a 2-car battle if we don't get any more cautions.
On your jaunt down pit road, did you hear anything from Tom Ellison about what his plans are with regards to strategy?
Yeah, I believe Klink is going to finish out the race. He should be getting in at any time. I think Tom's just the instructions or the message that I last had that he was going to drive to under 2 hours. So at this point, Let's see. He got in at 104. Yeah, Tom will need to be getting out in within about 9 laps to avoid the 2-hour penalty. So I think what they're trying to do is drive to one more stop, put Alex Klink in, and then try to get all they can, maybe even slip ahead of Voodoo and get a top 5.
Tough ask, but will be made a little bit easier if they can indeed get 10 more minutes out of that car to get us to about 90 minutes to go, from which you can be pretty confident be one more stint to get to the end. So that makes a lot of sense. Ooh, car off in turn 1, and then a bit of a squeeze between NNM and 337. So guys still racing each other pretty hard out there, despite the duration of the race we've had so far. Is it time for some Mazda love?
I think so. Let's zoom.
What about Love Racing 1 in that's third in class, just a couple seconds up the road from it's Hunter Reeve now driving the 46 Huge Ass Miata. I always get confused. Is Hunter American living in Canada or Canadian living in America?
American in Canada.
Okay, I'm not sure one way or the other is worse than the other, but it's good to have him behind the wheel there. Bit of a slow lap. The lap most recently is that that was an out lap. Right, okay, so not going to be the final pit stop for the number 46 there with this much time left on the board. We know it's only about 75 minutes that you're getting out of a tank of fuel in these Mazdas, so splash and dash still needed to get to the end for that car.
Just getting a little bit of radio chatter here from the Voodoo team. I think we're going to have one of their drivers come up and join us here shortly.
That'd be lovely. Those are always some interesting and entertaining guys with some colourful opinions and occasionally colourful language. Yeah, we do. We got Chris Knisley by the look of it. Is that correct?
That is me, live and in person, sort of.
Up and down race for you guys here. You know, you've run well at some points. I think you've shown some performances. Is it where you thought you'd be on track?
Yeah, it's been exactly like a Champ Car race on track, honestly, with the traffic and the way to manage the traffic. If you can manage traffic well, you're doing great. Our first driver, Pinky, was killing it, and then unfortunately we put me in the car, and we had a couple of Knisley maneuvers, but we've seemed to have recovered well so far.
Yeah, in a bit of a battle now with on second thoughts, and you guys are going to have to come in for a pit stop soonish, but you're thinking fourth is possible?
We're hoping for it. We have a strategy, and it might work out, it might not. We'll see. I don't know. It's really tight on fuel. We're going to put the ringer in last and see what happens, and just send it.
That's a good strategy. Alex, what are you thinking about that?
Yeah, I think you gotta put that ringer in at the end. The way this race has unfolded, the cautions have really mixed it up and tightened it up, and it's a little bit different. A little bit closer to the real Champ Car thing, not so much what these iRacing only drivers are used to. They're used to 24 hours and no yellows, but to give it that Champ Car flavor, we've thrown a few yellows, and I would say there might be one more before the end. We'll just have to keep an eye out and see if there's any more crashes.
Yeah, fingers crossed that maybe you do, maybe you don't. I don't know. Our strategy plays into that, so we'll see, man. We'll see. But again, thank you guys so much. This has been awesome. My wife hates my guts, but yeah, what's new? It's been a great day. I turned 40 on Monday, so it's a good birthday weekend so far.
Hey guys, I have a question.
So if we put
you.
on another one of these, we could expect you guys to field a car, yeah?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Hey guys, I have a question
from Bill here.
Yeah. Hey, so I'm not an iRacing guy. I've never really played video games all that much growing up, but watching this is fascinating. how do you manage the speed differential out there between the Porsches and the Miatas?
I'll let you take that nicely. You've been on the track last.
Carefully. Some of the Miatas you kind of figure out who is predictable and who isn't, and you try to play around that. Backing up the bus stop is a big one, and then honestly, you're trying to catch them on any of the straights. If you catch them in any of the corners, I'm trying to be a nice guy and not dive any of them. Yeah, it's just like ChampCar, honestly, being at Daytona. When you got the big V8s coming around you, it's kind of, a whole lot of awareness is what you need to have, and some do and some don't. It just is what it is.
So you can play. So after you get used to the guys in the cars, is it the same where lap to lap you kind of know what the guy's going to do, but you have to be careful at pit stops because it may change?
Very much so. Yes, that is correct. And we're going off paints at this point. But you can kind of tell as you're coming up on them, and since we have spotters, we can kind of, they'll be ahead and they'll be saying, hey, this guy kind of making some questionable moves, be careful, which I'm pretty sure every spotter said about me at some point in this race. But yeah, you just kind of learn the car and hope the driver is aware enough not to do anything dumb.
So it's going to be Pinkerton to the end. Is that what we're hearing out of you?
We are sending Pinky in for the end. Yep, the ringer is in.
As we're really close to opening up that window where you could fuel and get to the end. Most teams are thinking it's around about 90 minutes. Is that the economy you're getting?
Yeah. And Pinky's faster, so he's got the better burn rate. But we've got Roddy in the car now, and he is tight. He will be in the next lap or the lap after, and then we'll see what happens. An hour 30 is real tight. We'll probably need a caution to happen, or just some out of the ordinary luck. We'll see. Hoping for fourth. Maybe we'll do better. We don't know.
So how much farther do you guys think you can go in this?
On the current fuel, maybe a lap. I think we're in this lap probably, and then after that it's up in the air. We'll have to see what we can do as far as fuel save goes. It'll be tight. We would probably literally be running out of gas the last lap. Yeah,
well, hopefully you get a caution then, and hey, you might be able to get waved around if you're in the right position whenever the caution comes out.
Yeah, we out of our hands at this point.
Yeah, that seemed to help you guys a lot earlier there with that yellow coming out. You guys being in front of the leader and getting waved around.
Oh, it absolutely did. Yeah, we got the wave around, and that really helped. The restart wasn't real favorable to us. We kind of had a netcode issue with another team, but kind of worked that out and got back going again, and we've been doing okay.
Well, hey man, good to hear from you, and wishing you the best of luck here. Hoping for a clean finish for you guys.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks again. Thanks, Haynes. Thanks, Albert. Thanks, Hughes Jazz. Thanks, ChampCar. You rock. Can't wait to get back on track with you guys.
What about Wednesday night for the ChampCar iRacing series? Am I going to see you there again?
You will see me somewhere in the back of that pack because that car is not favorable to me, apparently.
We look forward to seeing you again soon then.
Absolutely, guys. Take care.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Alex, this is Bill Strong. Got a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, so if you practice the proper, real fuel conserve, pulling off the throttle a little early, coming on not so strong with the throttle, does it do the same type of fuel conserve mode as real racing does?
Yeah.
All for sure. David Haynes is one of the best at saving fuel and still getting the lap time. He can go typically at a short track, maybe a lap or maybe 2 laps further. And then at a long track, like the Nürburgring, I've seen him even go a lap further there. So I would say David's probably better suited to give you the tips and tricks on how to save fuel. My biggest problem, and we saw this on Wednesday night, is I just like standing on that loud pedal too much and ended up burning up too much fuel and costing me the race and the practice race last Wednesday.
Yeah, does the equipment help? So a higher quality pedal set versus, say, a $200 pedal set. Does that help you?
I don't think so. Because
that's going to help you a little.
David,
No.
you raced with a Logitech kit, right?
Yes, I've got a second-hand Logitech G27 attached to a 15-year-old IKEA desk, and I'm not perfect, but I go okay.
Oh, that's pretty good. The IKEA desk is.
I need all the fancy equipment. I don't have the natural talent to, so I have to buy my speed. What was that, producer? Could you say it again?
Yeah, dramas for Team Unreal Purple. Is that the infield kink that they had some problems there? We've seen that's one of the ones we actually mentioned, earlier, that at some points, it's not even a corner, it's just flat out. And then sometimes, on cold tires, or if you have to go side by side with someone, suddenly it does feel like a real corner and the car can get away from you there, especially cold tires under caution if your name's Andrew Fawcett.
We see our leader here is starting to catch up to the Voodoo car, and as we know from talking to Chris Nicely, they'll be pitting here soon. I also see up ahead a couple of other slower cars. I wonder how this will play in to maybe allowing Dangers Out to close down that gap a bit, but right now, Richard Cotherall is setting a pretty good pace.
Yeah, indeed. A 156.1 track temperature has cooled off a little bit. I'll head to you in a second, Alex, for the weather report from Daytona Beach. But yeah, certainly very competitive times there from Richard Cotherall, continuing to bring that gap out past 9 seconds. And then, some of the other competition's kind of fallen away there, unfortunately, in the form of the 338 and on second thoughts there. So it's kind of a 2-horse race if nothing else happens. What's the weather?
Yeah, so it's cooled off quite a bit. We're down to 81 air temperature, mostly cloudy. The track temp is what the biggest change. It's down to 85. Wind out of the northeast at 13 mile an hour, and our relative humidity is 43, which I think is pretty nice for this time of year in Florida.
Yeah, I want to set up a picnic rug on the beach and watch the sunset or something. Have a little picnic. That'd be just absolutely lovely. If there wasn't a car race happening with a scintillating finish that we're heading towards, the 337's just on pit road right now. Tom Ellison getting out. Alex Klenk, we've heard, is going to take that car all the way to the end from here. So those teams making their final driver swap, making their final fuel stop, and putting on that set of tires that's going to go to the end.
I'm sure Tom is. We'll get to talk to him here soon once he gets cleaned up, gets his helmet off. I'm sure he'll come back up here in the tower to sit with us. He had quite the eventful stint, but that's sometimes the way it goes in Champ Car racing. And as they say, when it rains, it pours. You make one mistake, you get a little flustered, something else happens, a self-spin, and before long, you've lost a minute.
I've experienced a couple times in some other races in this Porsche Cayman GT4 that you go for a spin and the tires heat up hotter than they're supposed to be, and from there on out, you just can't cool them down. The car is possessed and evil, and the first spin might be your own fault, but after that, you feel like the car's just gone far beyond normal handling. And, once you wreck one of these sets of tires, it's tough to get them back. And that can happen. You're just fighting up against it a whole stint long if you just had an unfortunate incident with traffic early, or you just made a silly little mistake early. It just keeps punishing you all stint long, and sometimes you get in the wrong mindset and the tires are against you, and that's how it is.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm going to run back down to the pit lane and see if I can get someone from the leading car to come up here. Maybe Michael Billy, who we were calling Bliley, but I learned through the YouTube comments is pronounced Billy. So I'll be right back. Let me see if they want to have a chat.
It's fantastic how many teams we have access to. Just to pop down see if we can drag them in to the booth and pick their brain on the battle we've got going on. And yeah, Richard Cawthorne still doing a good job for UGA Motorsports there. Gap was 8 seconds, now it's 9 seconds. Pretty well being matched back and forth between UGA and Dangers Out. Not a huge swing in either direction there. I hear the sound of a couple of footsteps entering the booth here. Alex, what have you managed to do?
I've got Michael Billy with us, who we were calling Michael Bliley earlier, but luckily someone corrected us in the YouTube chat. So how you doing, Michael? Your team is leading the race right now. We've got just a little under an hour and a half to go. How say you?
Pretty good. It's been tense the whole time. Got kind of lucky with that incident there a few laps ago, but we're going. Doing well.
So we were watching your stint earlier. Looked like you had a few moments. Any of them stick out to you? A few close calls?
The beginning of the stint was definitely sketchy. I came out right into a pack of lap cars that I believe were all racing for position, so I struggled a bit getting used to the car and the cold tires while also trying to deal with traffic. But it was pretty much smooth sailing after that.
So I know that UGA has a ChampCar team that competes in the ChampCar Endurance Series. Are you part of that team?
Yes, I am. So is Garrett. He's also one of our drivers. And we were hoping to be participating in this race, in real life, but with the current situation going on, we'll probably be back for the rescheduling of it.
Cool. So I'm not familiar with how much iRacing experience do you have?
So I've been doing iRacing for several years now. I think since I was 12, 13 years old. So it's been several years. Barely any experience with this Cayman though. Just much like everybody else, since it's a new car.
Right. So how would you say that the racing here today is similar or different than the ChampCar races that you've participated in real life?
It's very, very similar. Obviously in the real race, there's a lot more traffic speed discrepancy because of all the different cars, but it's pretty similar. Some of the blue flags haven't really been followed, but it's whatever.
That's kind of similar though to real ChampCar, yeah?
Yeah, guess so.
And since you've been with iRacing for a while, I'm sure you've noticed that the race here has been a little bit different than maybe the official iRacing endurance races that you've participated in. So what are your thoughts on the yellow flags and that type of thing? Do you think that's made the racing a little bit more exciting?
I definitely think the full course yellows have made it more exciting. As you noticed, it definitely helped us out, and we were about 30 seconds back from P1 earlier in the race. The fact that there are also 40 incidents instead of 17 gives everybody a lot more breathing space. The bus stop has been giving us 1x off tracks every now and then, so it's nice to have more of a cushion,
Yeah, and that was just put into place so people didn't abuse it, 227 times.
Yeah.
Well, glad you're having fun. Is there anyone that you need to give a shout out to before we let you go?
Definitely a shout out to the entire UGA ChampCar team, everyone that's watching on stream right now. I know I've got lots of friends. My girlfriend's watching. So everybody that knows us and knows the team, thanks for watching. Thanks for supporting us. Go Dogs.
All right. Well, thanks for coming out, and I hope I can count on you guys to have an entry if we have another one of these races.
Definitely, for sure.
All right. Well, everyone, that was Michael Bliley, driver of the UGA Motorsports car.
Thanks.
Oh, you just got to go and call him Bliley as you chuck him out the booth.
Well, and I went to grab him, and I grabbed the producer instead, so we probably had a bit of a sound loss there for half a second. Apologies to all of our viewers.
Yeah, but good to hear from them, because the gap at the front there has stayed pretty well about the same. It's still at 8 seconds between UGA and Dangers Out, so, with more than an hour to go, and still plenty of traffic out there, still the possibility of a safety car and all of that. You just can't afford to ease too much off the gas if you're UGA at the moment.
Hey, David.
Got Bill Strong here. What's up?
Hey, so the UGA guys, I think the last time they raced with us may have been at AMP earlier or late last year. They had a lot of problems in pit lane, so it's kind of nice to see them up there in the front, actually showing off their skills. Because I know those guys did a lot of work on the car and they got it to the race and had a lot of problems with it.
We know what that's like.
A couple of those college university teams now involved with ChampCar. You know about that program, right? How's that going?
Yeah, Bill, we're getting some feedback.
It's fine when Bill's talking.
Okay.
Yeah, I have everything turned off here. I get yelled at about sound issues a lot, so just keep yelling. But the university program, it's homeschools, universities. We allow them to race for free with us. They just have to, all their team just need to have memberships to be legally part of the club, and they go up for I think there's a championship coming up for them that's a group is doing. There's also the part where the whole team gets to do it as a project for their school. Virginia Tech has one. First team to ever win a race that was a college team was University of Utah, or not University of Utah, maybe Doc. Who was that?
Oregon?
No, Poly, the Utah team.
Yeah, you had it right. University of Utah that won out there at the Utah race.
Yeah, so that was really exciting to finally see a team put it all together and go out there and win. It's difficult just as a regular team, but most of the university teams only do 1 or 2 races a year. So, and as most of you guys know, racing once or twice a year really doesn't get you enough seat time, nor does it get you enough engineering time to learn how these cars work.
And some of our YouTube watchers wanted to remind you that UGA was there for the snow race in Atlanta, and Garrett specifically wanted you to know he was the one laying under the car swapping the transmission.
That's right. I was up in the tower where it was nice and warm, so I really didn't get to see much.
Sounds tough.
Yes, it was. I had to keep the show running from my end. But no, that's right. They were there. I try to blank that out. Those are tough races when it starts out okay, and then all of a sudden we have just massive snow coming down, cars going off everywhere, and we were really disappointed that iRacing didn't have a snow mode. So we could recreate history.
Well, we're waiting for them to get rain. We think that'll be fun.
Here at Daytona, that's not fun at Daytona. We did the first race we ever did at Daytona with ChampCar actually was in a tropical storm / almost a hurricane. It was pretty crazy time. That was the first race for my yellow Toyota MR2 as well. And that was not a good weekend for a lot of teams.
Doc's tuned in and he lets us know that the name of that institution was Utah Valley University.
Yes, that's it, Utah Valley. I knew it was a university. So, they have an automotive school there, which is fully backed by their university, and it's a really cool engineering program.
I just saw our leader run wide into turn 1, but it looks like they gathered it up. Danger's Out closed up the gap a bit on them. It was 10 seconds when Danger's Out crossed the line. Now it's down to 8.5 seconds.
Yeah, I see that as well. I mean, they've got quite a bit of traffic to negotiate. It's a bit clumped at the moment. You see where UGA are. They've gone past one of the Miatas, but they've still got the number 66 Bavarian Mustache Works in front of them. And sometimes, the other Porsches of the same class, even if they're a lap down, if they're in the same condition, they're just as fast in a straight line. It can be difficult to get by. Even if you're at your best, if they don't make it easy for you.
So, do you guys black flag teams that don't have 2 working tail lights as you go into the evening?
I don't know if you can break the taillights, but yeah, I guess we could.
I thought on the Mustang FR 500S it was possible to get damage that took out the headlights. Certainly this race isn't running to iRacing new damage model because it's multi-class with the Mazda Miata, but if it was just the Cayman alone, I think it's possible to get enough damage to take out a light.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Oh yeah, somebody had mentioned earlier about the blue flags. In real racing, I know that we've worked up in the. I work up in the tower a lot. We really don't.
As we mentioned it.
We don't. Yeah, we don't really use the blue, yellow flag.
Well, UGA were around. Our leaders have gotten a tap off the 5-2-4 there, and they're facing the wrong way in the horseshoe. They've avoided the wall. They've got it going, but that is going to absolutely obliterate their lead. Surely it's down from 8 seconds to 3 seconds.
Yeah, and looking at that, I think is that the R-Bank car? They just got in a little too deep. Or no, that's the Fuse 15 entry. I don't think that was malicious. I think they just got in a little deeper than they planned and got in there and punted.
It doesn't take much contact at a point in the corner like that when you're braking or turning in. It's only a little tap to upset the car and send someone else around. So yeah, again, I'm not saying anything malicious in that. There wasn't. There's just a confusion in how fast the different cars are going to be going. We have a caution out, yellow flag on the track. Wow.
Yeah, I think that 524 actually, the red, white, and blue car just late braked way too much.
Well, and he had such a wide entry into one there, probably threw his rhythm off a little bit. And didn't get the kind of run that he was expecting out of that corner. So, okay, yeah, and I'm behind several seconds, but yeah, obviously didn't check up the way he needed to.
Yeah, so then we had some secondary contact as well that you might see as well. One of the 9 Shiza cars came together with goodness, it's escaped my mind who it was, but there was a couple of cars around there all at once. With 73 minutes to go, safety car is going to come out. We are going to pace the field, and race control currently looking at where the leader is, where the pace car is. Our overall leader is just crossing the start-finish line now, so should get caught by the pace car in a minute, and then our whole field will compress. And I'm not sure there's that many cars that actually need to make a final pit stop. There's only a few out there that are in that boat that are going to gain anything by pitting underneath this caution, but we'll see. And I might run up and down my timing screen and see who still needs a stop to get to the end. UGA are good, Danger's out, good, Huge Ass 338 good, and on second thoughts probably good as well there in 4th place. So I think almost everyone in our top 5 is not going to need a stop to get to the end from the Porsche field. Similar case, no, there's quite a few Mazdas that it might take this as an opportunity to stop. So our leader there, the 91 car, Zach will pay you 14 cents for wrecking our opposition. They are going to still need a stop, so they might take that opportunity now. Team Village Idiots also look like they'd need a stop. I think the first car that might get to the end looks like the 46 Huge Ass Miata, but that is all speculation from me.
Of course, full course cautions, so no passing, of course, under these conditions. And I've seen the lights are coming on around the racetrack now, and headlights are beginning to appear on the race cars. So, yeah, I wish we could run full lighting at Daytona like that and not break
the bank and roll in the bills. Yeah, there's a designated time in the session where the headlights have to go on for the cars, and all of our teams are so perfect, they all do it in unison.
That's coordination. Congratulations to race control for that.
That would make our race control so happy if that could happen. So usually for the first half hour after we've set a required time of your lights on, we spend trying to black flag teams to turn their lights on. Every race.
So I happen to think that the headlights and tail lights are quite pretty on the Porsche, and the Mazda Miata doesn't do too bad either. It's also got functional running lights, corner marker lights on it as well, and if it was just a little bit darker, that pace car would be looking very, very bright as well.
Yeah, there's just nothing more gorgeous than Daytona at night with cars rolling around the high banks here with those lights on. It's a pretty spectacular look for sure.
Certainly is. So our field is actually coming to pit entry here with pit entry open. So who's going to take this opportunity? 46 is going to come in. I think I'm seeing Dangers Out coming in as well. So a few cars are going to take that pit opportunity.
I mean, this is how Pinky's Out and Danger Racing both have won races, by using that yellow to their advantage.
So take a look. Who's on the lane? We've got Dangers Out. We've got Huge Gold GT4. I've got a bit of feedback from Bill Strong still. We've got almost Team Jackie X on the lane. We've got one of the 9 Shizer cars in the red car, the 529. We've got Tooth Autosport Shopify on the lane. We've got Money Pit Racing as well. That's from the Porsche class. In the Mazdas, Team ESBN Phenomenal and Huge Miata on the lane. Trunk Monkey Racing as well, but our top 3 either haven't come to pit entry yet or decided not to. That surprises me in a way, because they were definitely looking like they needed a pit stop to make it to the end. We said 1 hour 15 minutes was about the stint length for the Mazdas, so they're within that window now. Just about everyone who pits would make it to the end. Feels like a bit of a no-brainer, guys.
Yeah, it definitely does. It's kind of confusing why they wouldn't take this opportunity. You haven't had that many full course caution opportunities here at Daytona today, so this would be the opportune time to jump in the pits. This might come back to bite some of the.
Yeah, it is. We'll see, I guess. But 3rd caution of the race, and you've got to hope the final one brings a couple teams back into it, though, and then a couple pitting that I was surprised thought they needed to. So it looks like on the lead lap in the Porsche class, in the order they run right now, is UGA Motorsports, Huge Ass Gold, Dangers Out. On second thought is on the lead lap, and it looks like Voodoo Racing are just off the lead lap, so 4 cars on the lead lap in that class. Then it's Zach will pay you 14 cents to wreck our opposition, a lap clearing everyone else. Someone's gone around coming off of NASCAR 2. We're gonna have to wind back and see what's happened there. Another caution where someone is in the wall while we're at pace speeds.
Pull that guy out, I tell you. That's embarrassing.
I'm trying to wind back to find who that could be.
It might have been a white number 43. I was just trying to watch it myself on the big screen I have. I don't know if we even have a car number 40.
Well, we do have a 43. It's the Fat Crack Racing. They're white on the front, but they were not the cause. It was, in fact, looks like We Came to Party got a tap from behind. Maybe, I'm not sure what on earth happened there.
Yeah, just a moment of lack of focus, right, David? That's something that can catch people out. They kind of relax, and then they get themselves into some trouble.
Field started checking up. Looks like Alex Clank must have been looking somewhere else, and he, in the HJ Blue 337, looks a bit guilty there.
That's a shame.
So it's still yellow for at least one more lap. We've got quite a few more of those Miatas coming down onto pit road like we thought made sense. So the leader is in second place. Team Village Idiots are on the lanes while they are a lap down. Love Racing are on the lane. Top Step Esports on the lane as well. Kruger Tuned Racing as well. So this is perfectly timed, I have to say, for those Mazdas.
Of course, the track's going to be cooling as the sun continues to drop in the sky now under dark conditions, and with these cars just kind of rolling around at what would this be? Maybe half speed. Some of these guys
About
have to be
60
careful
miles an hour.
when they go back to full throttle. These tires might have cooled off even.
Yeah, that certainly happens, especially the teams that pit under the caution, get a new set of tires, and then don't get to warm them up much rolling around behind the pace car. Suddenly we go green flag racing, they're in a pack and the tires are not where they ought to be. We've got wave arounds going on right now, so that's for some of the cars that are trapped between the pace car and their class leader and trapped a lap down that ought not have been. So quite a lot of wave arounds going on now. And those cars are going to get up to speed, try and work their way back around to the back of the field and get into this race with an hour to go.
Well, and it really all comes down to this, doesn't it? I mean, it's most likely everybody that's in the car now is going to take it to the end, so it's all in the hands of that driver to determine to a degree the outcome of this race for their.
Certainly is the case. So I read out kind of where some of the field order was, but now we've got wave arounds going on. We kind of got to wait for that to sort out to see precisely what the state of play is for when we go racing again, hopefully shortly. Shouldn't be too long as the track's clear now and the wave rounds are happening. So I guess once that wave round procedure's done, racing again we shall go.
Yeah, and as we talked about a little bit earlier, it's so important for the drivers just to stay focused and ready for that moment when it's time to go back to green, especially if you're towards the middle or the back of the pack. You really can't see what's happening up front for sure, and you can have some anxious drivers behind you looking for that, take advantage of that pass.
Got Devin Peters joining us in the booth here as well, and Devin, there's been some times there that NNM have looked like you've been going really well, down in 24th at the moment, but how do you rate the race overall?
I think it's a great experience for the guys. It's our first time for the other members of the team doing really any sim racing, and we started the week with 2 guys using wheels and the 3rd guy using an RC control. So it's now we're all 3 on wheels and we're having a good time. I think we're learning a lot. It's very different without the feel of the car underneath you, right? So it's a big learning curve for folks that are just getting started, but it's very rewarding once you get going.
Tell us about the Lumberjack livery on your car.
Well, the Lumberjack livery is, of course, the FAF Motorsports livery from Le Mans 2019. But we've adopted it, of course, because we're from the city that rhymes with Fun, Regina, Saskatchewan, and we are up north in Canada, so we wanted to wear a little bit of our heritage on our.
There we go. Looks like we're gonna get green flag racing shortly. Devin, what do you make of this caution at this point in the race?
I think it's awesome. I mean, it's been an exciting race. The top has been glued together. I don't make every single broadcast, but this has been a special one, and I'm really enjoying just watching it. I think that iRacing could take some notes. I want random cautions in official endurance races.
What about the Porsche Cayman? How's it been treating you? Obviously, it's pretty new to iRacing, so everyone is kind of learning what works well for a setup, what works well, how you drive this car, how are you adapting to it, how you guys do it.
I was pretty pleased with the setup on the car today. The guys have been tweaking on it kind of all week. We've been trying to strike a balance between consistency and speed, and I felt pretty happy with where it was. The real trick with this car is with the new tire model on it. We've seen a swing of 35 degrees in track temperature today, and so the difference between the hot laps and the cold laps is really, really noticeable when you're out there. And on the timesheets, I mean, it's 3 seconds a lap at the outside. So, you know, the guys have really had to adapt a lot. All of our default weather practice sessions, you know, don't necessarily prepare you for 115 degrees Fahrenheit on the track. And you have to drive the car differently with respect to that. And we actually managed to get ourselves in a little bit of trouble with our rear camber settings because we've been seeing north of 250 degrees on the rear tires, which obviously makes things a little squirmy when you try to get back to the throttle. So it's been a learning curve, but these cars are really cool, and I've been waiting for a GT4 to come to iRacing for a long time. I think it's perfect for the skill level that we have.
Lights are out on the pace car. We're going to go green this time. Devon's more than welcome to stick around in the booth, though, for this restart. So we are going to get racing very, very shortly. Your field at the pointy end. It's Alex Coffard in the HJ Gold, then Dangers out, then On Second Thoughts, and then UGA Motorsport there. Our top 4 all together there. Almost Team Jackie X and HJ Blue GT4 have ended up on the lead lap as well, it looks, as we are going to get racing. So Coffard leads the field in, and I think Chris Huggins in second place there is looking very, very strong. Bit of traffic for some of the other drivers that they've got to work their way through, and this is going to benefit our front too. They've got clear track, they've got no traffic for a couple of laps, not even from their own class. Some problems with the pace car procedure, and we are going yellow once again. Race control erroneously giving some penalties out there, I'm hearing, so we'll see in a minute if we can get to the bottom of what's going on. But an aborted start there, and we thought we were going green, and pace car has been sent back out. Race control are going to have to dig through the pencil scored timesheets.
Yeah, I think what happened there was that they'd waved a bunch of cars around, and not everyone got caught quite back up to the field before the start. And so we had a few guys making some passes under yellow, that sort of thing, before the start-finish line at the back half of the field. Especially the Caymans, they have to keep in mind that you can only pass on the outside before the start-finish line. And so I think a combination of a few of those, and then a couple of odd penalties that I was seeing in the pit lane brought us back under the caution here. But this one should be over soon enough, and then we'll get a hot race to the end. 57 minutes left on the clock.
This adds yet more intrigue to the finish of this 7-hour race. Let's see what the order looks like when all gets sorted out.
Now it looks like we're stopping and waiting for the pace car on the back straight.
And it's just going to be so different for these drivers now with the lighting change that's so dramatically changed since we were last green, with all the headlights coming into the rearview mirrors and trying to see. Obviously challenging in real racing. I have no idea what it's like driving in those conditions in the sim.
Yeah, these cars have a pretty bright set of headlights, but what we will be seeing shortly is how many people remember to bind their flash headlights button, because that's a popular option for Caymans, hoping that the Porsches the Miatas are going to get out of it.
Definitely know our second place runner there in the Dangers Out car has found the button on his steering wheel for the headlight flashing. Our whole field feels like a crawl here. It's about 15 miles an hour as they wait for the pace car to catch them back up. Pace car doing about 65 miles an hour. The field doing 15, waiting for that pace car to catch up. The field down on the apron. Very slow indeed. Hopefully we get this mess sorted out and get us racing once again, because that's what I want. I'm sure it's what the drivers want, and it's what everyone who's tuned in wants to see.
And before any of our viewers panic, the pace car doesn't have any collision physics, so it'll fly straight through cars and won't cause any issues.
All the drivers are waiting patiently down on the apron as well, and now they're going to hop back up behind the pace car. Yellow lights are on it right now. We'll see how quickly we can get this race back underway. Looks like the whole field is in a train behind our leader, behind the pace car, so ought not need any waiver rounds either. This should be a pretty quick procedure now we've got everyone back behind the pace car. Hearing green next time by.
And I can hear race control coaching them through this next restart a little bit, making sure that everything goes smooth.
And it's so odd under yellow at Daytona when you're rolling around those high banks. The car has that steep angle. You don't have that velocity kind of pinning you in the seat, so you instinctively want to go down to the apron, but there's a lot of garbage down there, so it's just a really strange place to go racing when you're not up to speed. It's definitely a different experience at Daytona International.
Well, and even in the sim, you can feel it when you're taking a slow pace lap on the oval. You actually have to straighten the wheel out a bit because the fronts will start scrubbing down the banking. So you kind of have to. It's not quite churning up into it, but it's turning less into it. It's an interesting feeling for sure. It's not something you find anywhere else in the sim. And heck, probably in the real world either.
Right.
Have you seen some of these guys' alignments? It might really happen.
I know that our 3/64ths of toe in the rear is maybe a little bit strong.
Boy, it is really dark out there now. You can really see how the sky has changed quite a bit. Looks like it's just pitch black out there now as we're getting ready for green.
Yeah, weather's also changed to mostly cloudy, so a cloudy, almost starless dark night there, were it not for all of our race car headlights and our track lights as well. So lights are still out on the pace car. Everything's looking good for a restart. They've just got to work their way through the bus stop and then around NASCAR turns 3 and 4, and hopefully we get this thing underway. It's 53 minutes left of racing.
I'm excited. This is going to be great. Top three, all glued together. Fourth place, just a few cars between him and the leading pack.
Yeah, you'd be lying if you didn't have some nerves with a restart like this. The 3.38's leaving just a little bit of room to that pace car, so that when it dives down, he can get us started.
Yeah,
Anticipation's certainly going to be building.
It is exciting. You know, when these guys go green, they're going to be diving into that corner with cold tires, and it's going to be tight and a lot of cars jockeying for position. It's going to be crazy. And like you said before, these yellows breed yellows, so we got to watch it.
7 Porsches on the lead lap. The top 4 we'd mentioned earlier, and almost Team Jackie X, Huge Ass Blue GT4, and Rudu Racing are all on the lead lap as well. So still anyone's race here. It's be 52 minutes left now. Waiting. Alex Coffard leads the field. Pace car is in, and he holds speed. Now he floors it. And Chris Huggins has done a great job to come with him in the Dangers Out car. No jump there for Alex Coffard, but they pull away from the rest of the field. Green flag out, everything looking proper this time. Looks like we are racing, Deb.
Yeah. And now, unfortunately, I can see on my display that the NNM car has got a 3-minute stop and hold for passing the pace car. So I'm not sure how we pulled that off, but the leaders are glued together, getting rolling here.
Certainly are. So leading to getting away. Both of them did pit at the start of this caution, so it is cold tyres, and boy, is it a cold track, so it'll take a while to bring them in as well.
Miguel Vida just had a moment there coming through the kink. I think he lifted a little more on cold tires than the guy behind him, ended up in the wall going into the second horseshoe though, as they're still too wide, streaming through the infield.
Yeah, I've seen UGA Motorsports trying to work their way through Michael Billy behind the wheel like they said he would be for there, and he's got Wudu not too far behind him potentially as well. Huge Blue GT4 and Wudu racing their 5th and 6th. This has really brought everyone back into play, and it's a sprint to the end from here.
Well, yeah, and I've been just scrolling back through the field, watching them going 3 wide, 4 wide sometimes as the horses try to find their way around the Mazdas. It's always exciting times after a
Battle for the lead is very, very close indeed. Danger's out car right in the tow as they come towards completing one green flag lap here. And are they going to look for the move, or are they just content to wait and warm their tyres and hope that they pull away from the rest of the field? Shallower entry from Coffard, wider entry from Chris Huggins. Might pay benefits on the exit for Chris Huggins. 0.3 of a second for our leaders, and they are pulling a bit of gap over the rest of the field.
And sneaking back into contention here too, we did the huge ass blue car that had some issues a little bit earlier in the bus stop. They've managed, with the help of this caution, to get back within 14 seconds of the lead with Ruby.
Yeah, Alex Klink got in that car a little while ago, but he did a great job earlier in the race. He was driving when he handed the car over to me from the lead of the race, so clearly he's pretty well adapted to the Porsche. Maybe he can do something of it in the remaining 48 minutes here as well, but he is 13 seconds off the lead with the amount of traffic there was on that restart. A lot of it cars in the same class. That's what being the leader gets you. A clean, clear track in front of you on the start. And it's close up the pointy end there. I was seeing it as only 1.5 of a second as they went towards the bus stop. Chris Huggins hasn't been looking for the move, but he's making sure he does not let the lead get away from his grasp at this point.
Absolutely, and he's really a master at that, just keeping the pressure, keeping close, and just waiting for that mistake, and then he'll slip right by. So have to keep an eye on the Huggins machine as this race continues to wind down. Less than an hour to go before the finish.
Well, and Huggins is a multi-race winner in the real ChampCar series, right? So
yeah, definitely. So he's got a lot of experience in racecraft. But this is, like Devin had said earlier, we've got different. The cars are new, so there's that wild card there. But yeah, obviously a very experienced race car driver in the Chris Huggins team.
If Porsche
a lot of
America
experience to draw from.
If Porsche America came and said, "Hey, you want 64 Porsches to go and make a ChampCar Spec Series?"
So David, I've got my eye on second thought.
I was thinking that too.
They're the fastest car on the track right now. Only 3 seconds off the lead. I think they might be able to get up there and battle it.
Yeah, they've cleared through the traffic. They can see the battle for the lead in front of them. It's no traffic for them for these couple of laps. Got a bit of clear track to push on up towards the lead. And as you said, they were the fastest that time around. Maybe Andrew Pilota just... Well, he was quick last time he was in that car. Maybe he's adapted to the colder tires a little better than some of the others. These guys aren't going to be able to push it 100% just yet. It'll take a lap or two. Oh, Danger's out are going to blow the bus stop. That's going to trigger a slowdown penalty for them. That's going to cost them 2 or 3 seconds. That's going to drop them back. No damage for them, but they are going to have quite a significant time penalty that they're going to have to clear. That was a bit of a mistake for them coming in too hot to the bus stop. This might be the bridge that On Second Thoughts needs to pick up a draft and get them closer towards the lead.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely right, David. The biggest disappointment from all that is UGA not making the right pit call, not pitting the first time by with all the other leaders. It's cost them about 8 seconds here as they run right now. But they've got Michael Billy in. Michael Billy's in there right now. He's turning some good laps. There's a good chance he can work his way up there, get up in that lead group again.
Bill.
I was just going to say this is obviously, the track conditions have changed, and these guys got to stay focused. And it's a different racetrack out there in the night. Those number panels are a little harder to see heading into the bus stop, and that is such a sketchy area. You really have to have almost inch perfect your line going through there, and it just looks like they missed the breaking point and just had to skip right by it. That really hurt them.
Yeah. Well, and it's a real trick as the track cools off, because you can get deeper and deeper in the braking zone. But because these cars have such aggressive ABS, when you get onto the brakes, you might be tempted just to get off the brakes a little bit earlier to roll a little more speed. But if you're not braking as late as possible, you're giving up time in these cars. And when you see these guys running 154s or even 153s around this track, you can't give an inch, much less 20 feet in the braking zone.
All right, the Village Idiots, after their idiotic move at the opening part of the race, have managed to be the best of the rest. No one's had anything for Zach will pay you 14 cents to crash the competition, but the Village Idiots with a strong second place run right now.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of pursuit on their hands from Team ESPN Phenomenal and the Huge Ass Miata, but they've just, I think, pulled it beyond the draft range there. They got maybe a second and a half over third and fourth, who are almost nose to tail there. Got a tiny bit of traffic in the way potentially.
Yeah, I almost want to DQ the 91 just so we can have a three-way battle for the lead, but it's going to be a three-way battle for second, and it's very exciting as we watch right now. Oh, and here comes Huge Ass. Are they going to make a move around the outside? They got the draft. What's going to happen here into the bus stop? Oh, Huge Ass backs out of it.
It's a shame you can't flash the headlights in these cars, but Team ESPN Phenomenal getting way too deep. Have a big slide there. Exit positively ruined. The 55 comes on through, and Hunter Reeve for Huge Ass has got that thing wound all the way up as well. He's going to slot into the slipstream, and his car looks in pretty good form as well. I'm taking a look at the front of the Team ESPN Phenomenal, and I'm trying to work out what on earth they've got going on. Nudge bar with fog lights on it? Doesn't really matter. They're still running in the second place there.
I think you're right.
Third.
Yeah, that's definitely a nudge bar with some hella lights on it.
Well, the Top Step Esport podium hats are sort of making it difficult in this battle for second, third, and fourth, because they're keeping with the pace, but they are 2 laps down on the cars that they're battling amongst here, and I'm sure Hunter Reeve would like that car out of the way, and I'm not sure that Ronnie Osmer is entirely happy about a car that's 2 laps behind, trying to bump him along.
On second thought, just moved into second around the outside, like 2 trailer park girls on the Danger Out car. Yeah, and OST at the same time was able to do a 54.311, which I believe is the fastest lap of the race.
So Andrew Pilota absolutely flying along, must have picked up a strong slipstream as well there. The track conditions favoring it, but that is a phenomenal lap time. Oh,
on second thoughts, just sent JC Kruger out into the wall. That's going to be a real knife blow for them. That looks like the end of their race.
If you look at the Kruger tuned racing car, they come to the exit. Yeah, they come to the exit of the corner. They straighten up the wheel and then turn again. You want to say, be careful while you're lapping the cars, guys. You leave space. And at first thought, you kind of want to blame that on OST, but they just couldn't predict what Kruger were going to do.
Yeah, as one of the stewards, I feel that was on the Miata. They left a car width and a half on the outside of the track, and then at corner exit closed it off. It looked like they were telegraphing they wanted to be passed on the right, and then just moved over into the way.
Now, you got to be really careful with the body language on your car. I mean, a few inches left or right on corner exit can feel like a signal to the guy behind, and the guy in front, whether he's meaning to send it or not, he needs to follow through with what he's putting out there, right?
Yeah, I wish we had yellow lights on the Porsches. It would make it a little bit easier to discern, is it the big closing speed car or just one of the Miatas that's behind?
Yeah, if you don't have your eyes glued on that relative box in the sim, then you won't know what's coming up behind you. And since so many guys are new to the service in this race, it's a learning curve for sure. Maybe not even all of them have that box open all of them.
Looks like something's happened to Michael Billy. He was only 8 seconds off the lead. Now they've fallen back to 12. I think something happened here a lap or so ago. Yeah, it looks like 2 laps ago he had a slow lap. Oh, just got turned around there, getting into turn 1. He went through the grass, caused him to straight line, and then got turned by another Porsche. That was really on him for putting the tires in the grass in the first place.
The grass is really punishing in this car, though. I mean, iRacing's always had punishing, off tracks, but I felt I got loose one time in the car when I was doing my first stint, and just 2 tires in the grass for a split second was enough to send me spinning across the track. It's kind of wild. I guess these GT4s must be running slicks, because there's no grip as soon as you leave the pavement.
Yeah, I would say for sure. Really close battles up here at the front, though, with 1 second thought and Danger's out, with both within a second and a half of our leader, Alex Crawford, who's a very strong driver. Always comes well prepared to the track, lots of practice. So don't expect him to make too many mistakes here. Oh, and Danger's out is slipped back into second. I'm on replay. Sorry.
No, they're in third, but they've managed to recover pretty easily. They're within 2 seconds of the leaders now. And Andrew Huggins is playing some mind games. I don't know if you can get an on-board shot of this, but he's sitting there 2.5 seconds back, flashing his lights steady at the guys ahead of him as he's going down the straight, making sure they know I'm coming at the end of this race.
Wow, and 1 second thought now, right on the bumper of the huge-ass gold entry.
Yeah, lap ago into turn 1, they thought about it but couldn't get the move done. They weren't quite close enough, and it's not seeming like it's their style to push the issue too hard just yet. They know 36 minutes is still 20 more laps, and some traffic is what they're starting to come up on as well, heading towards the bus.
Yeah, if I'm Huggins, I'm sitting back there just hoping, wishing that they battle for this lead position. That's all I need. Just battle for a couple laps, boys. I'll be there.
Here it comes now. Once you get to about 6th gear, then it starts to really, really matter. Andrew Pallotta in the slipstream, closing up. Is he going to go low? Is he going to go high? He's going to go to the inside for turn 1. Coffard tries to squeeze him a little bit. You have to say it's going to be difficult to go around the outside here. They come to the apex of turn 1 there, and it really looks like, on second thoughts, have moved themselves into the lead of the race.
Yeah, very strong drive here by Andrew Pallotta.
Yeah, and you could tell that Andrew Pallotta saw that over-under that Crawford was planning coming, because he just parked it right on that apex, and Crawford had to back out. He couldn't keep turning into a steering angle to try and get under him. Now, while the Porsche class has calmed down a little bit, I mean, with 2 leaders within a second of each other, the second, third, and fourth place battle for the Miatas is still going strong. They're side by side going into the kink in the infield. I think we ought to flip our cameras back that way.
Yeah, ESPN phenomenal, trying to throw some defensive lines to the Village Idiots. Big slide through the second horseshoe here. Not sure that's the most effective way to keep your momentum up or put the power down, but it's working so far. Village Idiots not been able to get around ESPN phenomenal at this point. Again, that's a very loose-looking car for Ronnie Osmer.
He's been battling the front end for a while, it's looked like, especially in the horseshoes. I wonder if they're maybe set up a little bit more for the hot weather and struggling a little in this cold.
Well, Osmer's going to stay down low, and the Village Idiots are going to go up high. They're heading towards the bus stop, so you want to have the inside line here. Bit of traffic going to try to work through as well. They get through in time, so they approach the braking zone for the bus stop. Inside lines looking pretty strong for ESPN. Big slide. Oh no, are they going to go around? They are.
Oh, good save. Yeah, get on it here. He can still maybe get back up there. We got 34 minutes.
So the narrow entry into the bus stop there proving pretty treacherous for Ronnie Osmer, as he just, with the compromised line, got the rear a bit loose, and half spin there did save.
That's a heck of an impressive save. I mean, your car is so unstable on the exit of the bus stop, and you're trying everything you can to get the power down. But once it gets loose on him, he sees that there's no coming back, and he just puts the binders on, gets it stopped before the wall. That was a really nice move on this point. And meanwhile, Shane Cameron was feeling safe for a second, while right behind him, Hunter Reeve is taking advantage of that little bit of lost time, and is now within nipping distance of the lead into the out. Sorry, second place in the out of that. Of course, Team Zach will pay you, etc., has taken a commanding lead.
Should probably have decided a long time ago to just abbreviate it to 14 cents, like a somewhat budget version of Rapper 50 cents.
Still right.
So, on second thought here, they're hard on the flash button. Are they going to be able to walk away? I feel like it's going to be hard to break the draft, but Crawford's not staying on the bumper like I thought he could.
Well, they got that Fuse 15 car. They're going to try to work their way past. That's what the first purpose of the headlight flashing is, to say, don't impede me on my way down towards turn 1. They got another car next as well. So, yeah, certainly time to be lost. And again, it gets checked up on the apex. A little bit of contact made there. That's just the difference in speed between the different cars. The 97 it is, taking a little while for our leaders to get on through. Well, not a lot of harm done there, but it has robbed maybe half a second away from our leaders and really brought Coffard back in the picture again. Danger's out, 4 seconds back. UGA Motorsports 13 seconds off the lead, and Hugh Jazz Blue 14 seconds off the lead, 19 seconds off the lead for Voodoo Racing. So, yeah, anything can still happen if that's what happens with some of the traffic here and our drivers aren't patient. I have to say, on balance, Andrew Pallotta has done a pretty good job, but Yeah, that is the second time I've heard the crashing noise, and maybe some incident points have been given to both drivers. This might be the point where some of them have to worry about hitting 40.
Yeah, Palala's just been doing such a good job, and you know, when you're the guy behind and you're just matching this guy that's ahead of you tit for tat for lap after lap after lap, you know he's got to be a little bit faster if he can just get by, and it's kind of looking like what's happened here. You know, over the course of lap after lap, he begins to string away a little bit more away from Cofford. As the laps descend here, we got less than 31 minutes now, coming up on 31 minutes to the end of the race.
Cofford's here with a run, though. He's going to have to go around the outside, and they're going to be side by side at the stripe. If that was the final lap, you'd call it a fantastic race, but they've still got 16 more to go. Is there anything around the outside Cofford can do? It's not a normal overtaking way to go around the outside there, and he can't get any overlap, and he slots back in, but he's keeping Andrew Pilota honest in the battle for first and second here. Meanwhile, they're still doing 155, so they're not losing a lot of time to Dangers Out or UGA behind. But if it kept up like that, certainly they lose 1 second, they lose 2 seconds, suddenly Dangers Out is going to be in the toe of our leaders, and it'd be a 3-car battle. So they need to be careful how hard they fight each other at this point. In the words of Davide Velsecchi, if they fight, they lose.
Yeah, I think they're going to keep fighting. I don't think on second thought is the kind of at least Andrew doesn't seem like the kind of driver that likes to ride in second. I know Alex Cofford isn't the kind of guy that likes to ride in second. So this is going to be very interesting. I think it might allow Huggins to get back in this fight.
Certainly possible. Fourth and fifth are going to battle a little bit. Alex Klenk is trying to put the pressure on Michael Billy, and again, it's the same situation. If those two guys fight each other very hard, out goes the window their chances of catching third place and potentially second and first as well. So a couple of cars on our lead lap means a couple of battles right now in the final stint of this 7-hour race from Daytona.
And nothing can replace real Champ Car Endurance Series racing, but I think this facsimile has turned into quite the replacement. Here we go. Going to see Cofford closing him up in the draft. Is he going to make a move around the outside?
Not as close as he was a lap ago, and that didn't work out. So you have to say he's just trying to keep the momentum up. This time he's going to try and cross it back a little bit for a better run. That's a different way to approach it, but again, it doesn't look like it's going to be fruitful for an overtaking move. But yeah, this has had everything you kind of want out of a bit of Champ Car. We've been on our edge of our seats a couple of times. We've had a couple of cautions, and we've had some solid wheel-to-wheel racing as well. We've also had some strategy as well, so a bit of everything for real.
Yeah, you know, it's really not unlike a real Champ Car race with the lead cars battling so close together right at the end, and it's one of the things that makes this unique multi-class kind of racing in Champ Car so exciting, as we often have these cars so close together right at the end of a very long race. It's really exceptional.
So taking a look back towards the Miatas, David, I see Team ESBN phenomenal with that phenomenal save not to put it in the wall after getting loose through the bus stop. He's a few seconds back, but up ahead, the Village Idiots and the huge ass Miata are almost nose to tail. I'm not sure if Hunter Reeve is just riding around here behind the Village Idiots, saving his car, or maybe he needs that draft just to make the pace, but he's definitely not trying to put a pass on Shane Cameron here. I can hear him lifting.
Yeah, he put the nose towards the inside at turn one, but he was nowhere near close enough, and again, he's not really going for the move. Maybe he's just staying safe in position there.
Wow, that Porsche came by fast. Ooh, boy. I wasn't sure if that Porsche was going to be able to keep it out of the barriers, but All right, so our leaders are heading into heavy traffic here.
Yeah, I'm seeing that one too. They got one of the Love Racing cars they're going to go past. We've got NNM in there as well, and around the outside of the kink is a dangerous thing to do if your tires are worn and you haven't got the grip and the confidence. Plotter makes it through a couple of them. Coffard follows exactly in the wheel tracks, and that's one thing you can do if you're close enough in a battle like this, is just use the other guy to open up the holes in the traffic. You follow exactly what he does, and if you're within a car length, no one's going to be able to close the door on you.
Well, and props to the Miatas and the Porsches there for getting out of the way. That was pretty well executed. And of course, as I say that, we go 3 wide, letting the leader by. But hey, you can't let them all.
Yeah, but you guys know Coffer didn't show up here with his team to finish second. They're not racing for second. They're racing for the win. It's right here in front of him, and he's going to be looking for that opportunity.
Yeah, the gap's starting to get away from him here. He can't let this get out to 2 seconds. It's right at 0.8. Needs to close it down here. Andrew really having to fight through these packs of Miatas. Whoa, very close with Cofford and those Miatas. Wow, I'm not sure how we avoided contact there.
Yeah, that looked like it was going to be real sketchy. You could see just the tiniest tap to the rear of one of these Porsches could send them around and at speed, but they managed to keep it clean and keep it going 0.6 the gap across the line, first to second. And some of these cars battling for position here. We've got Village Idiots and we've got the huge ass Miata with Hunter Reeve. They're going to try and get out of the way, but it's not helped Andrew Pallotta too much.
Well, I don't know if our camera guy can get back over to 4th and 5th place in the Porsches right now, but Alex Clank has managed to overcome the deficit of about 5 seconds that he had there and get pulled right up on the back of the UGA Motorsports car being driven by Michael Billy. Knowing Clank, I think he's going to try and put a move on to UGA here pretty soon. As you can see him running a couple different lines to the first international horseshoe there.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be about 12 laps to go next time by the stripe, so Clink has some time here to figure him out. There's really nowhere to go once he gets past Billy. I don't think he's got the pace to catch up to Dangers Out without a big mistake. So if I'm Alex Clink, I'm just going to ride here, figure out where I'm better than Billy, and then make my move with 4 or 5 to go and get away.
Well, and if you get the right bit of Miata traffic, that can make that all really easy. That might have been the wrong bit, though, as that Miata sent him flying across the infield. At least it's paved in this version of the track.
But you know what? If you don't race for the win on every lap, you don't deserve the win. We could go full course caution with just a couple laps left, and you're stuck there in second place. And boy, it's happened in ChampCar. It happened at Road Atlanta earlier this year. You got to go for it.
It's a good point.
Clink loses out here with the traffic through the bus stop. That separates 4th and 5th out a little bit for the minute, but the lead still hasn't separated out. It's underneath 0.4 across the stripe this time. Andrew Pallotta is using the flashing headlights best he can to warn other cars. I'm the leader. I'm in a battle here. You don't want to get in my way, and I don't want you in my way. Let's do the right thing here. That's what he's communicating with Morse code, you have to think.
I would say you're absolutely right.
Big speed differentials here at Daytona International Speedway. Got to keep your eyes on everything. Anything could happen on any lap and really mix things up. These guys have to stay sharp as they get towards the end.
Yeah, good run through the infield for Alex Coffard on this particular occasion. Normally that's where he's maybe been losing out a little bit of the time, but they're going to come back onto the banking with 0.3 the gap here, and that is certainly close enough to pick up a very, very solid toe. No way Andrew Pallotta is home and away clear here.
And then there's Huggins Racing, just kind of lurking about there. Not even about 10 seconds back from the leader. They're not going anywhere. They're looking for a win here tonight, too.
It's a bit of side-by-side for the lead, but it's the inside into the bus stop for Andrew Pilotta, so he'll hold on to that position for now. Is Coffard going to be able to get a strong exit? Not particularly, actually loses a couple tenths of a second through the bus stop on that occasion. He'll still stay within the slipstream, but not as close as he was on the way in. Fourth and fifth are back together as well in this class as well. Alexander Klenks managed to close that down. Just a couple tenths there. Michael Billy trying to hold off Alexander Klenk. They're going to come towards the start-finish line here, and I'm not sure Klenk's going to be close enough to have a look, but he's certainly going to stick with Billy for the minute.
Yeah. Oh, looked to me like OST got a bit of a slide there. Looks like he lost a bit of the rear traction.
And it's still so close up front.
Yeah, Klenk's going to get it done. Gets a better run off of turn one, and UGA Motorsports have to slip back to fifth, a team that led quite a few laps in this race so far. Back into fifth, but definitely not down and out for the count yet. Alexander Klenk moves that car back up into fourth. They go down the inside of your Miata leader, who is probably the person with the easiest job in the remaining 20 minutes of this race. They just need to stay on their lead lap and not get tangled up in anyone else's fight. Easier said than done.
I think that's an example of what Paulie was talking about, because if you go back and look at the lap times there, Frank just ran a 54.9 and Michael ran a 56.4, and I don't know if there's some traffic involved there or what, but Frank's certainly pushing the pace for those two. And trying to make some ground, trying desperately to make some ground over to Andrew, or over to the Huggins team. But like you guys were saying, with 19 minutes left, he's going to have a hard go.
Yeah, it should be 10 laps to go this time by. He would have to make up almost a second a lap. I just don't see that pace differential. Although it was close to it last time, not sure that he can do it, but there's still traffic to play for, and maybe young Klink can knock out 10 qualifiers here.
Yeah, it looks like Cofford, I'm a few seconds behind you guys, but looks like he's dropping back a tenth of a second here and there, just gradually giving ground.
Yeah, he had a bit of a moment into turn one there, but he managed to keep it off the bumper at the other.
Oh, I see him flashing his lights here, really probably wanting those Miatas to make room. Oh, it gets so stressful here at the end of these things. You sat here all day. You've practiced for weeks. You've put in all this time, and he's right there, but you can't get him.
Yeah, and then this is where the mistake happens, and for both drivers, these guys know how to drive these cars. They just got to keep their head down and keep doing what they need to do and not overdrive the car. If anything, pull it back just a touch so they don't overdo it. The cars are going to be getting a little bit lighter. They may or may not be able to feel where the track temperature's going. There's so much going on right now with the, like you said, and the drivers are starting to get a little bit tired. They've been in this for quite a while now. So, it gets exciting.
Well, and with this many cars for this many hours, I don't know if the viewers can see it, but the clag is really starting to build up offline. There's a few spots where dust has been dragged onto the track, so he's really got to be careful when he finally gets to picking a spot to try and make the circle.
Just so tempting to see, can I get a little bit more going into the bus stop? Can I get a little bit more out of it going through one? Maybe I'm leaving something on the table. Maybe there's something left.
Yeah, even with that draft, Covered really struggling to get back to the bumper. Oh, as Michael Billy goes back around here. Him and Klink battling door to door. Klink not able to drive away. They're side by side into one. Klink back into the position.
UGA not giving up on this, are they? Bit of a compromised line, pushing very wide on the exit for Clink. Is he going to have to defend into the first horseshoe? Is Michael Billy close enough? No, not this particular time, but certainly these guys have got pretty good pace, pretty equal, and little bit of traffic, little mistake, and Billy is right there again, fighting over that fourth position.
And not to neglect our Miata friends, Team ESPN just had a heck of a moment going into the bus stop. He just got clipped in the rear as he's working still to chase down Hunter Reeve in third. That was a great save as he went through the bus stop.
I think Team ESPN might be able to get there. Oh no, as they come onto pit road.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh man, do they need gas?
Unbelievable.
22 laps ago, unless they short-filled it at that point, this has to be drive time or I don't know.
Looks like he's taking tires at this point, and I don't know if that's on purpose or not. Easier to do than you think it is, Tim. You're not pulling off all the lug nuts. You're just doing a checkbox on the.
So 15 minutes to go here, guys. Looks like Crawford trying to close that gap just a little bit.
UGA are going down pit road as well. You know, we have a 40 incident limit for this 7-hour race. Some of the teams, I believe, getting kind of close to it. There's a couple places and a couple ways you can rack up those iRacing incident points. The one you see the most of is typically off track, and that happens if you run wide somewhere. It often happens if you're a little too greedy with some of those curbs through the bus stop. That's the number one way. And well, if UGA are on the lane right now, that looks like it was a stop and go penalty for them. You have to imagine they hit those 40 incident points. Got to keep it clean out there.
And that's what happened to the 06. Talking to them, that bump they got going into the bus stop was put them over the 40 incidents. They had to come in for their stop and go.
Right. But let's not look away from the leaders, because Huge Ass Gold and Alex Crawford are about to make a move. Before having to back out because the Miata's into the bus stop.
Oh no, this will come down to, can Crawford time the run out of here better? Oh, it looks like he did. Oh,
Three
he almost timed it too
that's what
good.
you like to see.
He almost timed it too good to where he had to go to the outside because of the lapping Miatas.
It's going to keep it too wide for the lead of the race, but you always lose a little bit of ground higher up the banking, taking the longer way around. Managed to keep the car wound up, and they are door to door, exactly nose to nose as they come across the start finish line. It's going to be the inside for OST. They have a little bit of a wiggle. Coffard tries to keep the momentum all the way around the outside. Has he got enough grip around there to keep it too wide? Just about. If he can keep the inside for the horseshoe, he can get this position, but he cannot have the speed to get the inside of the horseshoe.
Well, an OST really takes a different line than Crawford down into that first corner there, first horseshoe rather. Andrew Pilata tends to dive it down into the corner, whereas Alex Crawford tries to roll it a little bit more around. All the huge ass guys listening to this screen are having a good laugh because I struggle with Alex Crawford's name. Because to me, him and another teammate, Andrew Fawcett, sound exactly the same. So Alex racing a different Andrew has really put me on edge here.
If indeed they stay close together half a second, they've got yet more traffic in front of them, and a credit to a lot of our teams that, you know, 6 hours, 50 minutes into this race, we still have so many of our starting competitors still out there on circuit and still turning laps. A lot of persistence and grit from our competitors, and that is fantastic to see.
And I think that's a testament to these being ChampCar Endurance Series teams, not just iRacing teams. We've all been in endurance races where, with just pure iRacing teams, where if it doesn't go right in the first hour, they just give up and quit and pack it in, and you know, a third of the field's not there at the finish. These guys know from their real life experiences that sometimes racing doesn't go perfectly, and you just have to stick it out because maybe the tide will turn. So I think that's a testament to the crowd that we're racing with.
Here we go, a bit of traffic side by side with the number 7 into turn 1, and Andrew Pilota makes his way through with no dramas. Same too for Alex Coffard. So they didn't get the easiest of runs through there, but they both navigated it cleanly. You know what? We've got to battle 13th and 14th. I love to see this.
Oh, the Cinders local union. They've got a pretty amazing paint job on their car. I'm not going to read off what all the decals say, but fair to say, it is quite the meme job.
Yeah, so they're hunting down Precision Motorsports here, 13th and 14th place. This is one of the things that Caution's given us, is it's brought some of these other battles back together, given the teams further down the order that aren't battling for the lead something to battle for. 13th and 14th place here are gonna battle it out in the final couple of laps of this race. Should be 6 laps to go for these guys as they cross the line. This is what it's about. Everyone getting out there, having a race, and occasionally getting a little bit of elbows out. It looks like Sender's local union are gonna get this one.
Yeah, and James Wolak, a regular in the ChampCar iRacing series. Good to see him with a good run here. But back at the front, going to be 5 to go. Wow, just a half a second separates them. And by the start-finish line at over 160 mile an hour.
They don't necessarily punch that strong off the corners, but they're slippery in a straight line, and like a boulder going downhill, these cars just keep winding up just a bit more speed until they do reach speeds similar to other GT machinery as well, just not quite so quick through the corners and not quite as punchy off the corners, but they start winding up and they just keep going. So we do see great speeds from them on the banking around Daytona here. 6 tenths, 7 tenths between our leader and second place. A lot of clear track in front of them for a while here as well, and I feel like that probably favors Pilota.
Yeah, he seemed to have had the pace. I think he's got Alex Cofford's number, but maybe Cofford is just sizing him up. Maybe he's trying to make a good show of it. Not sure, but from where I sit, it looks like he's having trouble hanging on.
Certainly there was a couple of laps where they'd go side by side into turn 1. Hasn't happened in a little minute. It's a good run towards the bus stop for Coffard though. Closes it down maybe 2 car lengths between them as they approach the braking zone. And they are gonna get held up a little bit by our Mazda Miata leader. And that's a team that probably has not received as much attention as they deserve because of how hands and shoulders they are above everyone else, but it causes interesting battle for the Porsche lead.
Yeah, didn't talk about 14 cents as much as maybe we would have if they were really battling it, but they've had a dominant run here today. As we see Alex Cofford with the 2 trailer park girls going around the outside.
Had his nose in front at the stripe. He's had more momentum up high, but it can be so difficult to go around the outside. Bit squirrely for OST. What about here? Going to try to box him in with the Miata. They go 3 wide. They carry on, but into the lead goes Alex Coffard because Andrew Pilota had to roll out of the throttle a little bit as they went past the 22.
Wow, that was close. I thought we were going to get maybe some contact there. Good driving by both the leaders to make sure that they didn't contact that Miata.
Just to take a little moment for the 14 Cents Racing team. a couple names worth mentioning on there. John D. Allen and DJ Alessandrini are both participants in the ChampCar iRacing series, which is the Wednesday night series that ChampCar League runs, which has that big prize of a ChampCar entry for the winning driver in the series and another one for a participant in the series. So those two, it's no surprise to see them up front because those two are also in the top 5 in points over in that series. So real speed demons in that car. And whether it took a little bit of luck to get the full lap ahead or not, they've certainly done their part driving clean, consistent laps, just scrolling through their lap graph here to 11, to 11, to 11, to 11, almost without an exception.
Yeah, John D. Is a great driver and a great competitor. Raced against him all last season in the ChampCar Series, down to the last race. But great competitor, and always enjoyed driving with John.
Beyond for the lead once again. They're coming towards the start-finish line to see 3 to go. And Andrew Pilotta is going to try and work his way back. He had a good run out of the bus stop. He had a very, very good toe off Alex Coffard. Coffard holds it low. It's going to defend the inside into turn 1. We've seen it is possible to go around the outside here at turn 1 now. What about it this time? A wiggle from both of them. Too wide, door to door at the apex still, but a better run off the corner potentially for Coffard. Bit of dirt on the way towards their hairpin towards the horseshoe. Coffard's just going to hold on to that one. Boy, is he under a lot of pressure now with 3 laps to go.
Yeah, he took a few runs at him before he got the lead and led at the stripe a few times. So I was starting to think maybe he was just planning it out, trying a few things. But then I don't know. I feel like it's too risky to try to game this. I think you just got to get on the pedal and go. But OST with a really strong effort. Man, only 12 thousandths of a second behind him at the line last time. So if the race finishes that close, it's going to be amazing.
And Alex Kleink is licking his chops because Andrew Huggins just had a spin in the second international horseshoe. Looked like a self-spin, just got on throttle a little too hard. But now those two are going to be glued for 3rd and 4th, coming here with 2 or 4 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Good recovery, though, by the Huggins car. That could have easily cost him more time. We've seen little spins like that cost 10 seconds or more, so good recovery. Yeah, and we have a good battle here for 5th. Team Jackie X trying to take the fight to Voodoo. Man, just under 3 laps to go. We have multiple battles.
Got more places to look than we have cameras right now, and what a blessing that is. One of those places is for the lead, where they're going to be once again door to door at the stripe. OST have their nose in front, but again, around the outside is so difficult to do, coming off the banking and into this turn 1 that just keeps on tightening, and it's so slippery offline there as well. They can't work their way around the outside. 2 to go.
Side by side coming down. Did Andrew time the run perfectly this time? Would if he won the race? Yes. So Coffard's got to do something different. Get a bigger gap. Back him up.
Oh, they have a bit of a moment there with N and M. One car goes to the right, one car goes to the left as they approach the second horseshoe right now. And again, you've got to push your way through the traffic if you can. And guys are having to take a little bit of risks towards the end here. So we've got a battle for 1st and 2nd. We've got a battle for 3rd and 4th. And the battle for 5th and 6th, almost Team Jackie X, have just set their personal best lap of the race as well. So it is coming alive. And you want to give some love to those other battles, but really, is there any way you can look but this overall lead as they're going to come to the white flag shortly?
I don't think so. And me and Devin will stay quiet here on the last lap, let you have the call. But I'll rely on our producer to be ready to jump away to those other battles as soon as these guys cross the line.
Yeah, indeed. So they're going to get the white flag this time. They're coming through the bus stop.
I think what you do here,
and a pretty level.
If you're Coffard, you park it in the bus stop next time. Make him come to a stop. You guys got 18 seconds. Don't let him get momentum through there. Drag race him. Park it in the bus stop.
Coffard's racing the 2-1-1 with Curie Morrison side of it would have stayed in front of him to give him a little bit of a draft, but they'll be heading too wide, as the fans think Curie for getting out of the way.
Yeah, so they're going to be too wide as they see the white flag, and that's how they've been across the line several times. They've done this dance before, side by side into turn one, and they're just a little bit wide. There just does not seem to be grip there coming off the oval section. So Pilota cannot get around the outside there. They've got the infield to go through. They've got a little bit of traffic. And then like you mentioned, Alex, I think a lot of it's going to come down to that bus stop.
For sure. Let's see here. What kind of gap can he hold? Oh, we got some traffic. This is going to be exciting.
76, fantastic job to stay out of the way of our lead battle on the final lap. Next car up the road's Benjamin Anderson in the rbank90racing.com. He does what he can to get out of the way here. Both of these guys will take every inch they can possibly get in this battle to the checkered flag. There's one more braking zone before we claim and crown our winner for this ChampCar 7 Hours of Daytona on iRacing. Flash of the headlights at every available opportunity from Alex Coffard. Does not want to be impeded in any way, shape or form. Pilota is right at his bumper. He's going to look for the inside towards the bus stop. Too wide into the bus stop. Does not often end well, and it won't. Pilota is sideways. Pilota is around onto the grass, rolling backwards. Coffard is through into the lead, and that is not how you would want to finish this. Coffard's not slowing up. He's going to head towards the checkered flag and wait for the stewards to make their decision on that one after the checker. It's not quite how we wanted it to end, but it did keep us on our seat, and it was unpredictable. Alex Coffard, our Porsche winner in the Huge Ass Gold GT4, pending, I think, a second look at that final run through the bus stop, guys.
Going back a little further, we've got Jackie X and Wudu making contact in 3 and 4, battling for 5th and 6th place in the Porsche. Jackie X just bumped Wudu out of the way to take 5th, and now Wudu's going to have the draft coming back to line, so it'll be interesting to see if he can get it as he goes below the yellow line to try and make the run. Loud in sports car racing, of course, and it looks like it's going to pay off for him.
So the photo finish, we were denied for 1st and 2nd. We get there for 5th and 6th. Wudu Racing taking that opportunity to jump below the apron on the final lap. Our Porsche winner is just coming to the line as well. So Zach will pay you 14 cents to wreck our opposition. Are going to take a very, very well-deserved win there. A lot of drivers combining to an effort that was almost untouchable in that class. And wow, that had us on the edge of our seats on the final lap there.
That was
got the 91 crossing the line for first place among the mouse, with Shane Cameron and the Village Idiots in second, and Huge Ass and Hunter Reeve pulling around turn 3 and 4. Doesn't look like there'll be any passes for position as those guys head to the line to secure the rest of the podium spots.
So, pending any final race control decisions, this is how they crossed the finish line after 7 hours of racing. Huge Ass Gold GT4 first across the line. On second thought, second. Danger's Out goes into 3rd place. Huge Ass Blue GT4 in 4th. Wudu came across the line in 5th, just ahead of Almost Team Jackie X in 6th. Final car on the lead lap in that class was UGA Motorsports, team that really could have been in there for the win, and unfortunately it's fallen apart for them. We've got Team Unreal Aqua, then We Came to Party, Bavarian Mustache Works, Tooth Autosport, Shopify in 11th, Precision Motorsports in 12th, Money Pit Racing 13th there, Sanders Local Union in 14th, Nine Shizer Autosport Red in 15th, E-Racing 16th, WDR 17th in their class, rbank90racing.com in 18th, Six Pack Racing, Kenny Rogers Edit in 19th, Z-Tech 20th, NNM, Devin Peters' team there in 21st, 20 laps down. And then Anderson 41 Gaming, Penguin Racing, Team Unreal Purple. A couple of other cars behind the Mazda field. So we'll jump over to the Mazda field now. I think, Devin, are you standing by to read that one?
Yeah, the Mazdas, it looks like we had 14 cents finishing first. Team Village Idiots with Shane Cameron in second. Huge Ass Miata in third. ESPN fell off after the late charge, after that little bit of contact they had, and then the pit stop they had to take for the incidents in fourth. And then iRacing with Ryan Kelly, Canadian, finishing in fifth place.
Well, we'll take 1 second to catch our breath. And then we can get
You can't pass
to
on that.
some of the interviews. So I'm trying to see who exactly we've got waiting in our interview room.
Looks like you might have to push through the crowd and grab one of them.
Yeah, indeed. So who I have got is, we'll start bottom to top from the Mazda field. We've got Hunter Reeve here, I do believe, finished third in the Huge Ass Miata. How did you find the racing out there?
It was a lot of fun. I was actually really nervous. I haven't driven the Miata in like a year and a half, so I'm happy I did as well as I did.
What about the 2 times weather acceleration? We had all kinds of conditions today, from some of the morning running, a very, very hot track in the middle of the day in the afternoon, to finishing underneath the lights of Daytona.
Yeah, I mean, it provided a lot of variety because, I mean, the car it changed throughout the entire time I was driving. I was there for the last about 2 hours. So, yeah, that was a lot of fun to have to deal with that.
Daytona is obviously a circuit you spend a lot of time at wide open throttle, and the Mazda is a car where the slipstream means a whole lot. How did that go for your racing at the end there? You were trading some positions back and forth potentially with Team Village Idiots, and also just trying to keep yourself in that podium position.
Yeah, that was pretty much my main concern, is what I could do on the on the oval itself, and see if I could maybe try and save a little fuel if that became a factor as well. But it worked out the way I wanted it to, so I'm pretty happy.
How about other Porsche drivers out there? Did they behave themselves?
No comment.
That speaks enough for itself. Well, thank you so much for working your way up to the broadcast booth here to give us a little bit of insights. Anyone you want to
Oh yeah, of course. All of Team Huge Ass, Alex Albert, Thomas Ellison, they put this together. It's pretty cool that I've been running in the IRL for like the last 4 years, and now I'm on Team Huge Ass, and just a great group of guys to get to race with and do this stuff.
Awesome. There we go. Hunter Reeve, who was on the 46 Huge Ass Miata, might now try and alternate between the classes, try and find some of the drivers from Dangers Out who look like they finished third on the track there. We pull them in, and maybe one of our ChampCar fellas might like to have some words with them. Paulie, you available?
Actually, I've been married for many years.
Woo! Talking for 7 hours and he's still got one-liners.
I know, he's good.
No, go ahead, David. You're just doing a fantastic bang-up job. I got to give a shout-out, though, to Doc Waldrop. Not feeling too well tonight. Hope you feel better, buddy. And I just want to say thanks to everybody, Huge Ass, the whole crew, for letting me sign on and jabber with you for a little bit. It's a great race.
Okay, so we come over to our drivers from Dangers Out. We've got, looks like we have Chris Huggins and John Hurley with us, and we spoke during the race with you guys, but then it all ramped up one notch of crazy from there, and what a finish to this race we had, guys.
Yeah, 18 incident points for the whole race. No fast repairs. Not on pace for the leaders, but just kept it clean. Took risks when we needed to take risks. We just didn't quite have it there right at the end for those two.
Yeah, those two guys at the end were wicked fast. I had nothing for them, and then I made one mistake and almost cost us a podium. But the whole rest of the race, we ran completely, I guess, mistake-free, honestly. We didn't have any dents on the car. We ran it like a real champ car race. It's just those cautions and fast repairs kind of took a little bit away from that clean advantage. Well, we couldn't be happier to be on the podium
it's
after
amazing.
this. We didn't really imagine we'd finish well because, I don't have that much experience with his games.
Sim.
We were looking like maybe we'd get 10th out of this thing or just finish. This thing was, it was just to finish this race. It's just like a champ car race. There was so much traffic. Closing speeds were super high. At the beginning of the race, there was a lot of, carnage, and we kept it clean. It's a good time. I'm tired.
How did Daytona International Speedway look for you guys today from your view? It was quite a nice sunset and then finishing under the line.
It looked like it was about to rain. I was hoping they didn't have rain simulated in this because that would have really thrown me for a loop.
Yeah, it was probably pretty typical. It got super hot. The car got super loose and greasy, and easier to make mistakes. I had to back it down, and I'm like, man, we're gonna get swamped by everybody. And next thing I know, we're in second place, and finished third. That's awesome. It's amazing.
Well, congrats, fellas. We'll try and get you some trophies. I pinky promise. They might take a while in the mail for Australia though. But any final shout outs, any final thanks, anything else?
Yeah, thank you guys for putting this on. Thank ChampCar for supporting this. This has been a nice distraction, being stuck at home and get a little bit of dose of racing. I can't believe how much my nerves are getting to me driving this thing. I was shaking like I used to before when I was getting in the car when I first started endurance racing. I brought back that feeling again, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's almost like the first time I drove one of Chris's cars after driving my Lexus sofa couch, I was knee knocking and worried about looping the car or making a mistake. And again, you guys are amazing. It's like an international crew we got going on here, and with everything going on, it's great that you guys have put all the effort and time in with the practices and the emails and the messages on the forum and everything else, because we didn't really know how to do this. I've raced iRacing a lot, but I've never done any of this stuff. So,
John,
thank you very much.
Well, thanks for joining us there, guys. We'll move over to second place in that Miata field, and that's for the Village Idiots. I think we've got Shane Cameron. Someone else can interview him, though. I'm getting.
So Shane, I noticed that your team made sure to live up to their name by starting the race on low fuel. Was that just to stay on brand, or was that a mistake?
It's all part of the plan of the idiots. No, we had a great qualify, and we were just making sure everything was good, and we forgot the fuel was not good, so we just made a dumb mistake. But we had great pace and had some really consistent time, so we were able to get back on that field. That was nice.
Yeah, it looked like you and Justin Hall had a great run today. Zach, the 14 cents car, they were just too tough for anyone, but you guys don't have anything to hold your heads about. Second place in this strong a field is really good.
Yeah, we're super happy. I'm really proud of Justin and all the stuff he did in the beginning, because I know it could be pretty hectic. But to be honest, guys, I don't want to take this spot if it's not deserving, and we may have gone over our time. And we had some mechanical issues on another teammate, and we couldn't pit and change drivers. So I want you guys to review that and make sure we're not stealing the spot of somebody that deserves it.
Well, I appreciate you being honest, turning yourself in. Yeah, it looks like you did 60 laps there without a driver change. So probably going to have to bump you down the order.
Understandable.
But yeah, appreciate the honesty. And since you're a dirty cheater, you got to get on out of here. So thanks for your time.
Thanks, you.
Well, it was good to hear just a couple of words from him. Did we manage to get anyone from our second
OST?
place finishing Porsche OS?
Yeah, I've got Will Robbins here with us in the booth.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good, congratulations. It was really shaping up to be, a grandstand finish, something for all of us to to be on the edge of the seat for fantastic racing lap after lap between you guys and Alex Coffard. A little soured at the end there. How did you see it in the bus stop on the final lap?
Well, I mean, obviously we were disappointed, but we all talked it over, and it's just a racing incident. It was good, hard racing, wheel to wheel for an hour there at the end, and we were excited that it was, for the most part, very respectful, very clean, and very hard. So I think overall, it sucks not to win, but we were really happy with the battle, and we're really happy to be on the podium.
I don't think anyone can claim cautions artificially influenced this race. When you guys raced that close, that hard for near on 50 minutes, it was spectacular to watch. Do you have any fingernails left?
No, actually, I was joking with Cofford in the waiting room that we should all bought stock in blood pressure medication before this, because I don't think that my heart's beat that fast for that long for a long time.
The 7-hour race led to a very, very exciting conclusion. On the measure of the whole of this event, how do you feel about it? And are we gonna maybe see you again in the future?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We all agreed we love the format, and it's not as good as doing the real thing, but it's a really great opportunity, and we really thank you guys for putting it on, and for helping broadcast the great battles for everybody to see.
We appreciate the amazing show that you took part in putting on. That was fantastic for all of us to watch. Any thanks to give out, maybe like on the behalf of yourself or your teammate?
I mean, obviously, thanks to the team for putting down such a consistent, great performance. Thanks to you guys for the broadcast, and for Tire Rack and for ChampCar for giving us both real and virtual racing series to be a part of. So it's been great.
Pleasure to chat with you. Congratulations on a second place that your team fought beyond belief for. Alex, we've got to move to our winner now in the Mazda Miata class, and I think we've got a couple of guys down there from that car. Guys, a commanding win as it was there by more than a lap, despite a couple of cautions in some places, bunching the field up. What's the secret to being so quick in that car, John?
Well, there's a little bit of luck involved too. I don't want to say it was entirely speed, but we did have a really good crew. Some of you guys have seen some of these names before, but between Zach and I and DJ and Tom, we had a pretty strong cast. So it's just about not making mistakes. And then the luck portion came into play when literally we were debating about leaving a couple laps at every fuel stop, coming in early, not running it dry just in case the yellow caught us. And then one time we decided, well, let's go ahead and run it to vapors, because the only thing that could possibly mess us up now is if a yellow flew, and that's exactly when the yellow flew. And so DJ had to sputter in under a closed pit, and we took the penalty, but the yellow lasted long enough. We got to the back of the field and didn't really lose a lap, just positions. And honestly, on those restarts, as chaotic as it is, being in the back and having it all in front of you to see and react to is probably safer. So it worked out for the better in the long run.
Zach, how was the race from your perspective? 7 hours is a bit of a long slog, and you would have spent a bit of time behind the wheel.
Oh no, it was great. I think I was mainly doing the spotting this go around. I got to have some fun here at the end there. Definitely chaotic, but it was a clean race. Nothing spectacular to note on.
I guess it is. It feels that easy when you're up the front like that, but you guys worked really hard. You had fantastic pace, and we never really got a chance to say, oh, look, they've been involved in some incident or caused some problem. You guys drove pretty clean, it looked like.
Yeah, that's really, I mean, whether on the sim or in the real life duplicate, it's the key is keep your nose clean in a race this long. And some of us run sprints more often, so it is an adjustment. We joked with DJ that, of our 26 incidents, I think we wound up with, he had 17 in the first 20 minutes because of some 4Xs. It was a little dodgy, but then we all settled down and kept it really clean throughout.
You guys got any shout outs or any thanks you need to deliver? What was the secret? Who helped?
We all worked together with kind of agreeing on a setup, and I think Zach, unsung hero, we were all going to spot for the guy we were going to replace originally. so we wouldn't have to be there for 7 hours. But Zach wound up parking it this morning and, going through practice and qualifying, taking some laps in the car, giving some setup feedback, and then literally sitting through the 7 hours, spotting for everyone and driving a stint. So appreciate his dedication.
Well, thank you for that, John. But yeah, no, it was just great all-around team effort. Everyone kept it clean. We all had fun. And thank you to all of you guys for putting this on for us.
Yeah, I was going to say, those of us who've run in the Wednesday night league know the fun it can be, but to bring in more bodies and eyeballs and to do this in a time when everybody's desperately wishing to get back to the real track. Really appreciate you guys for giving us.
Well, congratulations once again on a win, very well deserved from you guys, and a pleasure to speak with you once again and have you part of this race. Alex, we've got one last chat we need to have, and that's with our winning drivers in that Porsche division. I think you can have the honor on this.
All right. So first of all, congratulations to Alex Crawford and Giovanni Romano as two of the drivers from tonight's winning car. I guess first of all, Alex, can you just talk us through that final stint from the restart to the finish, and and especially the last lap?
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible how intense it was. So the last stint, due to some pit strategy and maybe a little bit of luck, we ended up with the lead. And that OST car was quick, and so they kept right up, and in fact got around me mid-stint. And we kind of went back and forth. I think we were within probably a couple milliseconds going to the line, multiple laps. And going into the last lap, I thought he was going to wait till after the bus stop and try to make a run. But obviously he wanted to go inside on the bus stop. And so I made it a little bit hard, but I didn't make it impossible because I didn't think he was going to go for it, to be honest. And sure enough, he stuck his nose in there, and it was really, really close. I think we were on the apex, and both of us, so it was right there. And unfortunately, it was contact, but it's just a racing deal, and we talked about it, and everything's good. So it was absolutely incredible to run with him and race with him and hold that to the finish. And just super, super proud of my entire team, Fawcett and Giovanni, for that run.
So it looked to us like maybe you were sizing him up. Were you trying different things? You made a run to the line a few times where you guys were side by side, and a couple times he was ahead, and a few times you were ahead. Were you just trying to figure out what it was going to take if it came down to that last lap?
Kind of. Yes, but not. Like, I don't want to sound like I was just sitting behind him and like, oh, I wonder if I can pass him on the straightaway. I was, full force 100% of the time, just trying to keep up. And yeah, I did want to see if you could make a run from the bus stop to the start finish. And if so, I would have liked to stay behind. And it seemed like you might be able to, but if the front car got a really good run, then it was impossible. So I didn't want to rely on hoping the car in front of me didn't have a good run and that I had a good run. So I'd made a conscious decision with about 30 minutes to go. If I had that opportunity, I wanted to be in the lead.
Well, you did a great job. It was really sad to see you guys come together, but I think it was just a racing deal. You both got in there a little too hot. He squeezed you up on the curb. You were in the grass. He didn't leave room. You guys made contact, and you got the better of it. But it was a great race. We really enjoyed it. It was 4 and 5 cars under a blanket for a good portion of the race.
Yeah, I think it probably was a great broadcast, and it was absolutely a blast to race in. This whole day has been a huge amount of fun to race in with ChampCar and stuff. So again, I just want to thank ChampCar for sponsoring this and putting it on, and Huge Ass for running it, Michael Derby for doing this, you guys for commentating. The whole day has just been a phenomenal experience.
And Gio, as the junior member on the Huge Ass squad, this, I believe, was your first ever race with us. So talk to us about that. Did you have some nerves going into it? Was it all that you thought it would be? Any thoughts on the day?
Well, maybe I should just retire and finish with a 100% win record, but it was not nervous. I had done some practice, and I've done a lot of races at Daytona before, solo races, like the Roar, for example, which is 2.5 hours and stuff. So I'm used to dealing. I'm used to the track. I'm used to dealing with the slower traffic. So it was a good intro race, and not too many battles out there for me in terms of against other drivers. My first stint was mostly just following Sven around, my teammate. And then the second stint, I think, was dealing with lap traffic more than anything, and I did a few mistakes there. Definitely a few trips to the lawn, so room for improvement. But I was pretty happy with it, and yeah.
So this was a little bit different than your typical iRacing official race, endurance race with using the yellow flags. I know that it was maybe a little confusing at first. It's all a little new for us, but did you enjoy that aspect of the race?
Well, for sure. I actually, in the past, I run a lot of oval racing, so on iRacing, so I have a good feel for what the full course caution rules are. So those don't really faze me. Now, maybe the most interesting part was as we were coming down to the end of the race, we're trying to work out the strategy for when we should make our last pit stop. And the lap we wanted to pit because early as the fuel window opened, so that if the caution came out, we could get to the front. And right when we made the call, okay, let's pit, you guys race control through the caution. So it's like, damn, pit one lap earlier, been straight to the lead. Although the way it worked out, we ended up taking the lead anyway. So it worked out in the end, I guess.
All right. Well, is there anyone you guys need to thank before we let you go? I appreciate you guys coming out, putting on such a good show today for everyone that was watching.
Yeah, I think Coffer did his thanks earlier, but so I'll throw in mine. Definitely thanks to ChampCar and Huge Ass for this excellent race. It was a lot of fun. And again, like thanks to the Huge Ass team for bringing me on and letting me race with them. It was a lot of fun today, and hoping we have a lot more fun races in the future.
All right, David. Well, I think that's going to wrap it up for the interview portion.
Yeah, certainly. And on that, we're going to wrap up our coverage as well of what was, I have to say, a thrilling 7 hours from Daytona for the ChampCar iRacing that exceeded almost everyone's expectations. It really feels like I didn't know the racing was going to be that close. We were on the edge of our seats constantly, and it was also a bit of fun to drive in as well. And what a great way to keep the racing spirit alive, keep the ChampCar family together in these times. And everyone seems like if they couldn't be doing anything else, well, this is what they were going to do, and they enjoyed it. They put on some great racing. It was a fantastic show, and everyone had a splendid good time. Thank you so much for tuning into our coverage from Team Huge Ass. I've been David Haynes. There's been many other people in the commentary box here alongside me, including Alex Albert. We got Devin Peters right now. While I was in the car, I think we saw Alex Clank. We had Andrew Fawcett in here as well, and Michael Derby producing all 7 plus some extra hours. We couldn't do it without him, so we thank him as well. We thank you for tuning in, everyone who supported a team, supported this race, and supported the stream. Thank you for your comments and your viewership. We'll see you again soon from Team Huge Ass for more iRacing action, and we hope to see you then.